Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 4 of What If Naruto Refused to Give Up Despite It All. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Naruto's Pav Bar of Leaf Camp, Land of Iron. Naruto had often hung out with friends. He mostly enjoyed it with Shikamaru in tow. While he didn't win everyone, trying in a big, relaxed group felt easier. But here, with both the supportive nature of Ino and Neji, the friendly faces of Kiba and Lee, and the shockingly tolerant new Sakura, he found himself quickly enjoying it. Guy and his twin student were undoubtedly a lot to process, but the blonde found them at least likable, if not overbearing. Lee and Guy were among the strangest people he had met. Yet they shared some of his beliefs and seemed to be nice down to the very bone. Kiba was annoyingly competitive with his remarks, but Naruto enjoyed it. He was somewhat competitive himself. Besides, listening to Neji send snipes at the prideful Inuzuka was priceless. Sakura was someone he had never managed to impress, so she didn't hold much of an opinion of him. But Ino seemed oddly determined to keep things smooth, quickly taking the woman's attention and limiting how much the two could argue. As soon as they arrived, Guy challenged Kakashi to a spar that turned into a drinking match. The two were now 10 shots deep, and despite the hazy eyesight and slurs in their speech, the two men showed no signs of stopping. Initially, he and Lee got oddly competitive over who would manage more and had cheered on their respective sensei. But upon realizing their awkward situation, Naruto distanced himself from the competition. The ever-loyal Lee, determined to witness his sensei win in his duel of honor, decided to stay. Kiba, inspired by his sensei, had also gone into a drinking frenzy. Unfortunately, the young man lacked the experience of the Junin and was quickly shit-faced, somehow starting a dance circle in the small bar. He was feeling himself after his solo passing of the exam and could do some form of dancing he called breakdancing incredibly well. Neji had decided to watch over the drunk Inuzuka, though he had declared he would break the man if he happened to throw up on him. Ino and Sakura had quickly gone off on their own. The two needed to catch up. Naruto figured they had meant so usually, but thus far, the two seemed content with gossiping on various topics. Naruto wisely had chosen to leave them to it. He had no interest in such issues and didn't dare tempt Sakura's infamous tempter. Lee and Kiba both separately describe her as the enforcer of their team. This left Naruto to observe the group from afar, nursing a drink. While he was often loud and brash, he occasionally preferred to sit back a bit and think. He needed it after recent events. He had become a genin despite the odds against him. He had even aided in taking down a Chunin before his promotion. He had engaged on his first mission and had taken on an S-class shinobi. Endured 3 months of hell from Kakashi. Now, Naruto could discover one of the truths that had eluded him his whole life. The identity of his father, why it was kept from him all these years. What happened to him? All he needed to do was pass the exams. He had intended to do so before, but now he would ensure it no matter what. Furthermore, the secret he had held for years had been exposed, and his identity had been given out to those around him. Doubtless, it would lead to complications he could not fathom. Gaara had met him and informed him of the affliction he had shared with him. He had even met another. One was similar to himself yet seemingly hopeless. Naruto could sense the loneliness in her somehow. Fu seemed to shine despite it, hopeful despite the odds she had been given, even with no path suitable in front of her. Gaara seemed the opposite. He had accepted the cruelness of the world and distanced himself from humanity. He seemed to hate them incredibly and passionately, speaking of forming some group of his own kin. Simply stated, Naruto was feeling a bit overwhelmed. If Naruto was being fully honest, though, he didn't hate it. He had the chance to discover his father's identity, grow closer to his goal, and meet others who had lived similarly to him. Naruto couldn't help but be hopeful. He could finally see the change he wished for himself. Naruto flinched as he suddenly felt as if someone was watching him. He turned his gaze towards the feeling. His eyes landed on a widow showing a nearby closed store. On the roof of it stood a silent, menacing Gaara. He stared back at Naruto silently with utter focus. It unnerved Naruto, but he could feel his rage grow as he realized it was some kind of silent threat. Naruto was tired of being pushed around. He quietly rose from his seat and stalked off towards the bar's exit. The others were too engrossed in the festivities to notice as the blonde did. The Uzumaki marched out of the bar, locking eyes with the other Jinchuriki. He slowly drew Riptide as he flexed his chakra. The blonde did a body flicker to appear on the opposite side of the same roof as Gaara. The two silently stared each other down for a few moments. The tension built as the two sized each other up. Gaara, Naruto started seriously. I won't let you hurt anybody here. Gaara stared back blankly. Slowly, he blinked twice, as if thinking carefully. Do you have enemies? He replied suddenly. Enemies? I don't think so. I mean, I guess the leaf might and me by proxy, but, Naruto said as he rubbed the back of his head. The sudden and odd question threw him off a little bit. Would anyone have any reason to follow or track you? Gaara asked impassively. What the hell kind of question is that? Are you some kind of stalker? Do you want to kick your ass all the way back to the desert? Naruto yelled. For now, I am no threat to you, Gaara replied simply. There are 2 shinobi nearby watching us. I wouldn't be surprised if they were considering moving in. I suppose it depends if they have a sensor. Pest never willingly encounters a predator after all. Predator. And who the hell is following me? I'm not in the mood for whatever the hell this is. Naruto called out, yelling out into the night. They won't attack us here, Gaara stated. Too much of a chance of help coming, Naruto stated simply. So let me just tell Kakashi-sensei. He'll kick their asses before they can escape. Your sensei is drunk, Gaara replied woodenly. Oh yeah, wait, how long were you watching? Long enough, Gaara said bluntly. Come. He suddenly raced off into the snow forest surrounding their camp, feeling compelled to follow and wanting to exert some stress on whoever was following him. Naruto followed. They arrived in a small clearing filled with soft snow. They're gonna come now or what? Naruto asked, annoyed. Naruto Uzumaki. A voice interrupted. The 2 turned and noticed 2 more joining them in the clearing. It was a silver-haired man who had spoken. A red-headed woman stood slightly behind him. Name is Sakin of the West Gate. To my left stands Tayuya of the North Gate. We are 2 of the Sound 4 sent to bring you to Orochimaru and or Ikum. Depending on our master's fancy. You will comply with us, or we will have to beat you until you have no choice. Sakin said matter-of-factly. You pests cannot have him. He is spoken for, Gaara interrupted as he approached the man and stood between him and Naruto. I agree with the weirdo. Naruto chimed in as he took a battle stance. You all better get out of here before you get your ass kicked by yours truly. Also, I am not spoken for, nor do I approve of your odd choice of words, you damn ginger. Of course you are. After all, you're my prey. Gaara said as he glared at him. Naruto met the glare before suddenly Sakin lashed out with a jab. Catching Gaara square in the face. The redhead flew back, showing off Sakin's absurd speed and power. He pursued the redhead. Tayuya threw a flying kick into Naruto, distracted by the sudden attack on Gaara, and slid back before he crashed into a snowbank. Now, kiddies. The adults are here, behave. Sakin taunted. Before he gasped, he realized Gaara didn't seem hurt by his blow. Sand suddenly wrapped itself around his hand. Sakin tugged once, twice, 3 times before he freed his arm, falling backward as he did so. You're out of your league, human. Surrender now, and I'll make your death painless. Gaara told him darkly. Sorry to disappoint you, but only one of us will die screaming, Sakin replied with a smirk. Tayuya's eyes widened as Naruto walked out of the bank, seemingly unfazed from her attack. Sorry, but pests should wait their turn as a predator takes their feast, Gaara muttered darkly as Sakin dashed away. The murderous redhead followed the man with a manic smile. Naruto, seeing the opportunity, attempted to leave. Suddenly, he dodged a thrust from a large semi-human-looking summon. The creature was wielding dual-spiked gauntlets. He jumped back towards the waiting Tayuya as she stood behind more summons. One lacked arms being completely wrapped in bandages while the other wielded a large club. Sorry, shithead, but we have to attend a meeting, Tayuya said with a smile as she lowered into a playing stance. The 2 prepared to battle, one for the future he grasped. The other was fighting for the present, as it was the only thing she knew. Ikum's path border of Land of Iron. Ikum marched through the snow, and a small troop of his followers formed a loose formation around the man. The Land of Iron had proven valuable, they had gained some much-needed material. His venture with the samurai was sure to be profitable shortly. He had ensured Naruto and Kushina Uzumaki, some of the last and most potent survivors of the accursed clan, would struggle before their fated death and had furthered his beneficial temporary alliance with Orochimaru even further. In truth, he detested the snake and could sense he felt the same. They had been partnered for his brief venture into the Akatsuki. He had joined the odd group as an assassin. New to his goal to exterminate the Uzumaki, he heard rumors that a powerful one was leading the group. He had sought him out and challenged him. It had been a one-sided defeat, the man nearly killing him before offering him an out. He was to join the group as a mercenary, with the promise that the Rinnegan-wielding Nagato would kill him for betrayal. He had paired him with another, less trustworthy member, Orochimaru. He had hoped the invasive and mistrusting nature of the 2 would lead to the clashings and keep them busy. But Nagato had been a fool. Both sought his death and, upon their failure, sought freedom. The 2 had used their combined genius and strength to escape Nagato, managing to win over Zetsu to aid them in their escape. The 2 then fought back against the ace squad of the Akatsuki. They barely fought the powerful 2 off, nearly dying several times in the process. But it had worked. The 2 were free. They had kept in touch, intending to kill Nagato at some point but recognizing they likely would need one another to achieve such. Slowly, it grew into a beneficial partnership. They both saw themselves as superior, Ikum was sure. Both are planning to one day kill the other wretched rival. But for now, They moved mutually. It was a good day for the two, he supposed. The Sound Four likely couldn't stand up to his soldiers. However, with the assistance of Zetsu, Kabuto, and his own Lifuzu, they likely achieved their plan. But now, seemingly to further complicate matters, two game changers had arrived. Both were robust and likely here to wreak havoc as they approached their goal. His former teammates moved forward. Kakazu and Hidan were coming to the exams. While Ikum was confident he could best work with his group, it would be close and likely costly. For now, he would leave. If the group caught any whiff of him, it would end poorly regardless of victory. Ironic, the two unknowingly allowed one of their enemies to escape. But the two fools marched into the land of iron as they marched out. The two groups were only separated by a single peak of stone. It was a precarious situation, but Ikum was sure about his decisions. After all, Ikum had spent much of his second life living on the edge. Ikum knew his goal seemed irrational, and his reasoning was thin and hypocritical. Yet whatever he had been before had been consumed by this rage. He wondered if Mishiro would love him nearly as dearly if she knew he was no Uzumaki. Would Ashira finally make a move against him if he knew he was destroying the family he made over lies? Would Lifuzu hate those before him if he knew why the Uzumaki must die? It mattered little to him, he supposed. Whoever Ikum had been before meant nothing. He was now the reaper of the Uzumaki. For better or worse. Reizo, Mifune's POV, Samurai Main Camp, Land of Iron. Reizo had fought many skilled swordsmen. Many of them at the same time. As the need called, his blade had met with those wielded by Anbu or Junin. He was confident in his strokes, even against his men. He knew only Mifune was his better. Yet these monstrosities wielded katana as well as any of his men. This mastery was matched by levels of physicality that the men in question could never match. Reizo deflected a blade aimed at his face with his palm, managing to expertly swat the dull side. He twirled as he followed through the strike, nearly beheading another white monster. The beast barely managed to block the blade, and the power behind the strike sent him flying back. Several of the beasts thrust towards him, surrounding him in the time it took him to defend himself against the first two. Reizo's blade seemed to fly through the air, somehow managing to redirect the 6 Zetsu with ease, sending each one flying back. More charged forward, determined to overwhelm him with numbers. But Reizo merely chuckled hatefully as his blade suddenly glowed with chakra. I have what you filth would likely call my own jutsu. I believe you call it a bloodline. Either way, die like the beast you are. Rage Hunt. Blade of Wrath. He called as the surrounding Zetsu around him suddenly were met by red lines that flew from Reizo's blade, sliding through them harmlessly. They laughed cruelly as they prepared to pepper the man's body with new holes. Reizo merely smirked as they came close. Erupt. He roared suddenly, and each Zetsu around him screamed in pain and collapsed. Their bodies fall to pieces around the man. Bursting from the cuts was a powerful red chakra. As I suffer you filth, my rage becomes my strength, he said as he marched past the corpse of the beast he had slain. I think we might be in trouble tilde. One Zetsu sang as he readied his blade. Shame he's all alone tilde. Another mocked. Time to die tilde. With this final cry, they started to want to launch flashes only at Reizo. The samurai captain flinched as the barrage closed in. With a desperate snarl, he hopped over one. He thrust his blade out, smashing into the ground, and pulled it back up quickly, spiraling in the air to dodge another two. He yelled out in fury as his blade glowed once again, spinning as he landed to cut through one flash. Ducking another, he unleashed his own, which cut a path out in front of him. As one flew in after the explosion, he slid underneath it, finally drawing close to the closest group of beasts. Rage Hunt. Petty Slash. He called out suddenly, slicing a red line of violent chakra through the legs of 10 surprised Zetsu. The beast cried out in pain as they fell. Several more charged forward to kill the presumably open Reizo. Rage Hunt. Petty Eruption. As the Zetsu ran over their legless brethren, they were suddenly enveloped by a burst of red chakra exploding from each stump left on the Zetsu. The resulting explosions left only a few Zetsu left. And half of the building collapsed on the wall, peppered by the force. The building, now being torn open, allowed snow to drift in. Reizo panted and fell to a knee as the remaining beasts readied themselves for a final stand. I have anger left for you, trash, Reizo said with a smile as he dashed towards his opponents, confident he wouldn't perish here. XX. Mifune's POV. Mifune wasn't confident that he wouldn't perish here. His dark creature of an opponent seemed innocuous and unthreatening. As such, he wanted to help Reizo quickly with the crowd of murderous white beasts. With this in mind, Mifune had locked eyes with the creature and uttered what he was sure would be the final words it would ever hear. Dancing blade risk, he whispered silently as he was suddenly behind Zetsu. Having moved so quickly, the odd creature had not sensed him until his blade met its body. As he sheathed his blade, the creature fell, likely being split in two by his speedy and powerful slash. Suddenly, it rose again in a peculiar manner. Its body as unharmed as it rises bonelessly. almost as if his body was utterly malleable by will. My, that is quite the technique. I would have been cut if I were a mere human. It mocked as it turned to face him. Got anything, B? Black Zetsu was unable to finish. His voice was cut off by Mifune's sudden whisper or, more likely, the wave of a powerful chakra following after enveloping and slicing into Zetsu before he could even flinch. Drowning flash wave. He announced that a building-sized slash of chakra consumed and carried Zetsu, cutting him to bits as it smashed through the remaining standing portion of the building, causing it to collapse entirely. Mifune sheathed his blade as they were exposed to cold wind and flying snow. The remaining samurai scrambled away from the ruins of the building. Knowing Mifune would likely crush any remaining enemies, Mifune eyed the several pieces of the creature remaining. His gaze, in particular, landed on the severed head of it. His eyes widened, and he jumped back as it cackled back. How amusing. To think this land would produce someone of your level. If you weren't so simple to read, you'd be worth something. Unfortunately, all you are now is a particularly competent pest. You'll still need to be crushed. Zetsu ranted as his body seemed to liquefy and fly through the air to reattach the talking head. The other parts similarly fly through the air to form a mass. The head flew back, with Zetsu laughing all the while. His head was added to the mass last. The rest reformed into the vaguely humanoid shape the beast had before. My turn. Wood style. Forest emergence. As he finished his cry, trees suddenly sprouted from the ground, and wooden beams grew and flew towards Mifune, who flinched. He then grits his teeth and lowers his stance. Allow me to show my hand as well. Draw of the 7 principles. 7 slashes of death. He called. He sliced through the air with intense, precise strikes, each seemingly blocking out all surrounding sound for a moment. As the forest drew close, the trees were suddenly cut to shreds, the air following the slashes in significant streams, blasting any bystander. For a moment, it looked like Mifune had countered the powerful attack with relative ease. Before the wood continued to fly towards him. The previously sliced and falling wood is merely being carried by the new beams and trees combining them with itself. Mifune desperately called out as it drew close. Desperately using the last of his chakra to shield his men, he called out. Quick draw. Netting of blades. The attack came out once again, managing to slice some of the approaching forest, but not near enough. Samurai, Mifune, Reizo, and even the remaining white Zetsu were smashed into it by this. The forest stopped, bringing silence to the clearing. The former plateau was now covered in a forest, separating the survivors and effectively wiping out the group. Surely, that will be enough of a distraction. I'd like to ensure it is, but it would be wise to retreat for now. Besides, that old man took more out of me than I expected. He may even be as strong as the 5 cage. Black Zetsu marched out of the forest. I'm not concerned in the slightest about a continued assault. They were either dead or were undoubtedly wishing they were. Ikam's path traversing. Land of fire. Ikam was usually not one to dwell on the past. Sure, his goal was due to the past, but he very much moved to the future. Yet today, his mind seemed to be locked into the past. Before he became Ikam of the Uzumaki, he formed a powerful group to aid in his goal. He had been very different before, he was sure. He could remember him hiding out, seemingly fearful of each day. He could remember desperate, long days longing for peace and safety. The exact details had become fuzzy at some point. Suddenly, he heard a voice demanding that he enact an absurd plan. For 1 year, Ikam suffered under its voice. At first, he assumed it was a ghost or god. But soon, it became clear somehow, the voice was simply another part of him. He couldn't remember much, just long nights of him pleading to himself for peace. Pleading they need their mind for life. But the voice hadn't relented. Ikam had given in after time. Its volume had consumed him. It had made him care little for his current life. Instead, it told him to enact the plan, feeding him bit by bit until he was under its hold. First, it told him of his new identity as a Uzumaki. He had found a way to permanently dye his hair red. He studied their ways and customs until he was indistinguishable from others. It told him to gather its kin. Each time, it led him to a useful Uzumaki. Each time, it told him how to gain their loyalty. It had never strayed him wrong. So when it told him he must kill or ally with each Uzumaki, he treated it as law. His group had been hard to convince, but he presented an edited version of the tale as he had discovered the truth of Uzumaki's crime. He used evidence that the context was misstated to support his version. Within a few short years, the group had grown and started to slay their kin. It was odd to Ikam. He felt like he was somehow a puppet to another part of himself. He acted within his own will but not with his consent. If Ikam had been foolish, he would have confided the truth to one of his followers. But thus far, only Michio had accepted the actual version of events and moved with him despite it. That was only due to her utter adoration of him. Something he had always irrationally hated. But he used it to his advantage. He merely wished some part of him wouldn't scream in pain whenever he was close to her. Yes, he lived in constant opposites. He supposed most would not continue as he would. But he must accomplish the goal he seemed to crave. It could finally silence his mind. Ikam shook his head, and the group around him stopped and tensed. He looked at the trips, realizing those odd thoughts had returned. But knowing it would shatter his image, he merely continued walking. The group continued as well, knowing better than to question him. Michio squeezed his hand. Ikam inwardly flinched before frowning at that. Why would he feel oddly standing with his beloved wife? He shook away the useless thoughts as his group stopped nearing their goal. Ikam cleared his mind as Michio, Ashira, and he walked to a ledge overlooking the ocean. In the distance, a series of islands could be barely spotted. Most of them are utterly covered in mist. He would waste time later. His goal had brought him here. Orochimaru had spoken of a cage that could be pretty useful to them. Yagura Karataki, Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, and Mizukage of the village hidden in the mist. His intel told him he saw himself as a god seeking justice. The arrogant and naive were always easy to fool. Darui's path to Cloud Camp, Land of Iron. Darui had to admit, the four-eyed bastard that stood in their path was anything but dull. The fight had started as one-sided as they had expected. While Kabuto was anything but a genin facing two high-level shinobi, it would be impossible for most. He ducked a slash from Darui to his head but was helpless to dodge the burst of electricity that had jumped from his blade, shocking him long enough for C to jump in and slash at his midsection. Darui watched as his tanto slashed through Kabuto, slicing through ribs and organs with practiced ease. Kabuto merely laughed as his body seemed to reform around his wound. Slashing with his hands towards C. C blocked, on the other hand, tapping his wrist. Before Kabuto could attack, Darui threw his blade like a hatchet SL, icing through the offending arm and removing it harshly from Kabuto. C, for some reason, screamed in pain as he jumped back. He held his wrist and glared at the man. He's using some techniques to survive our blows, then another touch-based one. It somehow seemed to damage my wrist severely. I think from the inside somehow. C remarked. They are called chakra scalpels, simpleton. Kabuto's condescending tone called out. Using precise chakra control, I formed a thin blade around my hand. This blade is so fine that I can cut into your insides without even cutting the outside. As for taking your hits, I'm merely using my mastery over medical ninjutsu to heal them as we fight. Luckily, these seals give me access to enough chakra to do so constantly. I look forward to testing it against you, particularly Darui of the Black Lightning. The two of you will be a decent challenge. Challenge. I don't do dull things like that. Darui started suddenly, body flickering above Kabuto. I prefer to obliterate those who my boss tells me to. Unfortunately for you, that means you. See if you can survive this. Storm release. Laser circus. A litany of flashing, flowing lightning raced toward Kabuto insanely quickly as he finished. Kabuto could only mutter, "Of course I can. I'm now even closer to immortality and my sensei's goal." The lightning converged upon him with a massive explosion. C being blown back the might of it. The fence wall surrounding the cloud camp was thrown back by the force. Dust flew through the air from the impact, clearing leftovers as electricity visibly shocked the area of impact. As the smoke and dust cleared, a body of Kabuto was revealed. He was covered in burns and missing one of his arms. Well, that wasn't Darui started before being shocked into silence. Kabuto slowly rose from the crater with a manic smile on his face. Seems even this method has limits. My mind can't take too many hits of that nature. It causes me absurd mental anguish to live through that. Nor can I afford the chakra cost to survive it repeatedly, even with Ikam's gift. Kabuto said as he fully healed. I'll have to kill you sooner rather than later. I'm just getting warmed up, Darui informed as he prepared to continue. Before either could do anything more, a shocking blur flew into the clearing past Kabuto. Darui, your ass was supposed to be aiding the samurai. How dare you waste time here? I should smite you where you stand. A roared, his angry expression being exposed after his sudden arrival. Kabuto could not reply, his head suddenly flying from his body. The next lariat is coming for you, ingrate. A roared. Sir, behind you, C called out. A spun into a back fist narrowly to avoid Kabuto's kunai thrust and sending the leaf trader slamming into a nearby snow bank. The loud snap alludes to the bone-breaking power of the rakage. How dare you survive my lariat? I'll kill you as many times as it takes. Darui. A roared. Wordless Darui repeated his earlier hand signs before firing another laser circus into the snow bank Kabuto was buried in. With another boom, the snow either melted or dissipated, leaving an empty spot where Kabuto should be lying. Yet there was nothing more than darkened stone. I was not even slowed by this. Suddenly, he appeared before Darui and raised him by his collar, screaming questions faster than the relaxed man could explain. C merely sighed. This would take a while to settle, he was sure. Sasuke's POV nearby Leaf Camp, Land of Iron. Sasuke slashed his way through several spiders. 3 Tomo Sharingan spinning as he dodged the silk they exploded into. He is supposed to be expected. This summons and its spawn would be problematic. But he managed to weave and cut his way through the spray of spiders without even being touched by the silk. The extraordinary gift of the Uchiha family. He heard Kitamaru's frustrated call of cheating as he approached. He paid no mind to this, flying in and drawing a kunai to start his assault. First, he met Kitamaru, projecting an image of him still charging towards him on top of his summon. Both were now perched on the treetops and trying to tie him down. While Kitamaru focused on the genjutsu, Sasuke activated his and his sensei's improved version of the body flicker as he weaved yet another jutsu with one hand. He appeared behind both, finishing his hand sign as he did. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. He said as a large fireball flew into the sizable hissing spider and its freak of a master. The spider thrashed as it burned, but Kitamaru merely flew from the flames. Damn. Tricky minion turned out to be a boss. Kitamaru roared, but could only freeze as Sasuke appeared within his guard, wielding a kunai coated in chakra. Life's not a game. If it was, Sasuke started before suddenly appearing all over Kitamaru, slashing with each body flicker. The force of the slashes kept him in the air. As his spider summon collapsed, having finally succumbed to flames, Sasuke ended his barrage, letting Kitamaru fall to the ground. Then this is your game over. Reappearing Shadow Sever. Maybe in that life. But I got a one-up. Kitamaru chuckled happily as he rose. His body was covered in black markings, which were revealed by the cracked armor around his body. To think you nearly cut through my armor. Gonna enjoy what comes next. He suddenly raced forward much quicker with a flying knee. Sasuke barely managed to duck it. Whipping around, I noticed Kitamaru had gone into the surrounding forest. Now, this is a level. No more cheating eyes telling you all my moves. Let's see if your eyes can see everything. My curse mark level 2 will crush you. He howled. Nothing can crush the Uchiha, Sasuke said darkly. Kitamaru didn't bother responding as his face shifted, becoming more spider-like. He jumped back, and his speed significantly increased as he tried to distance himself and Sasuke. But as he entered the tree line, he was suddenly kicked back into the clearing. He quickly spits out a line of kunai to buy him time, but Sasuke merely appears behind them, never breaking stride and allowing him to kneel on Kitamaru's face. The man, stunned despite his power boost and armor, stumbled back, dazed. Sasuke mercilessly swept the man's legs with a swift kick, raising the same foot high in the air and slamming into the deformed man's face. The blow shattered the stone beneath. Sasuke glared down at the man, confident that the blow had rendered him unconscious. But he was caught off guard as Kitamaru suddenly shifted his weight, unbalancing the Uchiha and striking out with a hastily crafted blade. Sasuke stumbled back, narrowly avoiding one of his Sharingan being cut. It still cut a shallow line through his lower face and brow. The Uchiha flipped backward, obviously somewhat unnerved by the close call. Your speed stats are absurd. But your strength stat is mediocre. Your kunai is even less adequate. That little teleport trick doesn't matter if you don't make your hits count. I think it's time I showed you who the player was. Kitamaru taunted as Sasuke straightened out and slowly settled into an odd stance, one hand in a tiger seal and the other stretched out as if holding a blade. Attack potency is not something I struggle with. Blade of the Besmirched. Flambe. Sasuke stated coldly as flames sprouted from his hand, quickly forming a lifelike katana. The heat made the cold air hiss as he wielded it, seemingly uncaring of the heat. I merely was testing that defense of yours. It seems it is mere armor. I don't need to cut it. You'll cook inside it anyway. Kitamaru was stunned into silence. He slowly stepped back, suddenly all too afraid of their speed difference. He turned fully, attempting to retreat, but once he turned, Sasuke was already behind, his flame blade mere inches from him. Besmirched flambe reappearing death, Sasuke whispered as the blade came into contact with Kitamaru. The man cried out as the blade hit him just below his ribs. Lacking physical form as it was, it didn't cut him, merely wrapping around him as it passed through. But the affected body part was cloaked in its flames, the heat of which he could feel burning him into ashes from the inside. The pain made his vision blur. Desperately, he spit out a kunai at the Uchiha, seeking to delay the painful assault. As he did, he attempted to jump back. Looking backward to seek asylum, he flinched as a ducked Sasuke was already there, swinging the dreaded blade of flames for his ankles. Kitamaru didn't scream, he shrieked as he fell. Sasuke could hear the man's flesh pop and bubble beneath the armor. A loud pop sounded off as either the armor around his ankles popped or his ankles themselves. It was cruel, Sasuke supposed, but death was becoming of anyone who dared threaten and impede him. Haaaaoh god fuck. Kitamaru howled as he attempted to crawl away. You can't leave yet. Sasuke began coldly, appearing in front of the man's crawling form. My technique isn't finished. He then disappeared yet again, appearing to the side of Kitamaru, slicing into his midsection again. The man flailed and pleaded, seemingly defenseless now. Sasuke merely appeared above the man's face, his blade hovering mere inches from it. When I find out the truth I seek, there may be those who have to pay for hidden crimes. Even those who choose to stand in my way. To both, I only offer one thing. Death. Sasuke said coldly, thrusting his blade into the head of Kitamaru. The flames wrapped around his face. His eyes visibly popped as his head was cooked from the inside. Feel no shame, for your opponent was a Uchiha, a student of Shisui Uchiha and the next master of the body flicker, Sasuke said before using what had become his signature technique to body flicker closer to Yuno. The female Uchiha seemed sneaking close to a Jirobo talking into an earth dome. His palms rested against it, and his face held a cruel snarl. Right as Yuno drew close, he seemed to morph, his skin growing red and his hair growing out fully, seeming more orange. I knew I was trapped in Genjutsu. My form too freed me. He moved shockingly quickly for his size, throwing a haymaker at Yuno's face. Sasuke merely aimed his blade, holding it as if it was an arrow in a bow. Arrow of the besmirched. Phoenix arrow. The blade hurtled towards the man, hitting his arm before it could hit Yuno. The man screamed in pain as his blade hit an easier target. Unlike Kitamaru, who was somewhat resistant due to his armor, Jirobo had no such defense. The blade seemed to melt through his arm. His bones audibly popped, tearing through his flesh even further. Yuno, wincing at the grisly wound, took advantage of the opening, sliding in and slitting the man's throat while he writhed in agony. She cleaned her unique kunai while she leveled a glare at Sasuke. Sasuke raised a brow in response, offering a mere, HN. You know I hate gory attacks like that. Yuno hollered. So uninteresting, you damn freak. He nearly hit you, I took exception to that. Then cut it off cleanly like a normal shinobi. Don't create a human barbecue around me anymore. Yuno lectured angrily. HN. And stop your damn silent act. Ikam's paw of traversing, land of water. The various hired grunts moved supplies to their new home for a while. While certainly, he had come here primarily for his affairs with the village hidden in the mist, he had heard of a potentially beneficial find in their hideout from one of the men stationed to keep it active. A summoning scroll. Such ties with the beast were a valued commodity. Unremarkable shinobi, the world-renowned, had used them to great success. Two of the Leaf's strongest were known for wielding the robust contract of the toads and slugs. Even his ally was signed with the snakes. Without using it to summon oneself, they could not see what clan it belonged to nor sign the origin scroll, a scroll containing the signature of all summoners guaranteeing aid to those lucky enough to sign. Ikam had sent 20 men to meet with the being behind the scroll. The group used it to summon themselves to the home of said creatures. They were relatively powerful men, about as capable of stronger genin. Yet they had not returned. Ikam knew it would be wise to let things be. This opportunity may not come again. Michio and Ashira watched both tense. Michio, due to her beloved, risks himself to see the creatures who own the scroll. He had forbidden her from coming, knowing of her chronic defensiveness of him. Ashira was tense to see if the pitiful man would die here. He may serve him, but he holds no love for him. He would seek to complete the shared dream of the two despite his death but would do so for his reasons. He had no urge to risk the wrath of summoning creatures. Ikam spread a sealing array around the scroll with his mind. He slowly was surrounded by the seal. An aide drew blood from his arm as he did this. An anchor for his teleportation seal. It was nowhere near the level of the seal used by the fourth Hokage for his terrifying teleportation technique. It is slow and can only be used as long as the user or supporter has a hefty amount of chakra present. With a silent whirl of air, he suddenly faded from the room. There was no passing of time or notable event to process his transport. He merely arrived in a thick, moist forest. Ikam could hear the buzz of insects, the chirps of birds, the crunch of twigs, and the rolling of stones as various wildlife milled around him. He flared his chakra, seeing if he could sense any chakra-wielding being nearby. From his reading, they used it similarly to the way humans do. But he sensed nothing nearby. Sighing, he quickly leapt through the forest, periodically sending chakra bursts. Ikam burst from the tree line, landing on a stone in the middle of the river. He could see various paths of the river branch throughout the land, his vision blocked by more trees. He traveled for a bit before suddenly he was wrapped in clay. Odd, Ikam noted as it lifted him. He then glanced over to a strange creature sticking only its head out of the water, eyeing him with human-like intelligence. Would you mind freeing me, strange creature? Creature. It roared and leapt up from the water, revealing its complete form. Its face was almost dog-like with its snout and black nose. The area around its dark eyes was a darker black. The rest of its fur is a black top and a light belly. A ring of lightness at the line of neck and body. He believed it was some sort of raccoon. My name is Yashu. I'm no creature. A raccoon clan. Ikam questioned himself. Doesn't seem particularly impressive. Best not to judge a book by its cover, though. Raccoon. I'm a tanuki, not a damn raccoon. That's it. Suddenly, the beast started barking. I suppose it would be best to be brought to their leader. Ikam continued to himself. So I suppose letting them capture me would be best. As he finished this, the tanuki burst forward at speed. Suddenly growing 10 feet tall, it unleashed a vicious punch into the man. He didn't even budge, managing to catch the blow with his fist. Now, I'll come along peacefully with no need to break my bones. As he finished, various more Tanukas surrounded the group. Damn right, you're coming with us. The leader will decide what to do with ya. Yashu roared as he carried the man. The group of Tanuki ran off with Ikam in tow. It took little time for them to bring him to their home. It was primarily hollowed out tree trunks turned into various buildings. They led them up a staircase, carrying them up an absurdly large tree. The trunk quickly became the size of some villages. They eventually led him into a room where various animals moved throughout the room. Some meditated as cats, others seemed to nap as dogs, and one was an old, bald, tan man. He held onto a glowing green branch. Each turned to the group, holding up Ikam. One large Tanuki holding each of his limbs. The one named Yashu walked up first. Sir, this human was found trespassing on our land. When I approached to question him, he disrespected our clan. The old human man stalked forward. His face became a beastly snarl before he suddenly shifted into a human-sized Tanuki growling into his face. Is this true, you pathetic human? Ikam chuckled loudly. His volume merely increased as he felt the grips tighten as a response. My only response is to say I'll enjoy your servitude, he said before he flexed. The powerful flex sent the Tanuki, holding him flying. He raced forward, his hand reaching for the apparent leader's head. Chains of clay raced out, wrapping around his body, trying desperately to stop him. But before it could bind him, his hand was already resting against Elder Tanuki's head. Seals raced throughout the creature's body. Ikam smiled. The seals were obedient ones meant to drive it into servitude. Arrogant you are. I will have to ensure one as dangerous as you cannot return. To think the bloodline of Uzumaki would fall this low. Your seals have never worked against us. It's why you originally sought us. The elder commented before he suddenly raised a human-like hand. Forming a seal, he smiled. Summoning jutsu. Banishment. Ikam could only widen his eyes as he was poofed away, suddenly returning from where he had come. He flinched as he looked down and saw the scroll they had found burning into ash. It seemed he would have to hunt them down again. Any group that could so casually resist his fuinjutsu was a group he wanted on his side. Naruto's POV outside bar in Leaf Camp, Land of Iron. What do you mean you want to talk? Naruto asked as Tayuya suddenly dismissed her summons. I came here for my reasons, shitface, Tayuya replied. You're working for either that snake that nearly killed old man third or you're working with the bastard who tried to kill my mom. Either way, I'm kicking your ass, forget it. Naruto yelled out defiantly. Listen here, you little shit. Fuck. Tayuya grabbed onto her face with an obvious mental struggle. Please just listen. Naruto stopped his forward advance as he heard her tone shift. He didn't trust her, but stalling wasn't a bad idea. Fine, hurry up. I may work for Orochimaru, but I have no choice but to strike out on my own. Tayuya countered. I want to defect to the Leaf in exchange for information. What the F? Naruto started. Please, I happened to overhear my teammates planning to give me to that man named Ikam. He has been killing Uzumaki all over the country, and me, a fucking high-level official of the Sound, was gonna be offered up to him on a platter after doing my job like a good fucking soldier. Tayuya explained. Why should I trust you? Naruto asked with a glare. Once I give you the information, you'll see I can be trusted, Tayuya said, staring at the blonde intently. Before either could ponder this too deeply, a scream roared out. Followed by a haunted cry of Ukin. Brother. He roared as he looked up at his elevated brother being held up by a large clump of sand. Both quickly took on the form of Oni. Sakin thrashed against the sand as Ukin clawed upon it. Gaara suddenly rose from the snow, slowly forming out of the sand. Once fully formed, he kicked the brother into the clump. A wad of sand followed Ukin as he hit the clump that held his brother. The clump quickly formed around the screaming two. Shame you were nothing special. Gaara lectured as he lifted one arm towards the two. If you both had used your full power instead of playing around, we may have had a good fight. Luckily, you have each other. Everyone has someone, they say, their other half. This got me thinking, what if we could merge those halves? Let's try. Double sand coffin. The sand compressed slowly, first crushing the two together before compressing smaller and smaller, crushing each of their bones and killing both in agony. As Gaara finished his and turned towards the two, a shaky guy and Kakashi appeared on the roof, backing Naruto. Seems I'll have to wait. You owe me a fight, Uzumaki. He whispered as he turned into sand, disappearing from the battlefield. Naruto frowned as Tauya raised her hands above her head. He quickly pulled some wire from a pouch on his hip, binding her hands together. One night out drinking, and you're already tying up young ladies. I'm so proud. Quite youthful indeed, yet somewhat naughty. Guy roared. Shut up, Kakashi-sensei. You too, old bushy brows. You are the worst, ya know. Naruto roared indignantly. He was so done with today. Naruto's POV Leaf Camp. Land of Iron. Naruto stared at the bound to Yuya as she was carried off by the Leaf Anbu, likely to be questioned or interrogated based on her behavior. The woman had claimed to be on their side, having intended to flee her master. He knew nothing of her or why she had chosen to surrender to him. Or he hadn't before the woman had mouthed to him as she was taken away by cousin. Naruto was aware most Uzumaki were redheads but was unsure if he should trust her word. It would explain why she placed her faith in him, the leaf by proxy, of course. His mother had explained after the Uzumaki's homeland and main force was destroyed during the Third Great Shinobi War, they had spread throughout the elemental nations, hiding from those who sought to kill them and seeking new homes. So he supposed it could be accurate, but how would he know? He would have to ask his mother once he arrived back in the leaf. For now, he watched as Kakashi and Guy drunkenly climbed down the roof. Both apparently forgot they could walk down sheer surfaces using chakra control. It was amusing in a pathetic way. Before suddenly, Kakashi seemed to gain control of his body again, easily sliding down the wall. Guy, enraged by his apparent coolness, attempted the same. Unfortunately, he had not yet suddenly gained sobriety like his rival. Instead, he fell face first with a crash. Kakashi and Naruto flinched at the impact. Is he gonna be alright? Naruto asked with pity. It's supposed to be bad for you to land on your head like that, ya know. He's the most thick-headed man I've ever met. I'm confident he's fine, Kakashi replied, still slightly slurring. Ha, my Riba Eva surpassed you at last, Guy brokenly said. Just fine, see, Kakashi said merrily as he led the blonde away from the broken man. Now, you should get some rest. I don't need you getting into any more trouble. Nay, also, be ready by 8 in the morning to head back to the leaf. Huh, why? Naruto asked, confused. I have special training for the 3 of you this month. It needs to be done there. Kakashi replied vaguely. Okay, Naruto replied, slightly annoyed but knowing better than to push the odd man once he had made up his mind. Good night then. Unless you need me to tuck you in, Kakashi taunted. Naruto merely glared at him as he stomped back to the shared cabin for all of the Leaf Genin males, most of whom were asleep. The large room was fitted with a roaring fireplace that seemed to have no fuel except a seal that appeared to smoke beneath it, and a litany of bunk beds on both sides. Naruto silently crept through the large room full of some of his only friends, not wanting to disturb their rest. Painfully, his bunk was at the end of the room. As such, he had to slowly tiptoe over. He silently climbed into his bunk. Noticing he happened to be bunked next to Shikamaru, he slipped into the bed under the cover. He sighed in relief as he relaxed fully into the bed. It wasn't incredible, but it was undeniably comfortable after a hard day. His eyelids closed off the moonlight, welcoming the warmth provided by his bed. It would be a comfortable sleep for the days to come as he yawned for a final time, his eyelids closing. He felt the need to open his eyes, but as he opened them, he saw a face upside down looking at him. It was only the practice of not disturbing his mother's sleep that stopped him from screaming in terror. You're rather loud even when trying to be stealthy. A trait of a poor ninja. Dickless, Sai said sweetly to the blonde. Naruto blinked once, twice, 3 times to ensure he was seeing this correctly. Checked his ears to make sure he heard correctly. Lastly, he looked around the room, ensuring he might not have been talking to anyone else. Once this was all decided, he sighed a sigh of a weary elder before attempting to launch himself at the strange man Shikamaru had told him of. He had warned him he was odd and often unintentionally rude, but he was downright trying to make him pissed. I'll kill you, creepy bastard. Naruto screamed whispered. Why the hell can't I move? Shadow possession successful. Sorry, I was keeping an eye on him. He tends to make a poor first impression, and with you, I figured it might lead to a brawl. Naruto glared at both. You're lucky I'm tired. In the exams, I'll kick both your asses. Till then, Shikamaru sighed as he released his jutsu. Sai, please be silent. I want to discuss something with Naruto without him trying to kill you. Sure thing, pineapple. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered with a frown. Naruto, after what happened, I'm sorry it must be a lot. Yeah, I knew there was always a chance people would find out. I was kinda hoping by the time it did, I'd be such a great shinobi they wouldn't even mind. Guess people will like me less. Naruto replied with a slight frown. Naruto, I hate to say this, but I've been asking Sai and Tenten a bit about Jinchuriki. We're quite knowledgeable dickless, Sai added with a friendly smile. Can't decide if you creep me out or piss me off. Maybe both, Naruto growled. Both of you shut up, Shikamaru replied with a frown. Well, from what we heard, Jinchuriki has a terrible representative. Often treated like something less than human. And the leaf, well, the Kyuubi attack wasn't that long ago. I'm fearful there may be significant pushback. So what? Naruto replied with a roll of his eyes. I've never been a popular guy anyway. This is different, they're going to be incredibly upset, Shikamaru explained. If they feel so upset, they can take it up with me, Naruto said with a full-on scowl. Despite your dumb pride, I want you to know you can count on me, and by extension, my annoying teammates. Shikamaru paused as Sai waved as if just being introduced. Show him it, Sai. Sai quickly dropped from the bed head first, landing on his hands with incredible grace and skill. He pushed up from this impressively and landed on his feet. This, Sai started as he pulled a seal from a nearby pouch of his. As a basic chakra flare seal, commonly used for long-distance subtle communication. If you flare this at any time, our own corresponding seals will flare as well. Using this, you can summon us for help if you need it. Shikamaru finished. It may seem ridiculous bu. Fine, Naruto said, confused. Why would I need it though? Sure, the beast might be inside me, but it isn't me. Why would people blame me? Just take it, being your friend can be such a drag, Shikamaru said. At this quiet declaration, he rolled over to sleep. It was made clear he was done discussing it. Sai quickly leapt back into his bed. Somehow, he barely made a sound even when landing. Naruto stared at the roof of his bottom bunk in silent consideration. While he felt Shikamaru was overreacting, he had always trusted the slothful genius and figured it didn't hurt to be prepared. Though he must admit his words made him feel nervous to go home, surely his people could see the true him. Naruto's path traversing Hidden Leaf Village main gate. With a smaller group and less important personnel, the travel back to the Leaf was done with relative ease. The group traveled in loose formation towards the Leaf at the speed most genin were comfortable with. Naruto appreciated the time to reflect on recent events a bit more. He had been subtly hiding from his friends at the front of the pack, his stamina levels to absurd degrees. But he wasn't surprised when Neji and Ino appeared, both looked somewhat frustrated. Blondie, where the hell have you been? We haven't had a chance to talk about recent events. Ino ranted, jumping in front of the blonde and traversing backward to face him. She had come a long way since the beginning. Now, they easily rival Neji and Naruto. You're right about that, but that's how shinobi break their necks, Neji remarked, joining them at Naruto's side. He was a genius and had grown shockingly quickly in the 3 months. You really should have sought us out. You knew, Naruto asked. I had an idea. You were powerful, but no one should be able to tank my gentle fist, let alone somehow last against an S-rank missing ninja while he casually smacked Ino and me down. Naruto paused with an oddly pensive face. I would have told you both in time. I am not one to judge someone else branded at birth without their consent. Neji reasoned darkly. It certainly was shocking, but it changes nothing. You single-handedly shouldered my wrath and showed me not to simply accept what life has given me. I will not shame myself by forgetting who offered to aid my clan. Thanks, man, Naruto said, simply beaming at the Hyuga. Listen, I really love to see you two get along, it's adorable. But why the hell have you been avoiding us after the second exam? Ino said sweetly. Naruto wasn't fooled by her kind demeanor. She was intelligent. Her study of psychology had made her a lie detector of sorts. Well, only with him. Apparently, he was full of tells. I haven't been avoiding you too. Naruto asked somewhat honestly, slightly confused about why she was upset. I'll kill you, Blondie, Ino promised darkly. You left the party unannounced last night, leading Guy and Kakashi to go searching, Neji announced. Then didn't return until late into the night. I attempted to stay up to talk to you but fell asleep. My bad guys, seriously. Had a run-in with the sand creep again. Then we were attacked by 2 weirdos. Except for the lady weirdo who surrendered to us, she claimed to work for that damn snake bastard. Naruto explained. Interesting. I heard Sasuke and Yuno Uchiha were attacked as well, Neji added, pondering the recent events. 4-leaf shinobi targeted by Orochimaru once again. Ino complained. We have enough problems without some murderous creep trying to kill us. HMPH, if I see him, I'll kill him for almost killing the 3rd Hokage. Naruto declared. That old man needs to hold on till I can take his hat. Naruto, you must speak more elegantly when talking about the Hokage, ya know. Neji mocked the blonde with a smirk. I'm just honest, ya know. Hey, that's my line. Don't be a damn copier loser. Naruto yelled. Honestly strange, Ino grumbled. Hey, their group was interrupted as the leader of the group of returning shinobi waved his hand, signaling their arrival at the gate of the village hidden in the leaves. The group shifted into a tight formation. 2 Anbu and the Junin sensei were students who were either returning to train or mourning their failure. The genin were at the back, watched by several Anbu hidden in the forest. A home defense corps of Anbu had been formed, and the members' identities were hidden even more than most Anbu corps. They worked outside the walls, considered the first line of defense against any pursuer. The mysterious squad is being dubbed the Phoenix Corps. As they walked in, the civilians cheered at their arrival. Such was tradition for exams held outside the safety of the walls, the odd custom being used as some measure of celebration for the survivors. Not that they would celebrate with me, Naruto thought darkly to himself. More subtlety is a way to mourn those who would never return. Even Naruto had heard there was always death during the Chunin exams. This one had not been different. They cheered despite that, happy to see so few missing. The cheering continued even for the genin. Until Naruto, Ino, and Neji crossed through the gates. Their gaze landed on him, studying and memorizing each and every eye-catching detail painfully in their mind. The recollection and news of the nine tails seemed to echo within them, reminding them of who he was, eyes dilating and fixating upon his form. He felt like some object at the museum getting stared at by the people. Slowly, the gazes became hostile, silent threats, narrowed eyes, snarls, and recognition. They were all there. Still, he continued pretending not to notice them, almost feeling responsible for everything because of their gazes. There was a howl, and some people just fainted upon remembering that night, realizing a breathing proof of that nightmare walked among them. Naruto kept his walk steady. He raised his guard and did his best to ignore the tension. Soon, the silence was broken, some glasses breaking, some people falling down. They spoke in whispers like speaking some secret in the ears, some worse than others, seeping honeyed voices, poison subtly dripping from their words. Naruto felt his stomach tie in knots as the common folk of his home let their voices be heard. Demon. One whispered. Kyuubi was alive all this time, Lord Fourth lied. Another asked, seemingly disturbed. The tailed filth survived. Wishish. There was an audible struggle as those most sensible silenced the man. Not out of morality. No, they wished to avoid being associated with such. This damn trash. Another screamed. Seemingly, the first yell had set up something akin to a chain reaction. Kill it. Shards of glass were launched towards him, missing its mark by a million. I agree, but we can't take the risk. My wife was killed by it. Another whimpered. A mob was forming, a very angry mob. People lost rationality, overcome by feelings, and a combined thought spreading across the people, surging across the area. The discussions grew louder and louder, and the tension in the air became more and more unbearable. Naruto flinched at the open discussion of him. Quickly, it became frenzied screams. Most of them cried out in anger or anguish at his presence. Ino subtly grabbed his hand, offering her support. Neji stepped closer as well, openly frowning at the unfolding events. But Naruto barely noticed. He had always known his secret was one to be kept, but never imagined this level of hate would be water from the broken dam. He barely heard the whistling in the air, turning to see a beer bottle thrown at him. So shocked was he that it nearly hit him in the face before Ino kicked it away. Just like with the screams once someone else did it, it was like an invitation had been given. Trash, shoes, knives, tools, and an assortment of random objects were thrown. Naruto was stunned by this level of hate. What did he do to deserve all of this? But Ino, Neji, Kakashi, and various other shinobi interfered. Deflecting the debris, Anbu appeared, wrangling the more rowdy villagers. But Naruto could only tremble as he realized many shinobi around him had not moved to defend him. He may not have known them, but his comrades would have let the crowd pummel him. Before any more pandemonium could start, a large puff of smoke exploded next to Naruto, coating the area around him in smoke. Suddenly, Naruto saw his mother, who stood amongst the smoke. Ino and Neji were perplexed by her arrival. Naruto, with me, it's time to talk. Things are changing, sweetie, Kushina said with a smile, almost reassuring him then and there. Thank you too so much. Kushina offered to Ino and Neji, who nodded hesitantly, still shocked by the hate directed at their teammate. With that, Kushina grabbed Naruto, pulling him close and puffing away with another body flicker. Why would they do this to him? Ino asked miserably, looking at Neji. People always judge people for things they can't help. I know that better than anyone. Neji answered with a fierce scowl. We need to help him somehow. Simply be there and respect his process. Kakashi chimed in, walking up to the two. He was covered in trash, showing he had been active in defense of Naruto. He's gonna go through things. It will likely affect him greatly. We can only offer to be there and respect his boundaries. Kakashi said, his voice somber. They never recognize the greats, do they, Obito? He asked sadly to himself. He didn't notice Ino and Neji locking eyes and nodding. Kushina's pav nearby alleyway, Hidden Leaf Village. Kushina should have known this day would come. As hard as they tried to hide the truth, it had merely been a matter of time before it came to the surface. She had discovered it while she was out shopping once. Several whispered about him. Rumors flying, even though they didn't expect she was one as well yet. Merely being the mother of one seemed to be worthy of ostracizing. Oh, it was subtle at first. People left restaurants on her arrival. Some crossed the street to avoid her path. The quiet whispering that surrounded her. But in truth, she cared little. All she had needed at one time had been Minato. Now, all she needed was to take care of their child. She knew she would have to be diligent in guiding Naruto through this. It was unfortunate that he had experienced it so openly and violently. She would ensure any repeat attempt was met with the response it warranted. Naruto was obviously overwhelmed, as he was unusually silent. He merely sighed and sat back on the ground in the alley, holding his head in his hands. What the hell? He remarked to himself. Naruto, I gotta be honest with you, son. That's gonna be normal for a while. I'm sorry, son. Kushina said morosely. But why? Naruto asked simply. It's something that has always been. The tailed beast were powerful immortal creatures, usually able to smash mountains in their wake. Eventually, the first Hokage had formed the idea of harnessing it. He was uniquely able to suppress them using his famed wood style. He captured them and, in collaboration with our founder, Ashira Uzumaki, created Jinchuriki. Kushina explained. Why did he even need them? Naruto asked. Before him, there had been decades of bloodshed between clans throughout the lands. Hashirama was the next in line for the Senju, a powerful clan known as one of the strongest. Their position led them into battle often. He grew remorseful over the bloodshed, as did his fellow friend and bitter rival Madara Uchiha. The two clans formed together and used their united influence to unite the clans of the old elemental nations. This group eventually formed the village hidden in the leaves. Soon, the new powerful village gained support from the Lord of the Land of Fire. This new powerful organization inspired those who wished to be free of their influence to form their villages throughout the lands, leading to the current configuration of the 5 great hidden villages. Kushina continued. But even with this new peace, the villages were quick to scrap amongst one another. Hashirama, while happy with his home, still ached for peace. As such, he quickly gathered the 9-tailed beasts and found willing sacrifices to contain the Jinchuriki. Each village, now holding a beast, had a powerful asset to use carefully. He figured with them it would encourage peace. He failed, Naruto said sourly. He did indeed. The beasts before that were considered monsters from another realm with no sane minds. There isn't another being like them in the entire world, often causing chaos wherever they went. As such, the people learned to hate them, and shockingly enough, they couldn't accept such powerful creatures could be sealed into a human. They considered them puppets of the beast and treated them as such. To this day, it continues. It's a lot to deal with, I know. But we gotta keep our heads up and avoid them. Doesn't matter what people think. Kushina finished with an uneasy smile. But, I want to make more friends. Maybe a family one day, Naruto countered uneasily. You still can, Kushina assured. Is that why I don't get to know how my father is? Naruto asked coldly. Naruto, Kushina whispered. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I just don't know what to think right now. Naruto said as he stood and marched out into the alley, wanting some time to think things through. As he did, Kushina ran forward to ensure he was safe. Her fears were established further once she heard screams of terror. She ran into the street and saw a small crowd around Naruto. Kushina forcibly shoved her way through the crowd to get to her son. Gasping, she saw a man race forward towards him. Naruto, so distracted by the upset public, was caught off guard as a random shunin punched him in the back of the head. The sneak attack knocked him off his feet. Naruto raised himself angrily. Ticked off by the sneak attack, he lurched forward, attempting to punch the man. He froze, though, as screams of terror sounded off at his response. He looked around, confused. He had been attacked. Why were they fearful of him? The Chunin had no such problem and raced forward with a kunai intent to attack Naruto further. Understanding dawned on him. He didn't retaliate as scraps of food and rocks were thrown at him while an enraged mother beat the Chunin to a pulp. People did call him thick-headed or not rational enough to solve problems, but he knew retaliating was not a solution. Liberty. One word that once seemed so disposable was not available to him now. He had to grow up. He could not be brash. He had to resolve this situation. He understood that. He could not rush it. He had to somehow show them the difference. He could not claim to understand the pain of loss they faced that day, the fear of the battle that undertook them. The strings of fate tightened its grip. The 4th Hokage passed a responsibility to him in the twilight of his life. He could not understand that pain, but as a human, he could empathize with the village. He could understand why they were upset. He understood it was not purely a curse he had been given but a duty. It was slowly draining him, taking something out of himself. His mother crashed into the crowd, circling around him, finally getting through the crowd crouched protectively around him, with a red cloak gathering around her, looking furiously at the crowd after seeing the injuries his blank form had sustained while she was trying to break through them as they backed off seeing the foreign chakra enveloping her. The warnings by Fu, threats, and offers by Gaara were that the situation was getting worse, and he was at the center of it all. He was not whole anymore, the atmosphere was suffocating. He couldn't accept to be like that. He understood what Gaara meant when he saw his mom. They were predators. He hugged his mom before she pounced on them, crying silently, please, stop. You don't have to do this. The chakra receded, and they were transported into a secluded place. She fell down on her knees, but he caught her frame, still hugging her in the process. One broke down, or maybe two. One was still too young to fully understand what had happened to him. You can't do this every time something like this happens. I'm big enough to handle myself, ya know. He said with a smile, and she understood the meaning. She would back down for now, but she was unsure she could let it go permanently. Foxes are experts at hiding. He was good at it from birth, and he understood that now. I'm sorry, son, you know I can be a bit bullheaded, ya know. Kushina said, rubbing the back of her head similar to the way Naruto often did. He supposed he understood it better than most. But as his clone walked off with his mother, Naruto stalked off resolutely, deciding to spend some time considering things. Things had just taken a turn for the worse. Naruto's path, Forest of Death, Hidden Leaf Village. He panted as he continued to run. Eyes darted from side to side, panting heavily as he ran on his top speed. He had run until he encountered a vast fenced-off forest. Typically, he was fearful of places like this, but he was in no mood to be disturbed and figured, at worst, he could deal with some animals. With this declaration in mind, he raced through the forest. Naruto quickly discovered it was no ordinary forest. Even in his disturbed state, he considered turning back as he dodged a lunge from a comically large ant. Kicking over a large plant that attempted to wrap him up in vines. He landed on the water with a panicked gaze and jumped as a large fish attempted to swallow him whole. God damn it, I'm just trying to think. Naruto roared into the forest. With a growl, he landed on a tree and drew his blade. Piss off. Uzumaki style. Seafoam slices. He sliced through the air, sending small bundles of chakra blades through it. Cutting through the large ant, the vines of the plant, and the large fish who had attempted one last dive to eat him. He watched as they fell before body flickering away to leave the corpses to whatever would eat them. He assumed the plant based on its odd hiss and the rustling of more approaching vines. He arrived at a small clearing. He landed into it, shrugging off his jacket and leaving him in his orange shirt, which he often wore beneath. The back was marked with the kanji Uzumaki in red. He sighed as he raced forward and struck with his fist. Shit. He roared as his fist lodged into the tree, the entire thing shaking as he hit it. He growled as he ripped it out, causing the tree to collapse. He fell to the ground. It's just not fair. Naruto roared. Life rarely is kid. A deep voice countered. Naruto sighed heavily in disbelief. I don't have the energy for any more fighting. If you're just here to beat, get it over with, just know I won't let myself die here. Naruto said coldly. Geez, a real sad sap. The voice countered. Can you at least turn and face me while we talk? I'm not in the damn mood to talk. So screw off. Naruto declared. His patience now thinned as the odd man pushed him further. Well, you said I could hit you. The voice countered before Naruto felt a body-shaking blow hit him, sending him skidding across the clearing. Kind of pathetic, but I can sadly relate. Naruto raised with a growl, facing a long, white-haired, tall, old man. Unknowing faced off against Jiraiya of the Sannin. His body flickered forward in an attempt to blitz him and punch him. But the man merely caught his punch and hauled him upwards. Thought you were too tired to fight. By the way, while the body flicker allows you to move much faster than even Junin, it is limited by your ability to react. So it won't allow you to blatantly land a blow on someone as great as me. He slammed him into the ground with one hand. Let's not fight, kid. Talk to me. To his credit, Naruto was relatively unharmed, showing off his durability. He casually asked, why should I? Seems you could use it. Looking pretty torn up and pathetic right now. Jiraiya replied with a smile. Naruto growled but soldiered through the insult. Knowing responding would only make him look childish. Maybe I do. How would you know anything useful? You are Leaf, right? Well, you have nothing to lose, right? And, of course, Jiraiya countered as he sat on the ground across from the blonde. He flashed his headband at the blonde, who noticed it was marked with oil, though he was unsure how he knew the man was no threat. Naruto rearranged himself to sit across from the man. Fair enough. You're a bastard, ya know. Naruto replied, annoyed. It takes one to know one. Now go ahead and tell me your tale, Jiraiya said merrily. Naruto pondered leaving, but the man seemed the type to follow. Naruto could somehow tell he did not follow social norms. I've known I was a Jinchuriki for a long time. I can feel Kyuubi all the time. A dark presence at the back of my mind. Powerful darkness somewhere deep inside my body. I knew it made me different and made it hard to befriend people. After all, it's hard to make friends when you can't trust them. I'd always worry once the few friends I had found out, I'd be left alone. But I managed to find people who accepted it. Hell, I even found others like me. I almost felt okay about what I am. Then that weird Ecom bastard exposed it to everyone. He seems to want to kill my mom and me simply for being Uzumaki. When the weird bastard is one himself. Some of them stood with me even with the knowledge in mind. Yet others who didn't care about me before suddenly seemed alerted by me. The samurai showed detestation towards me, and the villagers were more similar. For choices I never would have made, I've become a pariah. Worse yet, my mom's going into full defensive mode. She just plans to kick their ass, and don't get me wrong, I love her for it. But I'd like to one day earn their trust and respect. Figure if I become Hokage, and that'll do it. Can't do that if they hate me, but it might be too late. Oh, not to mention my mom, who's willing to bleed for me and won't tell me who my father is. Or why I became a Jinchuriki when she was already one. Instead, she'll only tell me if I pass the exams. How is it fucking fair? Oh, and a group of S-rank shinobi is interested in capturing me. Naruto asked angrily. That is quite a bit for a guy to have on your mind. Would you like the advice sequentially, and if so, how blunt do you want me to be? Jiraiya replied casually. That means, in a logical order or something. Naruto wondered out loud. And I prefer blunt things, I guess. No need to sugarcoat it at the end of the day. Mostly, and alrighty then. Jiraiya started while pulling out a pipe and lighting it in a way similar to the third Hokage. Don't tell the old cage I smoke, would you? Wouldn't do for him to know he rubbed off on me. He inhaled smoothly before exhaling with a sigh. I can't say I can fully relate to your burden being a Jinchuriki. I've met some throughout the years, and many were miserable. Powerful without a doubt, but usually miserable. But I've lived a long life full of failures, so I can relate to self-resentment. I've found it does little to worry too much about winning people over. Jiraiya continued. So I should just accept being hated. How can I achieve my dream like that? The Hokage is beloved by everyone. Naruto countered. No, of course not, but you realize the Hokage becomes the Hokage because they are beloved. You don't earn it after the fact. Jiraiya chided. Instead, you should aim to be the best man you can be. Once you've grown enough, you'll find achieving your dreams to be a natural thing. So how do I become a better man then? Naruto asked with a raised brow. Not for me to decide. People have to decide who they are for themselves. It's only right to do so. Jiraiya replied with ease. Cop out the answer, Naruto said sourly. Seems so, I know. But you must experience the world for yourself. Form values off of what you've learned to treasure. Form morality off of what you've learned to be wrong. And if you plan to lead the village, what will you lead it? Will you conquer the world? Jiraiya questioned. What? No, just maintain peace. Naruto protested. What about growth? Jiraiya continued questioning. Growth? You mean like economically? Well, that's one aspect. Large villages like that are expected to grow at a rate that coincides with population growth. As well as social growth. As I said, becoming knowledgeable, wise, and tempered, a man people simply cannot deny, is worthy of praise. Luckily, you have a few in your corner more than some are given. You'll have to shoulder it. I assure you, if you move with guts, you'll make it through. Naruto was silent at this, seeing some logic in his words, but not feeling it fully yet. He still had more problems. Now, about the groups following you, I know 2 guys hunting Ikam. He'll be lucky to survive if they catch them. Nothing escapes their eyes. Jiraiya responded merrily, thinking of a particular Uchiha duo. As for those other guys, I know a few guys keeping an eye on them. It's easy to be overwhelmed, but remember, you can deal with these things with time. Break them down, form a plan, and enjoy the little things in the meantime. Life is rarely fair, but we have no choice but to live it. We should strive to improve it for ourselves and those we care about. What about other people? Naruto posed earnestly. Well, we can only do so much, Jiraiya said nervously. But I support attempting anyway. See, I hope to find peace one day. Once I find it, I'll try to give it to someone else. That sounds nice. What led you to pursue that? Naruto asked, somewhat interested. A story I was told and a prophecy, one I intend to uphold. Jiraiya counters simply. Naruto rolled his eyes at the odd man. What are some details? I also don't believe in prophecy, or fate, or whatever. We can always change the way things are. Naruto asked sarcastically. Ah, I do as well. I simply use it as a frame to achieve my dream. If it is true, it would be nice. Naruto was silent, pondering the conversation, unable to think of a response. He looked up to see the strange man gone. He wondered where he had gone or why he had even offered him the advice. Jiraiya watched on sadly as Naruto seemed to silently contemplate things. From what Kushina had told him, he was a spunky boy with a heart of gold and a strong will. He could see it even in this stressed state. Not many would have a conversation like that while so emotionally exhausted. He would have the chance to aid him further soon enough. It was quickly time to earn his title of godfather. Ino's Pav, Yamanaka residence, Hidden Leaf Village. Daddy, it was terrible. They were trying to hurt him just because he's a Jinchuriki. Ino complained. I was shocked, too, but he's been a nice guy. How could they treat him like that? Ino had quickly stormed home and cornered her father in the storeroom of their flower shop. Her mother had heard her side and offered her support. It may aid her in her bid to gain her father's aid. It's complicated, dear. I don't mind him, but I feel tension around him. Inochi explained with a nervous smile. He raised his hands in surrender upon Ino's eyes, whipping him in accusation. Now, sweetie, I don't mean it like that. Merely Kyuubi has caused a lot of pain over the years. Civilians don't understand how a human can contain it without it somehow taking over. They don't think of it logically and cannot accept the perceived threat he may be. On the other hand, Shinobi was likely involved in the Kyuubi attack or lost someone in the process. Especially as trained killers, they tend to be more upfront about a threat. They get a group like that together and start to whip themselves into a frenzy. Slowly growing more outlandish as people outdo each other to rally more support. It's not pretty, baby, but it's how it is. Inochi offered. Can't we offer our support as a clan? Ino asked incredulously. I understand why you ask, dear. But as much as I would love to help him, we can't afford to. Inochi said sadly. I can't afford to. Ino screamed back at the man. She didn't mean to be so angry, but she was desperate to help her friend. He didn't deserve the treatment he was receiving. You have to try to understand, sweetie. Jinchuriki may be hated, but they have always been political tools. If someone were to influence Naruto, they could wield a power that could overpower Kage. As such, there are firm rules against any group making moves towards them. If our clan suddenly offered backing, it would be seen as a power play by our clan. The other clans would likely revolt against us, and we could even face banishment. Inochi explained. So we just let him suffer? Of course not, dear, we must convince many clans to support him. Then it will be seen as a group work of sorts. As opposed to use merely aiding him to benefit ourselves. Inoichi explains as he rose and gently moved past his daughter. It's unlikely, though, and I can't help you do so. The burden will be on you if you truly want to help. Please pick your battles wisely. Neji's Pav, Hyuga main house, Hidden Leaf Village. It had been a 2-hour-long argument between him and Hiyashi. Neji had never been someone to move impulsively, yet after seeing his friend discriminated to such a degree, he felt desperate to aid him. He stormed into Hiyashi's office. Suffering a cruel activation of his seal, he had known such was likely and rode out the pain in silence. Once freed of the shameful pain, he launched a request to have the Hyuga support Naruto. It had gone as expected, to Neji's dismay. He knew it was unlikely due to the ramifications of supporting a Jinchuriki, but he needed to at least try. Yet after the failure, he had found himself pacing. He had never been someone to accept failure. But how could he convince the clan? He was merely a branch member. Neji-Nisan, A-, are you okay? Hinata asked nervously, happening to walk into the courtyard he was thinking in. Should I return later? She wondered more nervously as Neji's intense gaze locked onto her. He and Hinata had been training together for a while now. The woman had become somewhat confident to an infuriatingly polite degree. She had shown great skill in a gentle fist but wasn't quite at his level, yet to his shock, she seemed to be creating her own style. She even made her own jutsu to fit it into her preferred style. She would be evasive in combat, using subtle movement and jutsu to slowly shut down her opponent. At any moment, capable of ending the fight at a mere touch if she so pleased. Neji was confident in her chances of becoming the next head now. Hanabi, while still a rival to her, simply couldn't match her outside of pure taijutsu bouts. Her attitude is also slowly becoming more unbecoming of a leader. Though it was doubtless, she wasn't out of the race yet. What she lacked in maturity, she matched it with a shocking level of raw intelligence, even if he convinced Hinata if Hanabi pushed against it. It would likely be meaningless. Hinata? Neji asked quietly. What would it take for Hanabi to support us regarding my teammate? You're referring to Naruto Uzumaki. You've mentioned great things about him. It was heartbreaking to hear how they treated him. But unfortunately, she would likely side with her father. Especially now that I seem to be the more likely candidate. Hinata explained that she fiddled with her fingers as she often did when she was younger. A habit Neji had yet to correct for her. Hinata, you're still developing your own style, right? Neji asked, tapping his chin. Hi. Nowadays, in training, we mostly spar or do chakra exercises. It's difficult for you to help me form my flowing gentle fist. Exactly. What if we offered her the training that allowed you to surpass her? Neji explained. But it wouldn't be as useful as it was for me. We accidentally discovered my own way of fighting. For her, it would merely sharpen what she already has. Hinata said, confused. Precisely. She'll close the gap, but your style will make it meaningless, Neji explained. It will get her on our side without jeopardizing your reign. It feels underhanded to do so, Hinata said. I suppose if it's to help your friend, though. Thank you, Hinata-sama. Neji bowed. No. We decided not to bow. Hinata nervously chastised before bowing as well. Merely showing my appreciation to my future leader, Neji said with a small smile. Jiraiya's path, Forest of Death, Hidden Leaf Village. Jiraiya had intended to leave the boy to his thoughts. A young man should be encouraged to reflect, or so he had been told. He found it hard to understand young people. Ironic since most referred to him as childish, but he struggled to relate to them or understand their thinking. He had expected Naruto to scream, cry, rage, or grieve, but instead, he seemed to meditate while holding a leaf. He had always been interested in his godchild, but seeing him act like his father was odd. Let's start the training early. He was sure Kushina wouldn't mind. He crept closer to the blonde. He noticed he was aware of the area around him. But no mere rookie could detect him. He silently walked behind the blonde, preparing to poke him. How did you get so close to me? Naruto asked, sounding somewhat annoyed. Also, why are you back? Not bad, brat, still would have died, but at least you would have gotten to scream out. Ha, Jiraiya belly laughed at his own joke. Great. Is there something you want? Naruto posed indignantly. Ungrateful little. Patient sage. Jiraiya cleared his throat. I'm here to offer you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The chance to be the student of the great sage Jir. I'm already the star pupil of Kakashi, the copy ninja, Naruto replied blandly. I wouldn't betray sensei like that. He's merely your Junin sensei. It's not unusual to have multiple of them. Besides, Kakashi is alright, but can he do this? Rasengan. Jiraiya roared as he formed a ball of swirling chakra in his hand and raced forward. He slammed the ball through 1, 2, 3 trees. He spun to face the blonde as it dissipated in his hand, with a smirk and a raised brow. Okay, that is undoubtedly cool, but I'm busy. Naruto countered as he focused on the leaf in hand, and suddenly, his chakra flared. The leaf was cut from the middle of the leaf. Damn it, I'm trying to do something specific. I don't have time to learn that move. He then discarded the leaf and grabbed another from the ground. Now, focusing on the leaf again. Jiraiya had to stop himself from gritting his teeth. This was oddly familiar to him somehow. What are you working on that could be more important than my Rasengan? I want to make my own technique. Besides, I feel I might need it for this guy. Naruto started picturing Gaara unharmed by a technique that could cut a boulder in half and was strong enough to take on Genin. I need to win these exams. So you're thinking of a win technique, Jiraiya let his mind drift when he saw a younger Minato who was also focused on making his own technique. It led to the creation of the Rasengan. It could wait for now. How about I help you? What's to say you'll be any help? Naruto posed, wishing the man would leave. Come on, squirt, think about it. My Rasengan is a pure chakra-shaped manipulation technique. If you're gonna make your own jutsu, you need someone well versed in chakra manipulation. Jiraiya boasted subtly, standing taller, as he talked himself up to his unknowing grandson. The first question is, what do you intend for this jutsu to do? Using my wind element would be a good idea since it lends itself well to strong offensive jutsu. It must be able to bypass a massive amount of defense nearly instantly. And I can't afford for it to miss. Naruto explained as he struggled to slice the leaf again. Wise to use your own element. It always uses less chakra and has more of a punch. Something that can't be missed might be best to be close range then. But to bypass a massive amount of defense? Jiraiya asked confusedly. We're talking about Genin here. You're not trying to kill anyone, are you, squirt? No, I used an attack against him. I've seen people cut in half. He tanked it and was unharmed. I need something to set him up, Naruto explained. Set him up. Wouldn't want to smash through his defenses and him before he had time to counter. Setting him up suggests another step. Yes, he seems too good to promise a clean hit. So this first one is gonna be kinda like swordplay. It will smash his defenses and counters, leaving him open to my final hit. Naruto finished grasping his sheathed tanto on his back. Are you sure you have another technique to finish him off? Jiraiya posed. Yes, I haven't found all the secrets of my blade here, Riptide. Naruto explained as he unsheathed the blade in question. But I discovered a while ago that Riptide can store chakras inside it. Once full, I can unleash an attack using most of my chakra without actually using my current chakra. Figure it will be the perfect way to finish him off. My Uzumaki style. Raging wave hits hard. Okay then, so either cut it or smash through it, Jiraiya pondered. What if I could crush it? Naruto asked. What? Kakazu's pav, nearby samurai camp, land of iron. He watched emotionlessly as his cords tore into the new corpse, seeking his heart. He was a good replacement water heart. The rookie had gotten lucky and killed his water heart and beheaded Hidan for being careless. He was an odd red-headed man with a mohawk. They would have let him go who had run into them, but upon seeing their cloaks, he attacked. Screaming something about avenging his master's honor. Initially, he assumed he meant Orochimaru, but now he was confident it was the mysterious Uzumaki Ikum. Both are enemies of their little collective and will aid them if it hurts them. Furthermore, the man wielded axes with absurd cutting ability. His cords could resist chakra-enforced steel, even elemental flow, yet somehow, they cut through them once the man activated his seals, turning him into a jutsu-proof man with blades that could cut them in half. Certainly impressive in its way, he supposed. He was happy to see he would make some profit from this. But he had not been near enough to kill him nor Hidan. He did hope, though death did stick with his infuriating partner. Damn it, you old bastard, reattach my head. Hidan roared as he carried his head over. Do you know how freaky it is to talk without a throat? It makes no sense. If I do reattach your idiotic head, will you be silent? Or will I have to shut your lips shut? Kakazu asked angrily. Fine, but just know one day your ass is going to Jashin. Only if I'm unlucky, Kakazu complained as the threads grabbed the head and quickly sewed it back on. The skin, once fastened together, seemed to simply heal instantly. The threads of Kakazu released themselves from him once they did, before it suddenly shut Hidan's mouth while lifting him in the air so he couldn't fight back. Hopefully, that works for a while. Hidan was let go once the job was done. The man painfully grunted as he attempted to free his lips from one another. The grunts are just as annoying, but at least it sounds like it hurts. Kakazu marched forward a bit, forming a hand sign as he felt for chakra signatures on the level of the tailed beast. Only to discover the 5 had become 3. Those 3 were relatively powerful and well guarded as they were all together. As the leader cautioned, Hidan and he would likely have to leave them be. The leader would want to know of this and Ikam's meddling. This wasn't going to be good for business. Lifuzu had no response, his soul long having left his body. Naruto Kushina's Pav Uzumaki residence, Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto supposed he must be more stressed than he had realized. He rarely slept in, simply being too energetic for such. Furthermore, he loved the old leather couch in his living room. Apparently, it was one of the few things his father ever splurged on, but he never slept in it. He also rarely slept outside his beloved pajamas Kushina had given him on one of his birthdays, yet he collapsed on the couch in his dirty clothes after training. He supposed his mother sensed his mood because she merely let him be. Naruto felt terrible but was honestly too tired to think about it much. He had whatever training Kakashi had for him, a jutsu to invent, exams to ace, and villagers to win over. His plate wasn't complete, it was buried. With this affecting the blonde, he lazily rose from the couch with a stretch. He was thankful as he smelled eggs being cooked in the kitchen. His mother had never missed a meal and was proud of it. He silently padded down the hall of his home. First, he passed his mother's room, formerly an office of his father's. She had made it her own upon his death. This led Naruto to pass the old bedroom his mother and father shared. Now sealed, only his mother entered once a month to clean it. He passed his own room, currently in the constant disarray he had left it in. Finally, he arrived in his own bathroom. He sighed as he pulled out a toothbrush, and his mind whirled with the look on the villagers' faces as they admonished him. He looked up at the mirror blearily as he began brushing his teeth. He froze as his gaze focused on the visage of the mirror. He saw himself, same face, same hair, same whiskers, staring back at him. But it lacked the toothbrush in his mouth. Instead, the poor copy smiled back cruelly. As quickly as the vision appeared, it faded. Naruto continued brushing his teeth, focusing his mind on training as opposed to recently figuring he must be out of it. He finished brushing his teeth, and he washed his face and body. Then, he toweled off and walked into his room to change. He threw off his tattered clothing and replaced it with a more subtle outfit. It lacked his regular orange and black jacket. Instead, he wore a dark blue hoodie raised over his blonde locks, as well as a black pair of thick utility pants littered with pockets. It was an outfit he rarely wore but felt it might be best for the present climate. Less noticeable than his regular get-up. Another subconscious sigh escaped the blonde as he walked into the dining room. He saw that his mother had already set breakfast for the two and was slowly eating it. He sat as well with a quiet thank you. The two silently dug into the meal prepared by Kushina. Naruto wanted to say something to break the tension, but his tired mind offered no adequate method. Luckily, his mother seemed more daring than he. Sweetie, I'm sorry for yesterday. It hasn't been easy raising you on my own. Even less so when I have to play both roles. I just lose it when people act like that towards my baby. You're all I got. Kushina explained sadly. Of course, I'm not forgetting Kakashi or Makoto, ya know. They are family too. Kushina was interrupted by a small chuckle from the blonde. Naruto's mother often rambled when nervous or uncomfortable. The only time one would dare call the fiery woman meek. While it was not his trademark ecstatic laughing, it made Kushina smile. Naruto shook his head with a small smile at her. Mom, I get it. I don't blame you. It even makes me happy to know you have my back in this. But I don't want things to stay this way. Naruto explained tiredly as he ate with the enthusiasm of a 5-year-old with a plate full of broccoli. That's why I tried to stop them, Kushina started. I don't want things to be that way either. Naruto countered before she could finish. I know they're being unfair. It hurts me and pisses me off. It makes you want to protect me. Kushina frowned at the look of troubled contemplation on the blonde's face. But I want to prove them wrong. And I want to do it the right way. If I keep working and don't lash out, they'll see they're wrong about me. After all, I will be the Hokage one day. I need to earn their love and trust. Naruto said with a slight smirk as he rinsed his plate and left it in the sink to soak. He was ready to get on with his day and face the troubles it may bring. XX. Kushina's POV. Kushina was stunned by her son yet again. He had nearly spoken the words his father had told her years ago. I may not have a reputation yet, but I will be Hokage soon. First, I'll earn their trust, then their love. I have to do things the right way, Kushina. Her bout of sudden nostalgia was broken by a silent gasp from Naruto. She turned to see what had bothered him to such a degree. Only to match his gasp with her own as she saw what waited in front of their home. The building in front of them was a rather popular grocery store. Somewhere, she and Naruto had been shopping for years. Popular due to the large billboard on the front facing the street showing their often very competitive prices. Instead of showing any such deal, it was blank except for a message painted roughly on it. It read something that made Kushina growl in fury. Naruto Uzumaki is a demon. Kushina Uzumaki is a demon. Ino Yamanaka is a demon whore. Kushina could feel her rage build as she prepared to tear down the board with her bare hands. Not only did they insult her and some other young lady, but they had the gall to insult her child as well. Before she could launch off, though, she felt her son's gaze land on her. She flinched as she remembered yesterday. And with a considerable effort, she relaxed herself. Naruto offered a fragile smile at this as he marched on. Kushina was frozen as she watched her son leave their home. Various people whispered as he walked by. Some even physically distanced themselves from him. Yet he casually walked. It looked as if nothing bothered him. But as his mother, she had seen the pain in his eyes. He was being hurt, and she couldn't help him. Yet, while she had nearly flown off the handle again, Naruto had taken it maturely and ignored it. Naruto was growing up fast. He was already starting to act like Minato. She had to tell him. She marched off as she sent off their messenger hawk to reach Jiraiya. She would have to wait till tonight to talk to Naruto, so she may as well hear some advice. God, she was going to Jiraiya for advice. Maybe she would ask Makoto, too. The woman always seemed so calm. She raced off to meet with one of the few remaining loyal Uchiha. Kushina knew Jiraiya would have no issue finding her once her message was received. He would offer her advice on how to approach it. She would not continue hiding the truth from her son. Dez's POV nearby Uzumaki residence, Hidden Leaf Village. Precisely. Why am I here, Dez? Shizune asked with a sigh as they watched various police members remove the hateful message from the board. The store owner seemed oddly okay with it being there, but the men insisted they remove anything that openly insulted loyal shinobi. Truthfully, this usually would be left to grunts, but Dez knew this was likely not a one-off situation. Tsunade had informed him via letter of the events of the second exam, warning that there would likely be a substantial amount of unrest and tension. As former mafia members, they knew this would mean an uprising of crime. After all, there would surely be more than a few who felt slighted by not only the lie of the third but also the knowledge that the Kyuubi was among them. With this in mind, Dez intended to get to the bottom and see if there was any cause for concern. Sorry, Dame, Dez started. I'll poison you, Shizune promised darkly. Ma'am, Dez smoothly corrected as he seemed to fidget. While Shizune wasn't the force of nature that was his boss, he knew she was a deadly woman in her own right. He would act wisely for now. He was itching for a smoke but knew Lady Shizune would disapprove of such. But with the unfortunate events, damn it, Dez growled to himself. I need someone to help me with investigating and maybe muscle if shit goes flying, Dez said. The pause he took was noticeable when thinking of Nekomaru's death. But Shizune kindly did not acknowledge it. They both knew how hard it could be to get over the death of the fallen. I see. Of course, just tell me how I can help, Shizune said softly. I may need your help soon, Dez said before he signaled to one of the men, brushing the billboard with a glowing brush. The man dropped down with a bow towards Dez. Go ahead, bastard, Dez barked. Sir, whoever did this wasn't a shinobi, or at least, not a very good one. We found a ladder disposed of nearby. We did get a sample of the paint and are attempting to identify it. We are also looking into where the ladder was purchased, but it will likely take time, sir. The man explained. Damn, it takes a couple of days for the boys in evidence to look into this, Dez complained. It may escalate in the time that'll take. No need for such a long wait. I can tell you the chemical breakdown of the paint. Shizune offered with a small smile. It's not too dissimilar from doing it with poison after all. Should allow us to narrow down the number of stores and the number of customers who had purchased it. That would surely narrow down the list of potential suspects. Thanks, Lady Shizune, you are amazing. Des said excitedly as he pulled out a smoke to celebrate, frowning when Shizune slapped it out of his hand. That will get you to an early grave. Shizune admonished just as her master would have. Lady Tsunade said she liked Naruto, and I can see you could use some aid. Of course, I'll help you. I'm technically a member of the Leaf Police Force as well. Shizune offered. Des merely nodded as he grabbed a sample of the paint used for them to examine at the lab at the station. He sent 2 men to look into where the latter was sent, and he nodded for another man he had told to interview the neighbors. He likely had some information for him now. Sir, unfortunately, none of the neighbors claimed to see anything of note. Furthermore, a solid number of them refused to even speak to us. We believe it's due to not wanting to assist the victims. The man explained nervously as his partner feigned a sigh. Personally, I don't see why we are so concerned with a demon brat. If he gets hurt or leaves, all the better for the rest of us, he stated plainly. Shizune gasped at this while Des merely frowned. Go home, Des stated, clearly infuriated that one of his men was involved in this thinking. Sir, the hateful one asked, as his partner seemed to step back to suggest he was not supporting him. I said go home. I need reasonable people for this assignment. Not biased bastards. Des said firmly. His team around him froze as they watched the angry man stomp off. Silence reigned for a bit before 3 more men left, leaving Des's police force's active units cut in half. Damn it, Des responded honestly. He felt the boss had given him a hell of a task. Naruto's Pav Leaf Streets, Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto did his best to walk calmly and firmly to the meeting place Kakashi had set for him. Apparently, because the 3 of them could end up battling each other, he had formed a special month-long training package for them. Each would be separate, and Kakashi assured them they would receive equal attention. Naruto didn't mind and even wanted to be excited about it. But the stairs were making that seem impossible. He could hear barely whispered insults as he walked past, the shuffling of those who seemingly didn't even want to be on the same side of the road as him, and he could feel them stare whenever he turned away. Some of them were so bold as to stare at him openly. Naruto had never been one to allow people to walk all over him, but he didn't want to make things worse. He never wanted to experience such open hate again, and if he had his way, he would never again. So, despite his rising anger from the treatment, he soldiered on peacefully, determined to not rise to their hate. Perhaps this focused state of mind distracted him enough to make him oblivious, for he crashed into a shoulder and fell to the ground. He looked up to see a group of 3 shinobi facing him. One was an Akamaki, easy to tell due to him being in their standard armor. The large and seemingly sweaty bald man sneered at Naruto from the back of the group, and a skinny, tall woman laughed as well. She looked incredibly fragile and sickly. Messy hair pulled into a ponytail, and her smile seemed more malicious than kind. The leader of the group appeared was an exceptionally handsome man. He had long, flowing dark hair and deep blue eyes. His looks were slightly marred by an ugly, deep red scar covering half his face. He must have been the one Naruto bumped. Hello there, demon. Remember me? The apparent leader of the group said. My name is unimportant, but you can call me master, he said with a cruel smile as his 2 lackeys cackled behind him. Naruto growled as he rose and attempted to stomp past the trio. But stopped as the leader suddenly pulled a kunai and held it in the path of where Naruto aimed to walk. Listen, I'm not in the mood. You hate me, I get it. Just give me time. How about you give me all your money? The leader countered. No, screw off, Naruto replied, simply pushing the kunai out of the way. And marching past the 3. Seems we'll have to show the demon the pecking order now. Humans first. He screamed as his 2 lackeys raced forward. Naruto turned with a sigh as he ducked a slow punch from the Akamaki and tripped the woman as she drew close. The Akamaki threw another wild punch, allowing the blonde to grab his arm and slam him onto the woman. Both groaned in pain as Naruto stared at the leader. Why, you are a demon. The leader said, somewhat shocked. You won't get away with this. You tried to rob me. I don't see what I'm getting away with. Naruto tried to explain calmly. You've killed too many to suddenly play innocent. The leader screamed. Naruto growled but stomped off. Knowing for now, he could not win the man over. Now, he would likely have to avoid the man. He should have given the man the money. He hadn't had much on him, and now he had stoked the fire of their hate. He felt he would be seeing that man again real soon. Single quote. Pav. The leader growled as his 2 friends slowly crawled to their feet. He turned and viciously punched the Akamichi and woman cruelly in their stomachs. Both dropped to the ground and sputtered pathetically. Damn, you two. This was supposed to establish to that demon who the boss is, and you let him casually beat you. I didn't see you jumping in. The Akamaki complained that the large Akamaki was Genin, who had served 10 years. The man was much too lazy to go much further in his career. As such, he simply did simple and easy missions. Preferred to live life without risk. Besides, that monster was faster than you. The Akamichi couldn't finish with the leader kicking him in the face cruelly. Never praise the beast, the Chunin admonished, laying into the large man. The surrounding civilians bristled as several called for help. He witnessed the other genin he had gained attempt to help the injured man. He growled before allowing her to escape as the Anbu arrived with a body flicker. They arrived in a large building where several civilians were loudly arguing. He growled as he allowed the woman to drag off the Akamichi. He would likely need to be convinced not to talk. But they had enough sway to get this done. Besides, there were plenty who did not like the beast. He could be easily replaced. The building rang with activity. Several teens worked diligently, removing destroyed evidence from their little art left for the home of demons to wake up to. A group of shinobi sat at a table laughing at a picture of the graffiti. More civilians argued, seemingly about how to deal with the beast's return and its apparent support by the Hokage. He stalked past them all up into an office. He bowed to the leaders of their recently formed group, organizing them into a force to repel the beast without the Hokage's consent. 3 members of the civilian council. There were plenty who hated the beast, after all. Ino's POV Akamichi compound, Hidden Leaf Village. Ino marched forward toward the home of the Akamichi with a grim frown. She had been the heiress of her clan by default. But truthfully, she never thought much of it. She would one day have to run the clan, but she didn't care much for it at the moment. She had been ecstatic upon her idea of appealing to her clan. Finally, the role she had never wanted could be helpful. But she had been denied outright by her father. Luckily, the man offered her an out. If she managed to convince the heads of their brother clans, the combined support of Akamichi and Nara would allow the Yamanaka to support Naruto without fear of political ramifications. It had been an easy choice from there. Choza was a kind and thoughtful man, one who had always seemed to like her. She figured he would be much easier to convince than the enigmatic and intelligent Shikaku. As such, she marched forward toward their clan. Inoichi had warned them ahead of time of her arrival. While he had not told them why she was coming, they knew she was here to ask a favor. The Akamichi district was different from the others. Meanwhile, the Yamanaka and Nara districts were a series of homes. Or the Uchiha and Hyuga, who owned a plot of land where they built their homes separately from most of them. The Akamichi lived within an extensive series of houses and restaurants. Some of the best cooks in the Leaf Village lived and worked here. Sponsored by the Akamichi, who offered protection and patronage galore in exchange for them eating at a heavily discounted price. This led to it being a destination spot for civilians and shinobi alike. The compound was in a large semicircle with a large building in the center. The bottom serves as a barbecue restaurant named the Lovely Yakiniku, run by both Choza and his wife Nemul. Nemul was a woman outside the clan who was famous for her cooking skills and love of feeding people. Inoichi had described the meeting of the two as enjoyable. According to Choza, he fell in love with her due to her fiery beauty and sublime cooking. Nemul said she fell in love with the man for his warm heart and lively deposition. Ino didn't understand it, but she enjoyed them both, so she never questioned it. She walked into the restaurant and was allowed in by 2 large Akamichis guarding the door. Choza, the big softy he was, never allowed his wife to work without a few shinobi watching over things. So they worked as bouncers at the restaurant. It definitely clashed with the otherwise friendly atmosphere, but Ino supposed that was the way of the Akamichi. She gazed upon the various booths filled with various happy patrons. Each table had a grill and multiple plates filled with food to be grilled and their famous sweet dipping sauce. She walked past these to the customer service desk located in the back. Nemul worked diligently, talking on a phone, and she scribbled into a notebook. The woman almost single-handedly ran this place. Something Ino could respect, considering her odd shift at the flower shop. Ino approached her, seeing the woman's gaze locked onto her. Nemul had intense gray eyes. Her bronze skin seemed almost faultless even as she worked. Her hair was a shade of gray deeper than her eyes, pulled into a bun secured by a chopstick. She nodded at Ino to let her know she had seen her and quickly ended the phone call with a shout to the other caller. Finished her note and slammed it shut before she marched forward towards Ino. She faced her directly face to face, seeming to scan Ino with an eerie focus. Ino, you look even better than last time. Nemul cooed. She suddenly picked Ino up and spun her through the air with ease. Nemul may have been a civilian, but she had always been an oddly bold, strong, and beautiful woman. Ino almost looked up to her, she supposed. I'm not as good as you. I'm sorry, Nemul, but I'm here for something important. Ino said patiently, then hugged the woman back. Nemul's smile shrank for a second before she seemed to shriek with joy. Oh my god, you're like a little politician. I can't stand it. Nemul said, letting Ino go with glee. She was an intense woman in every sense. She never was half-measured in anything. Ino supposed it took a strong woman to be with a shinobi. Follow me, cutie. I'll lead you to my hubby for your talk. Nemul said as she opened a door leading to a staircase to her right. The 2 women climbed the stairs and emerged at the rest of the head Akamichi home entrance. They traversed the homely place, going down a hallway that led to a set of double doors. Hot stuff. Cutie is here. Thanks, Dear, let her in. I'm expecting her. Also, do you need any help? We got a team of academy students for AD rank. Chosa's merry voice called through the doors. Nemul sighed as she opened the large doors with ease. She and Ino entered to see Chosa sipping a beer and signing several documents. He sat behind a large oak desk covered in paperwork. Ino supposed one day, she would be in a similar position. My chefs could use some help. Send them my way, and I'll put them to work. Just don't send me slackers, Nemul complained. Sorry to say it, dear, but please be more gentle with the students. The academy sent a complaint last time saying the students were intimidated. Chosa said in a slightly hesitant voice. Why do they always say that? Who could be scared by someone as beautiful as I? Nemul growled. I have no idea, dear. I'll talk to them, Chosa said in a resigned tone that showed who was truly the boss. Now that Ino thought about it, their wives whipped all three Ino Shikacho heads. Weird. Nemul offered a peck for Chosa and a warm nod towards Ino before marching back down the steps. An oppressive aura followed the woman, showing she was in business mode. I'm sorry about my wife, Chosa chuckled happily. She's a bit of a firecracker, I guess. No worries, sir, Ino replied warmly. It is business, then, Chosa replied, becoming more focused. Well, I must warn you, Ino, I can't be as kind in business even with our relationship with our clan. I may be your best uncle, but I can't compromise on anything that may be negative for my clan. He explained grimly. I'm here to ask your thoughts regarding my teammate, Naruto Uzumaki. There was recently an event that exposed a secret of his, Ino explained. Normally, she was not one for this. While personable, she was never one for formal settings. Nor was she used to dealing with politics. Ino merely focused and thought about every word. While she wasn't sure exactly how she felt about the blonde, he was unquestionably someone important to her. She wouldn't stand idly by while he suffered. I see, Chosa said reluctantly. It was clear to Ino that he had heard the news. And while he didn't show any aggressive body language, he was uncomfortable with the subject. Ino would have to tread lightly if she was to convince the man. It was clear he had intended to stay out of things. I have heard that he is actually a Jinchuriki. Honestly, I respect it. The boy carries a burden I wouldn't wish on many. Plus, my Choji speaks well of him. Why do you ask? If you've heard the news, I'm sure you know the state of things with this new information. They tried to assault him as soon as he arrived. Another tried to hurt him. Even in the land of iron, he was discriminated against. Ino informed. Heartbreaking, Chosa commented earnestly. I have to say, though, what is the point of this topic? Why are you attempting to make me empathize with him? Ino flinched at him so quickly, detecting and calling to light her attempt at persuasion. No worries, your father does it by accident as well. Shikaku occasionally, too. I'm not offended. Sorry, I was hoping you would support the Yamanaka if we offered aid to my teammate, Ino said bluntly, knowing any more subtle attempts of convincing would be useful. I see, Chosa said quietly as he took a large sip of beer. Let me start by saying I feel for Naruto Uzumaki. He saved my Choji, who carried quite a burden, and even Shikaku seemed to like him. That being said, siding with him won't be seen as standing up for those who are being discriminated against. It'll be seen as collecting power. But that is why I intend to convince Shikaku as well. Ino explained. It would help if there were any benefits, Chosa added. As it is, you're asking us to risk a lot for little. I'm asking you to do the right thing and help someone you said just a moment ago helped you, Ino said sharply. She managed to hold in her temper, but she was tired of everyone seeming to think so cynically. You are right, ma'am, Chosa said patiently, not flinching at her show of emotions. But we have more to consider than that. I have to make a decision that serves my family. I cannot risk them for this. Though, Chosa rose from his desk and marched away, turning his back to Ino. This allowed her to see the clan symbol of the Akamichi proudly posted on his back. I do owe him a favor for helping my son, however. So, if you can convince Shikaku, the Akamichi will stand with you. Ino nearly gasped at the decision. While it was doubtlessly kinder than she deserved, it was also a big ask. Shikaku was one she was saving for last because she couldn't imagine her getting through to him, even with Shikaku liking the blonde. Advice before you attempt such, Ino, Chosa said, facing her. If you want even a shot to convince Shikaku, you must make it a deal instead of asking. Hell, even a favor may work if your argument is solid. Ino rose and also bowed to the man, both as thanks and a show of respect. Truthfully, she was despondent. She had expected Chosa to be easier to convince. How the hell could she help Naruto? Thank you, sir. She silently walked out, a little more stressed than before she left. For now, she had to focus on training. Kakashi had set a meeting spot for her training. It could help her blow off steam. Neji's Pav, Hyuga District, Hidden Leaf Village. Neji and Hinata marched through the halls of the Hyugas to Hanabi's area. Hinata and Hanabi, as potential heiresses of the Hyuga, had their section of the Hyuga compound, which had personal baths, kitchens, and courtyards for them, with the Hyuga being the most prominent clan after the disgraceful fall of the Uchiha clan. They had become immensely wealthy. They were the ones who valued social hierarchy, and it was welcomed and displayed often. As such, they had to sign into the area. A protocol was put in place after the failed kidnapping of Hinata, which led to the death of his father. Being sent off to the cloud to face execution. Being led in by some of the strongest the Hyuga had to offer. As they did so, they entered Hanabi's kitchen and were told where she was residing. Walking in, they witnessed a stressed-looking branch member carefully cooking a meal for Hanabi. The woman in question was sipping on a cup of tea, daintily reading poetry. Such endeavors were encouraged for the young woman, being determined to have traits that a worthy clan head would hold. As such, both often engaged in the activity despite not liking it. Ah, Neji and my dearest sister. To what do I owe the pleasure? Hanabi said, smiling at them as if they were dear old friends. Please have a seat. Hamumu, you may leave. It seems I have a business to attend to. Return around dinner time and be prepared to make me a feast. The older man immediately left the room with a polite affirmation of Hanabi's order. The older Hyuga knew what game she was playing, but she needed her cooperation, so both played along, sitting silently as Hanabi sipped at her tea slowly. She seemed to enjoy the tension, or more likely, she was intelligent enough to know this situation was one in which she held some level of power. While it's lovely to meet with my beloved family, I must once again ask why. Hanabi said sweetly. We wish to discuss a deal with you, sister. Hinata started. We'd like your support with a request from Hiashi. It must be quite the task if you need my help. Even more, if you intend to pressure father into it by having both candidates for the clan's future support it. What cause would I be supporting if I were to say yes? Hanabi asked with a slight smirk. Pleased they needed something from her. She is likely already forming ideas on how to spin this in a way that would benefit her. Allow me, Hinata. Neji interrupted, already recognizing that a more confident approach would be necessary. Besides, Hinata mostly did this for him. It only seemed fair he should pitch it. I'm sure you've heard the recent reveal. That the Nine Tails survived the attack all those years ago. Of course, it's the talk of the village. But why would such interest you? Hanabi paused as her smile became downright menacing. Your degenerate teammate, Naruto Uzumaki, is the vessel for the beast. Surely you don't share the views of some? Neji asked plainly. Of course, no Hyuga is expected to know better than the riff-raff of normal people, Hanabi said snidely. That being said, do you realize what you intend to ask? Hi. Neji Onisan and I recognize it's unlikely, but it likely wouldn't be worth the trouble. But we're hoping that, with both of us standing against it, Hiashi will pursue it merely due to our sway. Hinata explained. Hanabi laughed at this, not the practiced laugh she and Hinata had been taught but an honest laugh. Quite the commitment you're asking of me, Hanabi said. Why should I play into it? Hinata has recently eclipsed you, no? Neji asked bluntly. What of it? Hanabi said suddenly, serious and angry. If you wish to close that gap, I will personally take over your training as I did with Hinata, Neji explained calmly. This should allow you to catch up and have a higher likelihood of being chosen as the heiress once the time comes. Hanabi seemed to consider this offer. She tapped upon the table and was silent for several tense minutes. The offer is appealing, but I must refuse it now. How may we remedy this, sister? Hinata patiently asked. Neji nodded to show he was willing to hear her out as well. I will aid you in this, but only if Hinata surrenders her heiress status once our goals are met, Hanabi said, her smug smile returning. Hinata was stopped by Neji's hand, having appeared in front of her face. We refuse without a doubt, Neji said simply, his eyes downcasted. While he did have Naruto as his closest friend, it seemed this endeavor was doomed to fail. He could not allow Hinata to lose her status as heiress. Without her, the side branch may never be free. Even if Naruto did one day become Hokage, he would struggle to enforce anything without someone on the inside. Could he risk his dream for this? Could he risk Hinata's? He led Hinata out of the room angrily. Both ignored the call from Hanabi, telling them the deal would be open if they needed it. As Hinata apologized to Neji and denied them with practiced ease, only one thing was going through his mind. I'm sorry, Naruto. Naruto's POV Leaf Training Ground, Hidden Leaf Outskirts. Naruto felt tired and conflicted as he traversed the village using the rooftops to avoid unsavory situations. He felt shattered but counted on his love of training to give him a much-needed kick. Kakashi had left each of them with a location to meet him to set up their month. He was concerned with how to train the three of them evenly without giving them trouble with knowing each other's kit. Naruto figured he would just leave them with clones, but it was hard to predict their eccentric sensei. Though even for Kakashi, having him meet near the natural hot springs was an odd choice. If his pervert of a sensei was peeking instead of training him, he'd kill him. He dashed past the springs carefully, avoiding gazing at the springs as he flew by. He leapt into the tree nearby. Skillfully, he flew through the forest, arriving at a lesser-known spring close to the others but more challenging. As he landed, he came to see Kakashi and the older man who helped him in the forest, luxuriating in a small crater filled with water that bubbled with heat. Kakashi still wore his mask, and the older man seemed pouting. Kakashi-sensei. Old man. Naruto asked, confused. Why are we training at a hot spring? What's with the old man being here? Old man. Ha, kid, you have no idea who you're talking to. No old man could be as beloved by the ladies as I. Jiraiya roared indignantly. No woman wants a giant old man like you. Naruto countered with a scowl. Not indeed in the mood to deal with the man. Little do you know, brat, little do you know. Jiraiya mumbled as he rose from the springs. Naruto mocked and screamed in disgust at Jiraiya's exposed form. The older man merely raised a finger in response before making a hand sign and becoming clothed. Now boys get along. Kakashi chided while wagging his finger, somehow also clothing absurdly quickly. How the hell are you two doing that? Naruto asked, confused. Ninja stuff. Ninja stuff. Both men rang out at the same time, causing Naruto to sigh. As to answer your other question, Jiraiya here is set to be my replacement for the month. Kakashi explained casually. I'm here to set you guys up. Gotta be on my way after for Ino and Neji. This old dude is gonna teach me. Sure, he seems to know a thing or two, but I gotta become stronger quickly. Naruto asked doubtfully. Go ahead and do the thing, Master Jiraiya. If you don't get it out of your system, you'll do it later. Kakashi said morosely as Jiraiya broke out into a toothy grin. To answer your question, brat. Jiraiya called out with glee while suddenly being covered in smoke. You ask who I am. Why am I worthy? How did I get so handsome? No one asked you, that old bastard. I am a wise and experienced man, beloved by the ladies, feared by men, and sought after by those who seek enlightenment. I am a humble hermit traveling the land seeking knowledge. One of the famous three. The Toad Sage himself. A proud member of the Sannin and decorated super pervert. Suddenly, the smoke was dispersed, revealing Jiraiya standing on top of a toad who danced with two fans marked with Sannin. Jiraiya. As he said this, he suddenly posed grandly, music seemingly playing from nowhere. What the F? Naruto started. Anyway, as he said, he's one of the great Sannins. I'm sure you've heard of them, Kakashi explained, ignoring the still posing Sannin. Despite his unique personality, he is arguably just as or even stronger than Lord Third. He described walking up and tapping Naruto's shoulder. I have handpicked each of you as a teacher for this month. Jiraiya is yours. If I were you, I'd use this opportunity well. Kakashi then leaned over to Naruto's ear. Let me know if you need help with the villagers or anything at all. He whispered before offering his trademark two-finger salute to the two before poofing away. So that's why you helped me? Naruto asked the man after a momentary pause. Of sorts earnestly. I could just relate to your feeling of being alone and overburdened, I suppose, Jiraiya answered flippantly. We'll have plenty of time to chit-chat later. I've heard of your wager with your mother. It seems you need to try to win this thing. Unlikely, but your trying is rather gutsy. I like it. He exclaimed. So what are you up against? Naruto considered the man in front of him warily. He was an oddball, but he had helped him the day before. Besides, Kakashi had left the man in charge of his growth for now. He supposed it only made sense for him to give it a try. Well, my first opponent is a weapon expert. But there's this guy, who is gunning for me. He's similar to me. A Jinchuriki. Jiraiya finished with a hum. Certainly quite the task. I don't quite see it, kid. Regardless of which one it is, they are all powerhouses. Unlike yourself, many of them are trained to use their tenets to a much higher and stricter degree. It's said their power can rival a cage. I can't quite see you beating them, not within a month, certainly. I've had enough of people looking down on me as of late, Naruto growled as he marched forward. Besides, that's why I'm perfecting this new jutsu. Something that can even put him down. HMPH, never say die, Not only will I turn you into a powerful shinobi worthy of my time, but I'll also help you perfect your jutsu so you can win this thing. Jiraiya announced with a guttural laugh. In exchange, I get to name your little move once it's ready. Having had several good ideas in his head, Naruto pondered this, but he supposed he could use the help. Deal. Oh, and why did we meet here? So your sensei and I could engage in research, Jiraiya replied with a smile as he reversed and summoned the toad away. What kind of research could a sage do at a hot spring? Naruto suddenly frowned and glared at the man as recognition passed through his eyes. Pervy sage. You better not start calling me that brat. Besides, you'll learn my greatness in time. But for now, I have to check something. I need to know your level, so, let's spar. Jiraiya cackled before suddenly socking Naruto in the face. The blonde flew away before he managed to land on his feet. His eyes narrowed as he prepared. He needed to work out some stress anyway. Ino's POV Makumi's Dango, Hidden Leaf Village. Ino awkwardly walked into a bar she had never been to before. It was dubbed Mikumo's Dango. It was an older place full of various patrons, most of whom seemed to be of a rougher crowd, some even fighting each other painfully. She watched as a woman suddenly threw a man through one of the many windows, shattering the glass and cracking the wood. "You're gonna pay for that, ya damn bastards." A rough, raspy voice called out. Ino assumed it must have been someone who worked at the establishment based on their complaint and walked towards it. She was procosted on her way by various women and men. Some she merely ignored or politely declined, though one man did attempt to grope her even after her refusal. Ino, being quite stressed, had enjoyed kicking him in the throat to silence her. The bar seemed to give her a bit of a berth after this, respecting her after her self-defense. It allowed her to reach a smaller bar in the back. A large man stood behind the bar. He was quickly 7 feet tall and was more expansive than some boulders she had seen. He was bald, and his face seemed locked into an intense scowl. His eyes seemingly permanently squinted and beady. Ino assumed he must be the owner. "I assume you're Mikumo?" Ino asked politely, using her sweetest voice. "Who the fuck is asking?" Mikumo replied gruffly. "Ino Yamanaka, I was told by my sensei to order dango." Ino asked, somewhat annoyed by his behavior. "Ah, so it's you then, girly. Head to the booth at the southwest corner of the building. All I know, now, scram brat." Mikumo was informed, having memorized the info. Ino would usually thank and show respect to someone who helped her like he had. But she felt the man was barely worth her patented sassy glare. As such, she merely marched off towards the booth offered to her. Damn brats have no manners nowadays. Ino arrived at the booth and saw it empty. She sighed but supposed she should have guessed her sensei would be late as usual. She ordered tea and some dango when a server came. She suddenly felt a weight resting across her shoulders when she debated leaving. Her eyes whipped over when she saw a purple-haired lady sitting beside her, with her arm wrapped around her. The lady was giving her a smirk that gave her the chills. She looked around to see if anyone noticed her predicament, only to see Kakashi across from her, somehow having already drained the sake in front of him. "How did you?" Ino asked. "Ninja stuff," Kakashi replied simply. "So this little beauty is gonna be my new plaything, Kakashi?" The lady called. "Indeed, my cute little genin will be in your hands," Kakashi replied casually. "Wait, what?" "She gets points for looks. After all, Kunoichi gotta look good." Anko lectured as she sipped at her sake. "But she gets extra points for dropping the pervert. Double for getting me sake and dango." "Stop eating my dango." "She's shown herself to be quite the Kunoichi," Kakashi acknowledged. "She needs the most help, though. I figured you might be able to get her into shape." "Don't I get a say in this?" "Firstly, Blondie no, sure thing, Cyclops, but you know the deal," Anko said while gesturing at the man. Kakashi calmly handed her a pouch of Ryo to her. "Ah, and here I was thinking of overways," Anko teased her, but Kakashi merely gave her a blank stare. Anko merely gut-laughed at that. "You never change, Cyclops. Anyway, Blondie, I'd run." "What is even happening here?" Ino roared now that she was finally acknowledged. "Not important, Blondie. What is important is that I will hunt you down and thrash you in, let's say a minute." "Well, a minute and 10 seconds, you're probably too slow for any longer." "You, bitch," Ino growled. "Play nice, ladies," Kakashi chided as he teleported away right as the two fiery women began a violent exchange. The clash was one-sided and destructive. Anko's cackles and Ino's screams of terror could be heard throughout the village. Several villagers and shinobi were paying particular attention, as if waiting in a queue. Neji's POV Leaf Training Ground, Hidden Leaf Outskirts. Neji didn't often curse. Such an outburst was unbefitting of an upper member of the Hyuga clan, and he simply did not see the value of such vulgar displays. However, as he spits out the few curses he knew, regurgitated from angry side branch members away from the main, of course, he dodged the seemingly endless waves of kunai. He had arrived at the training ground Kakashi had told him to go to. Seeing his sensei still seem as eccentric as ever, and it was late, he decided to meditate as he waited. Yet as soon as he had relaxed, his senses screamed, allowing to narrowly dive out of the way of a man who flew by attempting to land a sudden drop kick. The man had been relentless since. He was garbed in all black clothes, including a black mask. Neji had quickly decided to hold him off until Kakashi arrived, seeing the man had chakra reserves similar to his sensei. Yet his teacher seemed determined to take his time. Now, the man had settled for attempting to skewer him with a storm of kunai. Tired of the game, Neji activated his Kaiden, deflecting the massive weapons. Neji stopped spinning merely to stumble back as the man raced towards him simply a few feet away. He smirked, though, as he suddenly lowered his stance. "You're in my range," Neji called as he suddenly surged forward with a smirk. 2 palms. He jabbed twice with absurd speed but was shocked as the man casually deflected both. 4 palms. Once again, the man smacked away their hands. My turn, the man replied. 16 palms. He then raced forward and attacked similarly to Neji, though notably, he used his feet as well. 32. 64 palms. His attacks were much quicker, and despite Neji's experience with countering Gentle Fist, he closed his Tenketsu to a level similar to Hiyashi. He was on a whole different level. Neji cried out in pain as he flew back. This man must at least be Junin level. I see you two began without me. Kakashi suddenly called, now standing over the downed Neji, who bitterly attempted to reopen his Tenketsu. This will be your sensei for a month. His name is, well, it's not too important for now. He's a former teammate of mine from my Anbu days. His codename is Eagle. Neji nodded, accepting events quickly enough. It seemed Kakashi had found him a high-level Hyuga trainer. He could find no fault with the decision. A logical one. It seems Neji-san, and I may get along, Kakashi-senpai. Eagle answered simply. You're quite skilled, Neji-san. The masked man complimented. Why yourself as well? Neji panted as he said to the man. The brief exchange had been quick yet painful. I will do better in our next bout. Alright then, you're always the easiest one, my little black sheep, Kakashi said happily. Was he like this in the old days? Neji asked Eagle. If he had been, I would have killed him myself, Eagle replied simply. Naruto's Pav Leaf Main Road, Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto marched down the road, doing his best to ignore the glares of the populace. He was finding it harder to get used to change from indifference to outright hatred. Sure, it wasn't everyone he saw, but he swore the number grew as time went on. But with a big sigh, he marched on. There was no point in confronting them. It would only vindicate their thoughts. So, with a weary sigh, a bit worn out from his latest training session with Jiraiya, Naruto turned into an alley between two stores. When he was younger, he had gotten into pranking heavily, often having to escape both his raging mother and Chunin after being discovered. It had led to him having an impressive knowledge of the backstreets and alleys of the Leaf. He was looking down, lost in thought. Perhaps that led to him walking into a wall. Wait, there shouldn't be a wall there. He looked up to see a trio of familiar faces. It was the 3 Chunin from before. All of them were smiling at him cruelly. Oh boy, what do my 3 best friends want from me? Naruto asked sarcastically. I told you earlier you would regret what you did, the Chunin, the seeming leader of the 3, said. Well, the time's now tilde, the woman sang with glee. Naruto growled, now furious, and rolled over to stand. I'm not looking for trouble. Just let me by. Ha ha ha. The Akamichi laughed at the blonde, seemingly finding the situation hilarious. The little beast wants us to let him by. I'm not a. Naruto started. You realize you killed my twin brother. The woman screeched as she marched forward, looking murderous. Hey, the Chunin called momentarily, cowing the other 2 lackeys. We should let him by. No need for unwanted trouble. He then shoved his friends back against one side of the hall. He then joined them, having created space for Naruto to walk by. Naruto took the opening confidently, knowing that if they randomly attacked him, he should be able to defend himself. And while they did sneer as he walked past, they allowed him to do so. But right as he walked past, they played their cards. Course, that's assuming you don't mind if we bother someone else instead. Say maybe. I don't know, a pretty blonde. Naruto's steps halted, his body tensed up and prepared to launch an assault against them. It was okay if it was him, but they would pay to mention Ino. If you touched her, Naruto growled unknowingly as he flared out with the Kyuubi's chakra. It reacted violently to his sudden rage. No need to wild out beast. If you don't like that idea, I have another. The Chunin said, smiley crudely now. Let us give you just a fraction of the pain you caused us. In exchange, none of my friends will touch her. He offered. You're lying. Naruto accused. The Akamichi chuckled mean-spiritedly as the woman slid a photo towards Naruto. Naruto picked up, eyes widening as he saw a picture of Ino from a distance. She was seemingly unaware that she was even being tailed. Plenty of help when we're moving against a demon, funnily enough. The Chunin taunted. Go ahead, think about it. We both know the choice you'll make. Naruto growled but marched back towards them slowly. He couldn't risk Ino over his problems. He had seen how many were at the riot at his arrival. There was no way he could protect her from all of them. He had to take this on his own. So what are we? Naruto didn't get to finish when Chunin suddenly kicked him in the face. Naruto stumbled back as the man followed through. The man wasn't nearly as quick as he seemed to think he was. He knew he could counter the kick and likely lay the guy out with a single blow. But he forced himself to stay still, watching as the man's fist reached out in a wild haymaker. It crashed into his face and floored him, sending him skidding towards the outside of the alley. Naruto groaned in pain before the Akamichi suddenly walked over him, blocking his escape. Naruto saw several villagers witness him being beaten. But some walked too scared to interfere while others merely smiled at the scene. Do I truly deserve all of this? Do they truly hate me for something I can't control? How do I win over people who care so little for me? As his mind raced, the Akamichi cruelly stomped on his chest, driving the air from his lungs. Little bastard can't take some pain, huh? The large man taunted as he stomped down on Naruto's chest more. With each stomp, Naruto felt the air pushed from his lungs. Soon, the man lifted the blonde, tossing him towards the others. Before he could hit the ground, the lanky woman kicked him into the wall hard. Before she stabbed him in the leg with a kunai, twisting it with a sadistic smile, causing Naruto to drop to the ground, holding his leg in pain. You don't deserve to live, trash. She called vehemently as she kneed his head into the wall. Naruto saw stars at the impact and collapsed. He didn't feel the pain, though. Maybe I don't. After all, Kyuubi did hurt a lot of people. No, I'm not it. Just withstand it. I'll prove them wrong. Naruto was choked out of his thoughts. The Chunin picked him up by the throat and strangled him. It's a wonder your mother didn't kill you. Father must have been wiser since he wasn't around. Don't worry though, trash like you always dies alone. He said to him. Fuck you, Naruto said defiantly. The Chunin shook his head at this and slammed him into the ground, nearly knocking Naruto unconscious. This was stopped by the three now swarming the blonde and stomping him everywhere. The blonde could only guard himself, having to suffer the cruel and prolonged beating. As it happened, they taunted him for his lack of a father. Told him his mother was a whore. Ino was a whore. Neji was nothing more than a Hyuga slave. Whatever they could to hurt him, even as his ribs cracked and his skin bruised from the prolonged beating. Right as Naruto was going to pass out, he heard a familiar voice. Smoke style. Giant vice grip. Des called out, appearing at the entryway of the alley, looking a little tired. Been following Yao since that little stunt this morning. Prepare to pay for violating the peace. Des roared as he exhaled a large cloud of smoke. This formed into a massive hand that surged forward, wrapping each Chunin in it and leaving Naruto untouched. The hand gripped them, and Des smirked as he raised his arm. I've always heard crime pays. He taunted as he slammed his arm towards a wall. The fist copied the motion harmlessly, dissipating against the wall but hitting the three in a bundle into the wall, knocking them unconscious. A woman Naruto hadn't met before raced forward to the blonde. She quickly laid him out in a safe and comfortable position before she gingerly hovered her glowing hand around his body. Naruto wanted to ask who she was or what she was doing, but he felt nearly dead and could not speak for now. How is he, dame? Des asked, lighting a smoke as he tied up the defeated Chunin. He's hurt badly. Fracture ribs, abrasions, bruises, a missing tooth, and almost certainly a concussion. It's a miracle he's alive yet alone conscious. Shizune listed worriedly, ignoring the dame's comment for now. They did a hell of a number on the guy. Good kid, can't see why they can't see that. Des said sadly, eyeing the blonde. People rarely make wise choices. Luckily, I can heal him. He'll be dead tired, though. Shizune said as she quickly healed the blonde. Being the disciple of Tsunade had its perks. While not as powerful as her master, she was nearly equal to her master, medically speaking. Naruto soon rose, tired and defeated looking. All right, you have a choice here, Des informed, notebook and pen in hand. We can have them jailed for a while as long as you press charges, as well as have a restraining order. Naruto considered allowing this to happen, thinking that they could ensure the safety of his friends and family. But if they failed? No, I started it. They were defending themselves. Naruto informed them plainly. Des stared back, disbelieving of this. Naruto, you would have wiped the floor with these three, Des said, having heard of his exploits before. Guess not, Naruto said simply. Before he marched out of the alley. Taking to the roofs and taking off. He's lying, Des said simply. No doubt, but can we do anything about it? Shizune asked. For now, I can throw them into the night for fighting. Another depends on whether I can convince the shop owner they vandalized to press charges, Des explained. Will he? Shizune asked. No, Des said with a frown. Tsunade had entrusted the police force to him. But how could he maintain peace in this climate? Narrator Uzumaki Residence, Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto arrived home to be treated to dinner by Kushina, who allowed the blonde to discuss his day. Once Naruto was suitably relaxed and Kushina suitably prepared, she sat her son in the living room to discuss the secret. She started by describing how proud she was of her son, how he had shown great character as of late, and how sorry she was for hiding the secret in the first place. She told him the true identity of his father, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, and a bit about the man, his incredible intelligence, patience, analytical mind, and unrelenting drive toward his goal. It turned out that his dream of Naruto had been the same. Both had aimed for Hokage. She told him of the love Minato had for Naruto, how proud he had been to be a father, and how he died. But that is a tale for another day. In old Konoha transpired a story to be told. Where a boy met a legend of the old. A ghost meant the end of a blue sky. A place where tails of 9 heads for the color of his eye. A beast who brought destruction upon any land he sought. Storm walls blocked the sky. The boy was sincerely distraught. The screams were lost in the howling wind's churn. The whirlwind created only takes but gives not in return. For the garden he called home. He fought desperately as the red moonlight ebbed and the other stopped the beast's flow. A boy's tears trembled through the skies. Reaching another for the story transpired. Stirring him on as the attacks flowed. He threw himself against the ghost in revolt. Victorious were we who fought against the dark skies. But the price this time was not meant to be free. The boy met his doom. The great tower fell none too soon. Konoha began anew past dawn. The old taking the crown. He wove a wreath on his son's stomach, from past petals to the future bud. The beast crossed beyond dreams and flesh and turned into blood. Even in death, he shined his love through his eager gaze. For nothing more than to ease the pain. Amidst the one who sought to rebuild what they had lost. Everyone forgot the one who had paid the cost. Naruto's paw of Hokage Rock, Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto climbed up a mountain slowly. In truth, he could climb the stone easily with chakra. He even had experience climbing it without chakra. But with the climb, he attempted to burn some of his energy. He needed to think, perhaps meditate. He needed some time to process what had happened tonight. His mother told him of his father, why he was given the burden of the Kyuubi, the fate of his father, even why she held the secrets. Naruto had wanted to scream at her. To let her know how angry he was. Yet he was grateful for her finally telling him. To finally know everything, even as his frustration grew, he felt a growing sense of peace. He felt proud to be the son of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. Yet Naruto felt slightly betrayed. If the man had found a different solution, he and his mother would not have their burdens. They could have even been a whole family. But from his mother's story, his father had done the very best he could that he faced impossible odds. Naruto was a walking storm of contradicting emotions and thoughts. Henceforth, he had waited for his mother to fall asleep before he snuck out. Naruto knew his mother was worried and didn't want to worry her further. As his mind freed itself from introspection, he finally arrived at the top of the mountain. A frequent hangout spot for him, even at a young age. Perhaps even then, he had subtly known his connection to it. Naruto walked over the heads of his one-day predecessors. Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, was the first man dubbed the god of shinobi. He had formed the village that was now Naruto's home. Naruto didn't know his whole story, but from what everyone said, he may be the strongest shinobi ever. Naruto had always found his story inspiring. A man who had formed a home to end the war. Something about it simply felt right to the blonde. He walked atop the next head. Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage. Known for his genius intellect, he had run the village well. Created various techniques, systems, and tools for his home. While Naruto never felt the same connection with the man, he did the others. He did envy Tobirama's famed intelligence and creativity. Naruto thought he was nothing like the man yet wished he could be. No, he knew one day he would be. Next was the head of the current Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, the second god of shinobi, or as Naruto called him, on the few occasions they had met. Old man. He was the student of the first two and, according to some, had surpassed his masters. He was also the only Hokage so far to not die in battle. He had brought some form of peace after the third great ninja war through unknown methods. Naruto had watched the older man and felt respect for him. The old man had kept his home safe for years. Something Naruto hoped to achieve as well once the hat was his. As Naruto arrived on the fourth and final head, he slowed before sitting in a meditative position. His attempt at blocking out the thoughts had failed. In his stupor, he had walked onto the head of the man who had technically caused his grief. Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, the Yellow Flash, his father. Kushina had told him a bit about his father. He was a bit different from Naruto. She had described him as a man who used logic to pursue his passions. Calculating but in such a way that only made him more considerate. Intelligent to a fault, the man could be oddly bumbling. Something his mother had remarked they shared. They shared the same seemingly endless determination. The same compassion and care for those they cared for. It had been a painful conversation, yet it had also felt as if it healed him oddly. Despite the conversation, Naruto thought himself wondering more about the man who had helped create him. From what his mother described, he seemed complicated. Furthermore, Naruto wondered what the man would think of him. Would he be proud of his son? Ashamed? The question ate at the blonde. He considered his merit. He had barely become a genin, completed one mission, and was in the final in the Chunin exams. Wouldn't that impress Minato? Should it even matter if it did? Naruto needed clarification. He cleared his mind with incredible difficulty. Relaxing his muscles, he slid into a meditative state. It had taken Naruto years to find the patience and will to do so, but he felt it allowed him to find peace he rarely felt. He felt the chill breeze that often permeated the Hokage rock. He smelled various things. The faint scent of rain and the more pungent scent of food from the village alone. The stone underneath him was excellent and smooth. He felt himself achieve momentarily inner peace. Naruto needed to find some peace. Stand tall. You are enough. Face the woes head on. A faint and oddly inhuman voice called. As he heard its words, Naruto felt an odd level of peace flow throughout him. Naruto frowned at this. What was that voice? This feeling. But as quickly as it came, it went. Naruto felt confused about it but decided he must have imagined it. He relaxed again as he refreshed his meditation. Before, he felt as if his midsection was being pulled. He outwardly gasped at the sensation. His upper and lower body felt as if they were being drawn into his core. What the F? Naruto started before his eyes seemed to unfocus the blonde collapsing bonelessly on the ground. Naruto blinked. Suddenly, he seemed to be in some kind of sewer system. Oddly, it all seemed tinged with red. He shifted back, wondering how he got here. But I was surprised to notice there seemed to be some sort of liquid running throughout. It was red, and for his own sake, Naruto merely tried to pretend it couldn't be blood. He walked forward through the system. Indeed, it was a maze, yet he somehow knew where he was supposed to go. He came upon a large gated door. It looked like it had simply been somehow forced into it. Naruto hesitated but opened the door with grim determination. Somehow, he had an idea of what he was about to face. The room was large and also partially filled with liquid. It would have been nondescript if not for what inhabited the opposite side of the entrance. An absurdly large cage was present, built into the side of the wall and locked with ludicrously large iron bars. Naruto felt a sense of dread from it. Yet he fearlessly marched forward. Pausing a good 6 feet from the cage, he looked at it with a complex stare. You in there, aren't you? Naruto asked simply. Of course, this one is you damned brat. A booming voice responded. The mere force of it shook the room. Your kind ensures this one zone is always suitably contained. Filthy humans. It roared with force that nearly sent the blonde flying. I guess we meet at last, Kyuubi. Ino's paw, Forest of Death, Hidden Leaf Village. Ino had never been so sure of her death. She deflected a sudden kunai aimed for her back. Ducked another, lowering herself flat on the tree branch she stood on. A giant windmill shuriken flew towards her along the branch so large and quick that it tore wood from the branch as it approached Ino. She, with a gasp, creatively rolled so she was underneath the branch, narrowly avoiding her death. Her senses screamed at her. Ino, despite not knowing what was happening, trusted her gut and released the branch, looking up as she did. As her senses warned her, she witnessed a giant snake seemingly swallow the branch, narrowly missing her. Ino did not relax as she approached the ground. Instead, she desperately flew through hand signs as the snake continued its pursuit, now lunging again and attempting to finally catch its meal. But with a desperate smile, Ino finished her hand signs and tried to activate her newest jutsu, but it seemed to explode in her hand, sending her flying painfully to the ground. Her fall sent flower petals scattering throughout the clearing. Seeing its prey vulnerable, the snake roared with happiness as it slammed down. Suddenly, it stopped mere inches from Ino. Not too bad, Blondie. Thought my lovely friend here was gonna catch you much sooner. Enko remarked as she walked next to the downed Yamanaka. That, damn, snake. An exhausted Ino complained. The snake had been chasing her for hours. Several times, it had come close to eating her. Worse yet, she was not allowed to attack it. Ino wasn't sure she could harm the snake anyway, but it was frustrating to be limited to defense. Yeah, he was rather hungry, Enko said, amused. Shame I didn't get to tag you. You've improved in your dodging. Ino almost growled but was not foolish enough to do so openly. Enko often punished any form of disrespect with sadistic glee. She had already threatened to remove her hair. Ino would be damned if she allowed that to happen. Yes, because all you've taught me is how to dodge and take a beating, Ino explained sourly. Of course I have. You said you wanted to be stronger, to become a real kunoichi, right? Enko asked with a smirk. Ino frowned as she thought back on several moments. She barely defeated Junin. Naruto and Neji fought on a level she couldn't imagine being at. Naruto gets along well with Samui. She wasn't sure why the last one appeared in this case. Yes, I need to become better than I am, Ino growled as she stood tall. Her pride once again landed her in trouble with her sadistic sensei. So much for the temp sensei being normal. I need to prove I'm not just a beautiful face. Not quite what I was looking for, but what the hell. I like your spunk, Enko said as she laughed and supported her student. Besides, there's a reason I haven't taught you much more yet. There is, Ino asked suspiciously. You are too weak, Enko answered bluntly with a giant smile and closed eyes. She opened them only to spot Ino walking away. Okay, Enko relented as her sleeves suddenly freed to snakes that wrapped around Ino and brought her back. The entire way, Ino complained about how the snakes felt. There's more Blondie. See, from what you said, you're falling behind your teammates and need to beat your opponent, who you think might be stronger than you, right? Yes, Ino answered simply by thinking of Samui, her official opponent, and Gaara, who seemed determined to fight Naruto. I don't stand a chance as I am now. That's why. See, even if I worked you into the ground, you would need to become more powerful to challenge them in a straight-up fight. Instead, I'm gonna teach you my own taijutsu and kenjutsu style. You have a custom kunai, don't you? Ino slowly raised the kunai in question. It was longer and thinner than most. It is also curved and has a flower tied to it. My father gave it to me for the exams. Perfect. See, I fight with a healthy amount of kunai. It's practically a part of my taijutsu. This style focuses on evasion and counterattacks. So it should keep you alive even against the strongest genin. It'll also give you chances to land a safe offense. In fact, I even have an idea for a jutsu that may give you the edge you need. Anko explained as her smile seemed to become feral. Unluckily, first, we need to do our next exercise, Anko said, almost seeming to pout in disappointment. Ino felt her stomach drop as she steeled her nerves for the likely life-threatening line that would come next. Anko suddenly smiled again as she dropped to the ground in the perfect splits. Flexibility training. Ino was curious to know if she was looking forward to this or not. Not when Anko showed her the following few poses. Are women supposed to bend that way? Dez's POV, House of Council, Hidden Leaf Village. Over the years, Dez had learned the complex rules of important meetings. Despite being hardened criminals, the mob cared heavily for formalities, and as such, Dez sat patiently as the group of people bickered. In his experience, this was normal for councils. While the idea seemed wise in Dez's experience, the poor bastard spent more time bickering than getting things done. We cannot allow that beast to live. It is an affront to the legacy of the fourth Hokage. Herzo Buzan called out bitterly. He is more than some beast. Danzo countered. He is a powerful weapon of war of unimaginable potential we could use for our home. Despite his circumstances and every single small, petty thing you have, everything will be thrown out of the drain as soon as your homes are attacked by other nations, and we must protect all of them. Do you think your person can provide better fighting chances than the strongest beast in the world? Dez flinched at the tone of Danzo. Lady Tsunade had warned him to be wary of Danzo in these meetings. While he was indeed on their side, his ideas would certainly not be considerate of the blonde. Dez and Boss both liked the brat. They couldn't let him be short-changed here. They needed to stall until Hiruzen arrived. He isn't some young man. He's something else, Corny said while seemingly fearful. While I disagree with my comrades, I think it's interesting how this lie was told to the council. While I understand it is ultimately the Hokage's choice, why were we left in the dark? Usami asked with a patient smile. What a pain. You all were left in the dark due to worries that the child would not be treated fairly, something we can see now as a valid concern. Shikaku lectured as he sipped from a glass of water. Why should we care? Not to be cold, but simply cannot see why we were so worried. Jack asked, tapping on the desk as he thought. Let people do as they wish. Perhaps in time, the demon will leave. Even if it doesn't, there needs to be restrictions on its movements. We've had a walking bomb working with our own youth. Fubuki added, surely some form of control is needed. I could make him a pupil of mine, as a part of my service to the Leaf. Danzo offered plainly. Certainly not, you are a criminal yourself. Hiashi chided. Besides, Hiruzen only allied your presence in his absence. Without our Hokage present, our options are limited. After all, Lord Third has the final say in all of this. Shikaku lectured the council. This led to grumbles from both the pro and con Jinchuriki sides. Dez was grateful for the timely interference of both Hiashi and Shikaku. Though Hiashi had likely done it due to his own arrogance, not wanting to be perceived as lesser in terms of the power of the opinion of Hyuga. Hiruzen had been counting on this to stall things out. Shikaku was more in line with Hiruzen than Danzo or the council and, as such, naturally supported the cause Hiruzen would want. Things may work out. Interesting, some form of decision is needed though. There was a riot on the arrival of Naruto Uzumaki, leading to 5 injured shinobi and 10 injured civilians. Shibi Aburame countered. It's clear unrest is rising, and we can't have that with our weakened state. Not to mention, our leader is not yet due until the conclusion of the Chunin exams. It has already led to more violence. Dez interfered, trying his best to hold back on his usual method of speech. Just yesterday, I interrupted an assault on Naruto Uzumaki by 3 Chunin. Their identities are in the folders being passed out by the lovely Di Mean Shizune. Said woman walked around the room handing out folder holding documents describing the perps and the incident report filed by Dez. This shows not only are civilians being motivated to move against Naruto but shinobi as well. You shinobi are a violent lot. Isn't this to be expected? Hiro asked incredulously. No, we do not support a shinobi randomly beating the life out of each other, Inoichi said coldly. Plus, the kid isn't even a Chunin yet. he may hold a beast, but he's barely more than a child, Choza added. That is certainly something we can't have, Usami said diplomatically. But surely we must recognize this is happening due to the sudden revelation. The people feel manipulated and lied to. Some level of discourse is expected. Perhaps. I mean, my family has always played rough. I do see he fully healed after leaving, but surely, this level of pain is inhumane. The bastards had no reason. Sume offered. Not to mention Naruto would have defeated them with ease. He held back for some reason. This clearly shows they were the aggressors, and Naruto is at least attempting to improve things. Des said with his best voice. Certainly, but we must do something to stop this from reoccurring. Danzo countered. How about we send Naruto away for now? Perhaps limit him to a certain training ground until the exams. Give the people time to digest the news. While some will certainly still hate, at least a few will allow rationality to win over. Shikaku offered. While I disagree with your conclusion, I think some separation would be key. Usami partially agreed. A vote then? Jack asked. Des tensed at this. While the plan would certainly be effective, Des doubted Naruto would be happy to be limited. Tsunade would surely be annoyed, too. Doubtless, Hiruzen would also raise hell, but that would take time, damn it. Shikaku rose and walked to the center of the room. A vote for Naruto Uzumaki to be limited to the Forest of Death during this interim before the final phase of the exam is now in session. When I ask for or against, please voice your vote and identity for the sake of the record. Those for Hiyashi, Usami, Jack, Shibi, Shikaku, Hiro, Inoichi, Fubuki, and Korni rose and voiced their support. Those against Sume, Porame, and Choza rose and voiced their disagreement. Then let it be. Naruto Uzumaki will be limited to the Forest of Death until the final stage of the exams. He will be allowed supplies to ensure his survival as well as being allowed to have visitors. Shikaku declared. This, at this moment, ends this meeting. Hi. The council echoed. They slowly filed out of the room, leaving Des standing in shock. God damn it, Des concluded. Naruto's paw of mindscape, within himself. Naruto stared down at the cause of most of the grief in his life. The beast was massive. Most of its form was concealed by shadows, but it easily rivaled the size of Hokage Rock. The only part clear enough to make the detail of was one side of its head. It had lowered its head to properly glare at the blonde. Its large red eyes and pupil the size of him were worthy of awe. Its teeth and claws that were visible were huge and surely capable of cutting through buildings with ease. The beast should have inspired fear in the blonde. But the recent events had drained him. He felt utterly spent. As such, he merely looked back at the beast in annoyance. Besides, it surely couldn't harm him from within the seal. Why did you bring me here? Naruto demanded. One wanted to personally gaze into the eyes of one's jailer. It seems thou have finally faced the truth of our fusion. What the hell does that mean? Why is everyone so convinced that being a Jinchuriki is a terrible thing? Naruto argued. In truth, he had a suspicion of what it meant. Gaara had said something similar after all. It means our union isn't a natural occurrence, ye. They were sacrificed along with their mother to contain one's power. A living sacrifice used as a weapon. Our union is nothing short of an abomination. The Kyuubi responded dourly. Well, I didn't exactly ask for this. Naruto countered with a glower. You speak truthfully. Ones of ye never fail to burden others for oneself. Yet as all of those before have, thy have not hesitated to use upon one's power. Thine is nothing more than a weapon. A parasite that seeps upon one's strength to achieve thine own selfish desires. The Kyuubi replied bitterly. This stunned Naruto. While he had known, another was inside of him. He had figured it was a mindless beast focused wholly on destruction. His mother had described it as an evil, malevolent force. While Naruto could see how they had come to this conclusion, he noticed it seemed to not only be capable of complex thought but also to hold its own set of morals. I never thought of things that way, Naruto thought simply. Thou never do, always focusing on thine narrowed perspective. 'Tis why you suffer so extensively as Jinchuriki, cursed. The beast explained. It's why you can only wield a small amount of thy power, and this one does its best to ensure you are limited. I see. Can we work something out? Naruto asked plainly. What? Kurama asked in the absurdity of the situation. Listen, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. I am a shinobi of the Leaf Village and future Hokage. Let's be friends, Naruto said simply as he stood before the cage, smiling in place. He doubted the beast would accept it, but he needed to try. What's your name? The Kyuubi was silently shocked. The blonde had approached it as an equal asking for friendship. It must have been a ploy to gain more of his power. As if a beast of his stature would be fooled. This one merely brought you here to inform you of your place. Do not presume to be my friend. This one hates all humans. The Kyuubi said simply as it was. With this declaration, Naruto felt his vision darken, and he suddenly lost his footing, sinking into the water slowly. He looked back at the Kyuubi, who seemed surprised. I'll show you I'm different, Naruto said confidently. Maybe we can get along. Ah, the behavior expected of one contracted to us. Both Naruto and the Kyuubi looked over to seal an odd sight. Before them was a small raccoon. Excuse me for interrupting your heart-to-heart, as sweet as it was. But I must interfere with this attack on his character. You dare intrude, the Kyuubi roared. The raccoon held up a hand, and suddenly, he and Naruto seemed to fade away. Naruto gasped as he suddenly shot up. He had collapsed on top of the head he was resting on. He rubbed his head, disoriented, and looked around before his eyes landed on the same raccoon he had seen in his head looming over him. Naruto screamed in shock and kicked back the raccoon in his surprise. He rolled to his feet, observing the raccoon that seemed to glare at him. Ouch, what was that for? I saved you from Big and Grumpy, and you kick me. Maybe we were wrong, the raccoon complained. Naruto blinked at the strange talking being. Did all animals secretly talk or something? The raccoon had dark brown fur that coated his body and a darker brown stripe wrapped around its midsection. Its face was a paler brown, making it stand out compared to the rest of its body. As if speaking wasn't confounding enough, the creature also wore clothing. A blue bandana was wrapped around its neck. The raccoon was so small the bandana hung off its back like a cape. It also wore a pair of working boots that shone inordinately bright. Of course not. We are a unique class of animals. We're closer to toads, snails, or monkeys. Though not wholly the same either. But I suppose we should get to business. Business? Naruto asked, confused. He was worn out, which sounded like another problem to add to his growing list. My apologies. I got distracted by your powerful tenant. My name is Murray Okama. I come from the great Okama clan, the mystical Tanuki group. I am here to offer you a deal. The raccoon explained as a bag suddenly appeared next to it. It started to dig into the bag suddenly. What sort of deal? Naruto asked tiredly. I can't really afford to offer you much time. Yes, quite the busy man you are. I scanned your mind before showing myself. It seems the next month will be difficult, and the events following it will be even more so. You seem to require assistance. And it just so happens we could use some aid ourselves. It won't take any of your time. We recognize that it is a commodity for you. See, we were the contracted summons of the Uzumaki clan at once. Murray explained. You all were the summons of my clan? Naruto asked, shocked. If so, he could learn even more of his heritage. His mother had always been somewhat in the dark, having been sent off from a young age as part of the alliance of the Leaf and Uzumaki. Indeed, well to a degree anyway. See, after one of you aided us unknowingly, we aligned ourselves with you. But we are different from the type of people who work with many. We may only have one summoner at a time of our choosing. We have chosen you, you are the most suitable candidate. But why now? And why not someone like my mother? She's stronger than me and would probably be the best choice. Naruto asked with a frown. The raccoon seemed to laugh at this, seemingly amused by his response. Well, to answer your question in order. For years, we have lacked a summoner. This is due to the last summoner of us going missing. After nearly 50 years of a lack of contact, the contract binding them was seen as void. We considered this a showing of the cost of having a summoner. As such, for years now, we have not chosen another one. It seems though another Uzumaki seeks our aid. We rejected him, of course. He lacked the characteristics we look for. Yet he does not intend to allow us to leave. He seeks to control us. He is a powerful and crafty man. Enough to where we fear he will eventually find a way to make us subservient through our summoning contract. As such, a decision was made. We needed a summoner to ensure he would not get his hands on the contract. We considered your mother as she is a full Uzumaki. But she does not fit the criteria either. Murray said. And I do? Naruto asked, confused. This creature had been the voice he heard encouraging him. But Naruto needed clarification about why they wanted him. The best out of our current options, but yes. You are strong, brave, determined, kind, considerate. A man capable of great things, as well as a man who has not lost his humanity. Kushina, or your mother as you call her. It is, in many ways, fitting of a summoner. But she lacks ambition and patience. Ikam, the man intending to force our partnership, is murderous and manipulative. You are the only fitting choice. Murray stated plainly. So we offer our contract. Remember that you will gain the aid of our kind and our teachings. But the enemy pursuing us will likely attempt to kill you. You may call us when you make up your mind. We will hear it wherever you may be. With its piece said, the raccoon formed a hand sign and disappeared. Wait, did you just say Ikam? He started before it disappeared into smoke. Naruto was stunned into silence at this. Ikam was pursuing the raccoons for reasons Naruto could only guess at. It was clear he would one day get them as much of a threat as he was. He had sent Mizuki after him, saved Mizuki from arrest, attempted to kill his mother, and exposed his secret. It was easy to see that stopping a man like that from getting what he pleased would surely only be good. He needed some advice. He needed a break. He needed his friends. Neji's POV Leaf Training Ground, Hidden Leaf Village. Neji had never been used to being defeated. He had quickly grown powerful in his training in the clan, to the point that even the prominent house people tended to avoid him. Sure, the Junin ranking and higher could more than likely match him, but that was merely a matter of time. He could see how he would eventually close the gap. It had undoubtedly been humbling when Naruto defeated him, but he had seen ways to avoid it in the future. It had only been Kakashi who had ever been beyond him. Kakashi and now Eagle. Losing to Eagle hurt his pride in ways he couldn't quite describe. The man was a self-admitted, banished Hyuga. Yet his level of mastery of Hyuga was damn near comparable to Hiashi. Worse yet, the man seemed to use it as a mere tool in his arsenal. He would frequently use his Tonto and Water Jutsu with his gentle fist. While effective, the Hyuga clan would never allow one of their prominent members to fight in such a way. The gentle fist had been an art mastered over the years. Powerful enough to make the Hyuga feared. Fighting in a different way was seen as a direct insult to the Hyuga legacy. That being said, Eagle had seemingly perfected the gentle fist in the process. Often in brutal fights, Neji had lamented the small number of faults of the gentle fist. It was a style limited by range. They trained their speed and developed the air palm to combat this weakness. But they were mere bandages on a much deeper wound. It also struggled against Kenjutsu, a weakness a novice swordsman Naruto had been able to take advantage of. Undoubtedly, it would be an even more difficult struggle the next time they fought. Finally, if their enemy could survive the chakra attacks of the gentle fist, it limited their power. Eagle suffered none of these flaws. He would use a Tonto and gentle fist at once, making it nearly impossible for Neji to engage without suffering a blow of some sort. Whenever Neji sought distance, he would bombard him with water jutsu until Neji was forced to draw close. After Eagle had defeated him quickly, he had Neji practice his earth nature. Neji wanted to rebel against this training but needed to be stronger. Much stronger. As such, he adapted the training as required. Now he lay collapsed in the training field. The beautiful field with a small creek cutting through it had craters throughout. Even trees seemed to have been smashed down. Neji lay in the center of the destruction, Eagle a short distance away, standing casually sipping from a bottle as if he had not spent the last 2 hours thrashing him. Well done, Hyuga, Eagle said simply. The Anbu was a man of few words. Neji originally had not minded, him himself being similar. He supposed it was Naruto and Ino's fault, but he had slowly grown annoyed with the long silence. He had grown used to the babble of his teammates and did not like the stoic silence they often worked in. Neji had recently tried to break that himself. Unfortunately, it seemed he wasn't a social genius. Instead, he carried on bluntly. It worked for Naruto, surely he could do the same. Why do you say Hyuga with such venom? Neji asked plainly. Eagle stared back at him silently. Neji started to understand why Kakashi wore a mask besides his aloof nature. Matching a stare with a person whose face was concealed was unnerving. Even with his Byakugan, he struggled to make out expressions from the man. Neji was sure he had pushed too far, and Eagle may have been upset before the man sighed heavily. Seemingly bothered by the question but not annoyed with Neji deeply. I feel my banishment was undeserved. Our clan is much too closed off. Why were you banished? Neji asked. Another stretch of silence. Neji could tell this time he definitely crossed the line. Eagle's body language screamed defensively. But Neji merely stared on. He felt the man's story would be enlightening. I chose to save the wrong life, Eagle answered simply. I will see you tomorrow. I will find you, the Anbu answered before suddenly fading away. Neji sat in silence, debating the man's words. He had saved the wrong life. A sudden shout knocked him out of his pondering. Neji Baka, Kakashi-sensei said you'd be here. Naruto's voice cut into the field. I wanna play tilde. Neji debated hiding himself but knew Naruto was not so easily deterred. I'm over here. It is good to hear from you, Naruto. To what do I owe the pleasure? Naruto being here was unexpected but not necessarily unwelcome. The blonde was indeed in need of support after recent events. Neji would offer it in any way he could. Then, he would defeat the Uzumaki in the Chunin exams. Balance. Stop being so formal, you big dork. Naruto taunted, making Neji frown even as it amused him. Naruto was an expert on complicated things. I wanna hang out. Relax a bit. Enjoy our youth. I also have some serious intel on the man who leaked my identity. We have exactly 1 month to prepare for the most important days of our lives, Neji replied with a raised brow. Not to mention, a large portion of the village may react negatively to your presence. The perfect reasons we need to cut back and relax. Naruto decided with a foxy smile. Surely you can see how a mental recess would be useful. I suppose. And, it's at my place, so no villagers, Naruto added while wiggling his brows playfully. A sleepover then. Seems rather childish. My mom got that rice wine you like. Naruto stacked his final chip. His smile was downright devious now. A team gathering wouldn't be the worst idea. Neji decided with a nod. I knew you'd see my way, buddy, Naruto smirked as he and Neji gathered their final teammate. Naruto's POV, Yamanaka residence, Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto and Neji landed on the street outside their teammates' homes. They have had to take alleyways and roofs to avoid Naruto being spotted but had managed to avoid detection. They paused outside the door, feeling slightly awkward outside Ino's home, especially uninvited. But Naruto stomped toward the house, being the bold young man he was. He knocked on the door firmly and stood with his best smile facing it. Neji shook his head, hoping the blonde wouldn't shame Team 7 too much. The door opened, and a woman who looked similar to Ino opened the door. She had short blonde hair done in a bob. Her blue eyes were identical, holding the same mischievous shine her daughter did as well. She was a short woman and unquestionably beautiful, enough to where Naruto felt his confidence in grabbing Ino die a vicious death. He had never been good with attractive ladies. Even Ino had been a chore only made accessible by Neji being such a tool. He nervously rubbed his head. Is Ino home? He asked in what he hoped was a likable tone. Based on the sound of Neji's face palming, he supposed it didn't quite work. Oh, you're Blondie, my sweet daughter has mentioned you often. The older woman crowed. You as well, Hyuga, though less sweet, though as of late, you've performed better according to my daughter. I see, Neji said, sounding somewhat suspicious. Naruto was sure Ino would be interrogated at some point today, if not Neji, then himself. She had never mentioned talking about him to her mom. He supposed he did, too, but still, it felt odd. Mom, no. Ino's voice suddenly boomed. Is that Blondie? Inoichi's voice rang out from the back of the house. Ino suddenly appeared in the doorway, offering her teammates a beautiful smile before slamming the door in their faces. Neji. Yes, Neji answered. Women are strange, Naruto concluded with a nod. At least our teammate, yes. Neji agreed. The door opened as suddenly as it closed. Ino popped out, looking somewhat disheveled. Before she could say anything, the door opened. Inoichi was revealed, looking just as disheveled. His eyes landed on Naruto, who flinched, thinking the man disapproved of him. Before he could plead his case, Inoichi spoke. I disagree with how people have treated you as of late. I'm sorry I can't offer more aid, Inoichi said, his tone evoking something Naruto couldn't quite identify, guilt. Not your fault, Naruto replied awkwardly. Daddy, Ino complained, pushing her father back inside her home. Then she slammed the door in his face. I'm sorry. My dad has been weird since the last council meeting. It's fine, Naruto said quickly, moving on from the odd words of Inoichi and his wife. We wanted to know if you wanted to chill at my place. Maybe crash. To chill, we're supposed to be training. Ino remarked. I said something similar. Neji chimed in. You two are so boring, Naruto complained. There's so much going on, so much to worry about. Aren't you guys feeling stressed out? Ino pondered this silently as she saw Neji begrudgingly nod his head, yes. She supposed that if the mature and intelligent Neji agreed. I guess that is a great idea, Ino concluded with a small smile. Neji seemed to agree but was always too stubborn to voice his disagreement. Awesome. Knew I could count on my teammates. Naruto said joyously. He wasn't sure they would agree initially, but he was glad they did. He just wanted one night to relax. Forget his issues. Well, maybe he should seek their answer on his latest one. So, you guys know anything about summoning creatures? He asked. Not particularly, Ino answered honestly. My clan doesn't have one, and they are sporadic. I do know the 3 Sanins are all famed for having powerful summons. They say even an unknown summoning contract is worth a fortune. Naruto slightly frowned. While he supposed money was excellent, he would feel wrong selling it. I know little else except for having access to such a thing would certainly be a boon, Neji added. Well, I brought it up because one appeared today, Naruto explained. You should explain in full, Neji stated with a raised brow. Naruto explained his meeting with the raccoon and admitted to meeting with the Kyuubi. While he trusted them, he preferred to keep it to himself that he could hear and see the beast. It would only complicate things. Ikum. Ino growled. She seemed to dislike the man. All the better for Naruto. If he caught the bastard, she could help him kick his ass. Accepting would be wise, Neji concluded. Even if they're useless, keeping them from Ikum would be beneficial. How do you figure? Naruto asked, having an idea but unsure of what Neji was suggesting. Allow me if you don't mind. Murray chimed in suddenly on Naruto's shoulder. Ino and Neji looked at the small creature. Ino suddenly cooed at it, declaring it cute, while Neji seemed somewhat disappointed. Don't be alarmed. I have been chosen to be your personal summon. The small raccoon crawled onto the top of Naruto's head, posing. Now allow me to explain. See, while you, as a novice summoner, do not know our true worth. An intelligent man like Ecom knows our true value. Furthermore, he's aware that getting our contract saves him from having us as enemies. But by proxy, if we find another summoner, as long as they live, he cannot become one, even by force. Our clan is limited to one summoner by power, and even Ecom cannot challenge it. So cute, Ino said, seemingly not focused on the serious conversation. So signing up with you guys would screw him over? Naruto asked. As well as make you a target, Neji added cynically. I already am, Naruto shrugged. Go back and tell them. After tonight, I'll sign up. So bossy to think he is blessed to have Murray as his summon. Murray rambled before poofing away. Okay, now we're ready to party, Naruto asked. Hell yeah, Ino roared. I suppose. Ino and Naruto stared at Neji with frowns. Stick in the mud, both echoed. Neji frowned back. I see Naruto has already gathered you all. Kakashi suddenly chimed in, somehow having sneaked behind them. I'll take us to Kushina's home. With this decree, the man's body somehow flickered with the three genin. They arrived just outside the door of Naruto's home. Anko, Eagle, and Jiraiya waiting. Naruto heard Ino and Neji gasp at Jiraiya. He often forgot he was a legend. The man was usually a giant goofball. The door of his home flew open. Naruto had sent clones to ask and help his mom prepare for the get-together. As they were about to start the party, Naruto stopped them, saying, before we start this, guys, I want to introduce you to someone. A puff of smoke masked the arrival of Murray, who was now perched on the shoulder of a grinning Naruto, excitedly exchanging glances with his summon. Hello there, summoner. I have arrived. I have come to inform our allies of our enemy. Murray said excitedly, flexing as if he was a bodybuilder. My, is that a raccoon? Kakashi asked quizzically. Isn't it called a tanuki or something? Anko added. My snakes could use a snack. I am much too valuable for a snack. I have info on our shared enemy. As well as the contract for you, summoner. Murray said, with a large scroll in hand. Hey, I was gonna. Jiraiya complained. Sorry, pervy sage, Jiraiya screamed in pain at this. But I promised, Naruto said simply. Naruto then raised an arm for Murray to climb it and unfurl the scroll. Indeed, we prefer not to interact with humans. If not for Ecom, we would not be here. Ecom, Jiraiya asked, now serious. You have info. Tell us. Kushina also added, now interested. That bastard's lieutenant spared me. I'll make him regret that. Anko promised darkly. Perfect, we all hate the man. Murray cheered happily. See, he is forcing us to be his summons. Such should be impossible, Jiraiya said. You must sign the Master Scroll. Even if you tried force, they would hide it somewhere, and it would never be found. They would rather be slaughtered than allow that to be used against them. He explained, seeming somewhat unhappy to hear someone was trying to force a clan of summons to be slaves. He uses his knowledge of Fuinjutsu to attempt to bind our leader. He frequently attacks. Should he manage to gain control of him, the rest of us would be forced to follow. Murray explained. But why should this be the Leaf's problem? Eagle asked. Neji was the only one who seemed to agree. Ecom seeks to reap the souls of all Uzumaki. Last I checked, that included the two in this room. Murray said casually. Point taken, Kakashi replied. Naruto, you may as well. They may be helpful. Naruto signed his name on the scroll, which poofed away once he did. My clan and you will talk business soon enough, Murray said before poofing away. Silence filled the room. Anyway, Kakashi said, interrupting the loud silence. Let's party, Kushina declared excitedly. The assorted group cheered quickly and rushed into the home. His mother had decorated their home with various flowers and banners. The banners read multiple sayings, such as Happy Birthday, Miss You Dearly, and even one that said 50% off. But it mattered little to the group. They drank, played games, sang, and danced. Naruto had yet to have this much fun. His mind completely forgot, at least for a short while, his woes. As he said before, Neji seemed to truly enjoy the rice win. They drank heavily but obviously had learned from their previous stints of doing so. He is nursing the drink and managing his liquor much better. Eagle sat with him, a silent drinking duo. But based on Neji's smile and the Eagle's rare relaxation, they were enjoying the night. Ino stuck to Naruto like glue. She seemed guilty for some reason, just like her father. But he didn't ask. Instead, he ensured to be as entertaining as possible. The shaky smile held by Ino became a beaming one over time. Like Ino, his mother stuck close and seemed to enjoy herself. He bet she was happy. Naruto seemed happy. Moms were weird like that, he supposed. Jiraiya got roaringly drunk, hitting on Anko without shame and being hit by her without shame. He told half stories, usually forgetting them as quickly as he told them. Anko also got drunk, seemingly aiming to outdo Jiraiya. But seemed to fail soon, singing and dancing loudly for the rest of the night. Kakashi seemed to egg this on, taking several pictures of it in joy. Naruto wasn't sure he had had a better day. Even as they left, he felt overjoyed. At least until he heard a gasp of shock and the loud chattering of a crowd. Kushina and him joined their guests outside to see what had bothered them. It was once again a sign. The familiar message now came back to haunt him. Naruto Uzumaki is a demon. Kushina Uzumaki is a demon. Ino Yamanaka is a whore. Naruto felt his stomach drop at this, looking over at Ino in dismay. She seemed stunned, and her face showed that she was offended. The crowd then started to cruelly jeer at them. Insults and rage screamed with ease. The crowd was deafening. Wow, the slut had a lot of customers. A drunk voice rang out cruelly. To think the Yamanaka have fallen so low. An old man complained. She associates with Orochimaru's toy, too. A shinobi mocked. Fitting for a slut to train a slut. A female voice concluded. Kushina, Kakashi, Anko, Eagle, and Jiraiya moved quickly, attempting to dispel the crowd. But Naruto could only focus on Ino, who seemed to collapse to her knees from the hate. Tears welled in her eyes. She ran away. And it was all his fault. Omake, fuck yeah, we're doing this. Naruto was floating in a blank white space. How did he get here? Well, he would say a portal had suddenly sucked him into here. Is the author writing this overly meta Omake? Well, he was feeling particularly spicy and wanted to have fun addressing something this media often approached. Romance. Romance? Naruto asked, stunned. For some odd reason, spinning through the air. Are we fully revealing the pairing? Actually, the author had yet to do so. Have you at least picked one for me yet? Also, can you tell me who? This whole fictional narrative thing is making my head hurt. Naruto complained dumbly. Dumbly. The author ignored Naruto's reaction. The loser could not offer any actual resistance anyway. You little she. No cursing needlessly. Murray appeared suddenly. Now, apparently, on the author's side. I am here to make things a little less meta. As well as present our options. Okay, this is more my style. Naruto declared excitedly. Who is it? Ino. Samui. Maybe Fu. Maybe a real wild ball like Tenten. Well, no, based on the list, I'd say the author is feeling particularly cruel today, Murray said casually. Anyway, option number 1. Coming from the dark and terrifying world of future diary Yuno Gasai. A petite pink-haired girl suddenly appeared floating in the abyss, facing Naruto. She was dressed in a trench coat, and something was unnerving about her stare. Is he my new Yuki? Yuno said excitedly, gasping happily before running over and rubbing Naruto's face. A little less cute, but I think he'll do nicely. I accidentally broke the last Yuki. I'll never leave your side. Yuno said, lifting Naruto by his shirt and staring intensely into his eyes. Bad touch. Bad touch. Naruto screamed. Shame, I personally thought she has moxie. Anyway, Murray concluded, Yuno suddenly disappeared. Maybe the next one will be your speed. This lovely vixen is coming from the bloody world of Chainsawman. Bloody. Naruto gulped. Makima. An older woman in a long-sleeved button-up shirt and dress appeared. Her red hair and yellow piercing eyes made for quite the sight. Well, she's pretty. Naruto chimed in. So he's my new dog? Makima asked simply. The fuck she say? Indeed. Sit. Makima admonished Naruto, who suddenly landed on his rear end at this. How the foo? Silence. Well, I can see this won't work. Murray complained. We're authorized for one more attempt. See ya, Makima. Makima faded, allowing Naruto to stand wobbly. I hate her. Everyone does. Anyway, last but certainly not least. A unique girl with a unique talent from the traumatic series of Danganronpa. Wait, I played a game named that. It can't be. Naruto screamed as he tried to run. But was unable to get far due to his body levitating. Junko Enoshima, Murray said as a blonde woman fell into the void. She wore a black and white cardigan and a red miniskirt. Surely no school would allow a girl to dress like that. Naruto asked, but flinched as Junko somehow crossed the distance between them instantly. Naruto nearly screamed. You smell like super interesting. Junko said with a sassy voice. He reeks of despair Junko sung. Well, shit, this little turd is full of despair. Junko agreed. Huh, Naruto asked, wholly thrown for a loop. He is so interesting. Wouldn't the death of such an interesting man be utterly despair-inducing? Junko asked him, her voice tinged with madness. No. Maybe. Whose side are you on? Naruto screamed, before he ducked a sudden stab from Junko. When did she get a knife? He ran from his life as Junko chased him murderously. I think I'm in love. Junko called. Let's die together and bathe in despair. I don't even know what that means. Naruto complained. The two faded in the distance. None of them were good fits. Murray concluded. No, they were not. Should we help him? No. I hate you so much. Believe it. Ino. Uzumaki residence. Ino watched as Kushina and the other senior shinobi moved in to disperse the angry crowd. At first, merely ordering it, most shinobi, even genin, could give orders to villagers. Yet alone the Junin, Anbu, and Sanin present. If things had gone right, the civilians would recognize the situation and disperse. Instead, they seemed offended by the orders. The demon commands them. A seemingly drunk voice had called out. Despite how illogical and unlikely it was, the crowd started to surge at this soon, shouting abuse and even shoving at the assembled shinobi. Several of the new Anbu forces arrived and dived in. Now, the shinobi, who had before attempted to calm the crowd, were getting more forceful. Gently physically guiding the more rowdy members back. The crowd became even more incensed by this. Ino heard a crowd was only as innovative as their dumbest member, her father had often taught her during their psychology studies. She now fully understood what he meant. Before, the crowd had been rude and jeering but had seemed subdued once the shinobi moved in. Now, it appeared each escalation done by any member would be adopted as the norm for the whole crowd. Soon, the bigger and braver members start to swing at the shinobi. Ino could even see some shinobi seeming to join the crowd. Shinobi had rights, one of which allowed them to protect themselves against even civilians. Ino watched as this was enacted. The Dark Anbu did not hesitate to slam or strike those who acted out of line. One even went as far as to break the arm of a large drunk man. Kushina and County were trying to be more gentle, but with the crowd slowly getting more violent, they got more involved. Grimly striking those down who refused to calm. Despite the scene before her, Ino felt numb. She felt like a small, foolish girl trembling from the scorn of those around her. She had become strong, she had thought. Matured, but now, as the hatred that Naruto dealt with was leveled towards her, she felt she had not grown at all. She was still the coward she had always been. She was concerned with how others saw her. It was just like then. She could remember how her career had started. Ino walked into her classroom shyly. She was Ino Yamanaka, heiress to the infamous Yamanaka clan. Her daddy had told her of its importance and the job she would one day inherit. He told her she was exceptional. She had promised him to try her best. But if she was honest, she hated school. She had assumed that she would be a big deal. She was from a big clan, and her mom had assured her she would make friends. Ino wasn't sure why her family was such a big deal, but she was proud of them. On her first day, she had loudly declared her name in her introduction. She was only meant to say her name as an introduction. But Ino had simply been too excited, and she had always enjoyed attention. She bragged about her family and some of their history. It was only once she finished she realized her classmates were unimpressed. In fact, they were somewhat uncomfortable with her. She later found out she was the only clan student in her class for the year. There was a slight difference in her opinion, but it mattered. Her classmates seemed to sense the difference and did what kids did best. Alienate it. It had started subtly enough. At lunch, she was often left to sit alone. Each table with her classmates was seemingly full. Even the one or two with space remaining had rejected her. One boy called her a brain eater. Ino, as a child, hadn't realized, but to students like these naive to the shinobi world, her power wasn't extraordinary. It was weird, weak, and, to some, even scary. Soon, even in the classroom, she was left alone. The teacher caught onto this and attempted to fix it by assigning seats, but then the children would merely ignore her. Soon, the alienation evolved. As if an unseen and unheard signal had been enacted, the ignoring became harassing. Boys in class would throw things at her. The girls would treat her like a disease. Whenever her back turned, she would be insulted out loud. Brain eater alone had made the young girl want to cry. But the children made many mind stealer, mind reader, and creep. The title didn't matter. Each was a hammer to her. Soon, she had lost her excited facade. She was careful not to show her mommy and daddy. They would be disappointed in her for not doing well. She faked her usual self around them. But soon, she became shy and flighty. Always worried about how they would treat her. 1 year of this had gone on. Ino's parents, of course, caught on eventually and raised hell for it. But even switching classes didn't help. However, Sakura had changed that. Sakura had been somehow worse off than herself. Ino may have been a pariah, but she was doing well otherwise. A big, important family backing her ensured that. Sakura had no such fortune. The young girl had decided to become a shinobi out of curiosity. And to her credit, she was incredible book-wise. Unfortunately, the pinkett had a difference as well. A prominent forehead was all it took for the class to victimize her. Sakura took it wrong. Her reactions often entertained the group. Ino, despite being young, knew how to make things slightly better with her bullies. Sakura held no such wisdom, and soon, she became the target of even Ino. Ino had taken her suffering as well as she could. It had made her shy and nervous around others. Yet seeing Sakura suffer as such made her determined to do something. Ino threw herself into her psychological studies. She learned as much as she could about people. Learned how to be charismatic and likable. She gained popularity quickly once she had known. It became easy to befriend her former tormentors. They seemingly forgot her status quickly once her demeanor had changed. Ino had figured out the social hierarchy and exploited it in her favor. Her confidence soon returned, and she gained flair. But one day, seeing Sakura crushed after another bullying day, she decided to become her friend. As soon as Ino had adopted her, things became better for both. Ino had promised herself to maintain her popularity. The world only treated those with status well. So Ino had assured them she was cool, friendly, and fashionable. Anything to escape the scorn of those around her. Ino hadn't told the tale to anyone. She knew how easy it was for people to alienate different people. Her father knew something was wrong, and eventually, Ino told him. He had said she may be suffering from autophobia. She was terrified of being ignored, isolated, abandoned. For years Ino had never been concerned about her childhood woes. She had done as she intended all of those years ago. Become popular, liked, included. She had first thought of it again after meeting Naruto. Similar to Sakura, he had always been an outsider. Shikamaru, her own friend, had introduced the blonde with a sort of desperation. Ino had yet to think much, not seeing the need to be involved with Shikamaru and co-offering aid. It had piqued her interest in seeing someone who could make Shikamaru go out of his way. But they never indeed interacted. But once they had formed Team 7, she had sucked into the days of old. Neji was cruel and cold. He treated them both like trash. It had reminded her of those days. She had been stunned at first. But unlike her and Sakura all those years ago, who had been meek and shifted themselves to escape scorn, Naruto took it head on. He didn't care that he was disliked or seen as odd. At least not in the same way. He was determined to prove his worth to people authentically. Not afraid like her. It was something she found endearing about the blonde and had been the main reason for their friendship. Naruto simply made her uncaring towards her reputation and what others thought. She could be herself around him. Now, her connection to him had brought one of her worst fears to light. She was terrified of being a pariah. Neji stalked in front of the both of them, Byakugan activated and veins around his eyes seemingly ready to burst as he seemed to try to glare the crowd into submission. He stood in a wide defensive stance as if to shield both of the blondes from the crowd. Pay no heed to them, teammates. Those who are blind can only see darkness. Neji said to the two. Ya screw 'em, Ino. Naruto forced a laugh. At least we have each other. Who cares what they think? I do. Ino answered softly. Naruto froze at this, surprised at her answer. Neji in front of them stiffened. What? But why would you? Naruto started. You don't get it. I can't stand people treating me like this. Ino said sadly, tears falling from her eyes in clumps. I worked so hard on making them like me, and now. She sobbed brokenly after that, covering her face with her hands. Naruto was silent, shell-shocked by Ino's tone. Ino, maybe tread lightly, don't say something you may regret. Nei warned. People are fickle. This will not stick. You know better, Neji. Ino screamed, now rising to face them with red, teary eyes. Just because of Naruto, I'm hated now. After I tried so hard to avoid it, Ino stopped catching up with her words. Her eyes raced up to Naruto's face, which for a moment contained a level of anguish Ino had never seen from the blonde. Because of me, Naruto said slowly, staring at his hands as if coated in blood. I'm sorry, the blonde told before suddenly poofing away in a body flicker. Naruto, Neji called. He glared at Ino before shaking his head. Take the time you need to think this over. Once you have, I'm sure you'll see what you just did. The Hyuga said darkly. A sob broke from Ino's throat. She raced away in the opposite direction of Naruto. Neji growled to himself as he faced the ground. He hadn't meant to hurt her, even after her mistake. He would endeavor to talk to her again after speaking to Naruto. He likely would need some company. Neji poofed away as well, having a decent idea where the blonde went. The raging crowd continued its scrap against the allies of Naruto. The fighting crowd did not notice Naruto's exit. Ikam, Reizo, land of water. It had taken a while to find a location suitable for his needs. He needed a space to create what he needed. Mishiro had found them a cave that should work. Ikam brought her and Ashira along, knowing he would need their combined efforts for this. Ikam worked patiently. His plans here were numerous, but he would prefer if his first would bear fruit. He had planned originally to sign up for the Okama's clan summoner. From his knowledge of summonings, he figured earning would be easy enough. He was powerful, intelligent, and could be charismatic when needed. Yet, within minutes of appearing in their home, the raccoons had rejected him. To a man with more minor aims, they would let this be. Summons often yielded significant power and were unafraid to punish humans who stepped out of line, shinobi or no. But Ikam was not a man to be told no. He had a contact seal on him that would allow him to control any being as long as he was stronger. He had managed to land it on one of the elders but had shortly been banished by the head elder. It was a short setback, to say the least. His seal seemed unable to activate with him being so far from it, or at least if it did work, it was not giving his orders to have him unbanished. So, he had to find a different solution. While it was nearly impossible to find a summons home without being summoned there, due to many wielding odd powers to hide it, he could use seals to bypass this. His teleportation technique only required him to picture where he was going in a large ceiling array with a changing amount of chakra. It made it less than helpful in combat, but here, it would be perfect. But first, he needed something else to be done. He glanced at the wall covered in kanji. Each inch of the wall was covered in kanji symbols and lines. Each connected speaking a language only a Fuijutsu master could decipher. To his right and left stood Ashira, finishing his own wall. The man was the greatest Fuijutsu master he had ever met. He had spent the 2 walls and the floor when it took Mishiro and Ikam to do one. But now that they were complete, it was time. Ashira, Mishiro. Sir. Ashira answered dutifully. The man had been prepared to die at his orders. But after being defeated, he had become more determined to serve him than ever. The old fool. My love. Mishiro answered even more dutifully. She was his right hand, the only one he could fully trust. He had chosen his members well. Prepare yourselves. We finish the seal now, so I may visit our friends. Ikam ordered. Usually, he was more personable with his men. He knew the value of loyalty, after all. But he was restless to gain control of the Okama clan. The fools would serve him by choice or by crook. Both nodded grimly as the 3 Uzumaki weaved hand signs at an absurd speed. This went on for a full minute before all 3 chorused at once. Devil's possession. Evil array. The 3 rang out before the floor was suddenly covered in kanji, symbols, and lines similar to the walls. Though these came out blood red. Ikam marched forward excitedly, eager to enact his latest plan. Since entering the land of iron, Ikam had been keen to gain his new weapon. He knew if he were to oppose the 5 nations so openly, he needed to become even stronger. To do so, he would need a weapon worthy of him. Luckily, he gathered the mask he needed back in the leaf. It had been challenging to figure out how to use it as he intended. But as always, his Fuijutsu offered him a way around this. He chuckled as he pulled the mask in question. The room darkened as if the light was drained from it. Ashira took a step back. He had been open in his hatred of the mask, claiming they were integral to the logic of slaying the Uzumaki. But Ikam only saw them as yet another tool for him to use. And what a powerful tool it was. Ikam removed the mask from its case. Mishiro forced Ashira to turn as he did. He sighed to himself, dispelling the slight feeling of dread the mask seemed to emanate. He gazed upon it hesitantly, the Tsukumagami mask as it was dubbed. It was one of the more interesting ones in his possession. The mask looked like an older man smiling in joy of his creation. Yet the feeling of joy was sickly sweet. He supposed it was fitting. A cruel trick indeed, Ashira added. The Tsukumagami mask is one I fear more than the others. It was the first of the 5 discovered. A scroll found with it detailed a powerful yokai in ancient times was sealed within it. The beast was taking the souls of unfortunate victims and merging them with objects. These objects were often powerful and alive, even acquiring traits from the soul fused. Such as bloodline traits. Mishiro continued throwing her hair behind her head with a smile. She often liked to think back to her days of stealing the mask. When I stole them, I sealed my husband's soul within my blade. She said darkly. It became a blade capable of slicing through Fuijutsu, inherited my husband's famed ability to destroy seals. Which is perfect. It is time for Mifune to see the value of the blades I gave him. Ikam said excitedly. Let us begin, he said as he put on the mask. As he did, the candles lighting the room snuffed out instantly. Mishiro and Ashira flinched as they felt a presence among them. An ancient and powerful laugh sounded off around them from seemingly everywhere. I see a new user. Do you wish to use my power from so far away? Oh, I see. Such clever creatures you humans are. It's why I assist in repurposing your lot. Easier to deal with as tools. I shall play along for now. Let us form a new being. Mishiro and Ashira realized the voice was coming from Ikam. Suddenly glowing strands of dark matter seeped from the mask. It appeared to be liquid but flowed like gas. The kanji of the room pulsated with light as the odd light poured into them. First to get the soul. Ikam, possessed by the being, roared as the dark energy flowed even faster. Reizo. Reizo demonstrated to a crowd of men. Each was a newly promoted samurai. His most trusted men, they each had been gifted the swords Ikam had given the iron for his entry. And while the man had turned out to be a degenerate, the blades he had given were of high quality. Each had been reinforced with Fuijutsu as promised. Each seeming to be unbreakable, they would indeed serve them well. See when you're deflecting a slash. Reizo lectured. It's mostly in the wrist. Redirect their blow and unleash your own. He then mimed deflecting a blow before slashing once. He held his blade as he watched his men reenact the move. Before, the group suddenly stopped, whispering to each other as they stared at Reizo, seemingly confused. I did not tell you to stop. But sir, one of the braver ones chimed up. Your weapon. Reizo looked down to see the blade of his new sword seemingly covered in a dark yet glowing substance. Reizo barely had time to ponder this before his men gasped again as their blades glowed. Reizo's thoughts swirled before his mind realized. Get rid of your weapons. He bellowed as he tried to drop his sword. But the second the words left his mouth, the substance coated the entire blade. His hand was stuck to the substance as if it had always been a part of it. He looked up to see the men suffering the same fate. His mind spun as he tried to think of a solution. He desperately attempted to channel chakra to the substance. Perhaps it can combat the strange substance. But before he could muster much, his hand was on fire. The pain went from sharp to unbearable as a scream sounded out. He realized with panic it was his own. More followed as the energy continued to grow on Reizo and his men. Reizo stumbled over to the wall, the pain almost making his consciousness fade as he did. He managed to hit the panic button, sounding the base alarm. Perhaps help would come and save him. But Reizo felt he was offering a warning from doomed men. He collapsed to the floor as the substance coated half his body. As it grew, he felt less and less of the covered body. Incredible pain followed by numbness. Half of his face was covered, as well as his throat. He could no longer speak, merely watch as his officers suffered the same fate. Several of them were fully encompassed and no longer moving. Before it covered his face entirely, Mifune flew into the room with several guards. They gasped as they witnessed the events in the room. Reizo slowly used blood leaking from an unseen wound somewhere within the substance-covered part of his body. He cuffed his finger in blood and wrote a message on the wall as the men desperately tried to help him. It was IKAM. Mifune's eyes narrowed in rage. But they could only watch as the men were fully enveloped before the substance shrank. The man-sized blobs became smaller and smaller before entirely dissipating. Where proud samurai stood, only swords remained. Several of his men cried out in despair. Ikam had taken the lives of samurai and even a high-ranking official. There would be hell to pay. Before he could consider this much further, the blades suddenly were coated in kanji before poofing away. Mifune would have Ikam's head. Ikam. Ikam ripped the mask off his face and threw it across the room. Ashira caught it and immediately started to seal it back in its secure case. The mask had taken over him. It had done his will, but it was clear it would have taken over if it could. The mask had somehow stuck to his face at first. It felt like each fiber of it was suctioned to his face. He would need to be careful before attempting to use them again. He weaved through hand signs with a smile. Devil's possession. Devil's due. Soon, the room suddenly had several katanas appear in it. Ikam chuckled warmly as he marched through the room before landing on a particular blade. He picked it up. The blade, at one point, was a standard katana well built but nothing special. Now, the blade seemed slightly thicker and had become incredibly black. It drew light into it. The edge had become jagged, with glowing red lines that shimmered throughout. Michio and Ashira walked forward and faced their master. Well, sir, does it seem to fit your fancy? Was it truly worth the sin committed? Ashira commented, noticeably annoyed. Silence before I use it upon you. Ikam started with a smile. But will it work? Michiro asked with a smile. I can feel his power within it. Ikam replied happily. Ashira, it's time for me to meet with the Okama clan. Not enough blood on your ha. Michiro suddenly appeared, wielding her blade at Ashira's throat. The man looked at her and sighed. Very well. Ikam relaxed his muscles as Ashira prepared his own teleportation technique. You marked it with the seal I told you? Ashira asked as he worked. Yes, the critters did not even realize. Ikam chuckled. Then good luck, Ashira said darkly as he activated his seal. Ikam poofed away, and the two stood now alone. You could not slay me. He reminded Michiro. Don't need to, Michiro said with a smirk. Ikam will, if you ever forget who your master is. Ikam. Okama domain. Ikam didn't often feel whimsy in his life. His past was a complicated thing, but regardless of the actual events of it, it was clear it had been marred by strife. Yet, as he gazed upon the land that the Okama inhabited, it returned to him slightly. The land was hilly and covered by an absurdly thick forest. Each tree was massive, some having been carved out into homes. Ikam would have loved to enjoy the ambiance, but he was a busy man. Besides, he may have to destroy this land soon. Before he could enjoy the sights any longer, the scamper of feet and series of yips warned him of his host's arrival. Soon, the clearing he stood in was filled with raccoons of various shapes and sizes. Like his first visit, they bared their fangs and levied odd raccoon-adjusted weaponry. Ikam merely raised a brow at them. Before suddenly, the familiar form of the elder appeared. Ikam simply smiled at this, yet the creature was still resisting his seal somehow. How utterly fascinating. I see you have somehow returned. Are you prepared to return home yet again? The elder asked simply. Ikam laughed earnestly at this. You can do so. I have no method of stopping such. Though I must warn you, I cannot afford to not have you lot as anything other than my own allies. As such, please allow me to introduce myself. I have no interest in the two of you. However, as the elder, I must act appropriately. My name is Mirik Okama. Now I leave me home. The elder replied with ease. Ikam felt his heart rate increase. It seemed the beast had powers he had yet to see. You should accept my offer. You will not find a summoner on my level. We have already found our choice. The elder replied, simply holding up a hand to activate jutsu. Your threats matter little, we could not serve you even by choice. A true shame, but you understand I cannot allow you peace when you work with the Uzumaki, Ikam said, simply drawing his new blade. So I shall destroy your home. He yelled, his voice suddenly manic. The raccoon, Tanuki, flinched at the impressive killing intent he released. Before the Okama could honestly react, Ikam raced forward, attempting to bisect the raccoon on the left of Mirik, but missed narrowly. Mirik felt his heart drop when he witnessed Ikam smile at him cruelly. His target had never been one of them. Ikam howled in joy as he unleashed a powerful blast of energy at the ground. The energy cut and burned through solid stone before continuing in a straight, destructive path. The gash looked like someone had cut the earth itself. It was deep and seemed to steam. Ikam snarled as he prepared to unleash another technique with his blade before the elder sighed as he flared chakra. Summoning jutsu. Banishment. Ikam coldly offered them a cruel smirk as he poofed away. He appeared back in their workroom. Ashira was taking a nap, attempting to regain strength. Kushina had done quite the number on him and likely would have slain him if he had not saved him. The damage had not yet fully healed. So, allowing him to garner strength was a seemingly easy choice. Michiro squealed upon seeing and did her best to suffocate him. But Ikam took it all in stride. He was too excited for what was going to happen next. He smiled cruelly as one hand formed a hand sign. His new katana now growing red and pulsating with power. Let the Okamas pay for refusing us loyal Uzumakis, Ikam said darkly as his chakra suddenly flared. He smirked cruelly as if knowing a great joke. Before he whispered to himself. Devil possession. Breaking of the bottle. Mirik. The Okama clan valued their beautiful land. As such, several were checking out the new damage. Ikam smiled cruelly as the wound in the dirt suddenly glowed so bright it hurt one's eyes to look at it. It suddenly boomed off a massive explosion. It was a wave of acidic chakra which broke the ground underneath it, uprooted several homes, and scorched all before it to ash. Mirik crashed painfully into his own homebody, smashing through his own walls. He felt the painful throb of broken bones but forced himself forward regardless. As he left the wreckage of his own home, he saw he had been lucky. Mirik watched on as slain Tanukis writhed their final painful moments away. Most of the surrounding area was smashed and scorched. It would take them years to repair their home. It takes even longer for the survivors to grieve over their fallen. The final fatality count had been 11, most of which were the active summons available. Ikam had been cruelly intelligent. With Mirik's ability to remove him without a fight, he had little time to attempt to strike them down. He had predicted Mirik and their strongest fighters would appear to repel him. It's the perfect opportunity for a clever trap. Mirik had thought his slash as he was banished was a desperate attack. They had started fixing the gash when its true power had been unleashed. Ikam, indeed, was a fearsome threat. Mirik would have to shear up their defenses. The seal he had been marked with still fought for control of him. The Okama clan was famed for their immunity to Fuijutsu, yet Ikam nearly had sealed his will. Naruto Uzumaki would need to grow up quickly. They had to find a way to avoid Ikam. Ikam. Ikam cackled at his later move. He was no fool. The attack, while deadly, indeed had some survivors. Perhaps he could fix that. But it is difficult to set up currently, so he supposed such was unnecessary. For now, they were hurting, and even if they gained a summoner, their worth would be diminished. In time, his seal may work as well. Be that as it may, he should prepare. He had a feeling the Okama clan would not give in so easily. Neji. Hokage Rock. Ino had recently informed him of Naruto's preferred alone place. For once, she hadn't done so to gossip but simply in case they ever needed to find the blonde. Truthfully, Neji felt somewhat conflicted as he marched forth. Naruto Uzumaki had steadfastly become one of Neji's favorite people. As such, he felt obligated to offer the blonde consoling. The only problem was that Neji wasn't precisely a personable person. He would not say he was aloof. As a Hyuga, he had been trained to hold a certain charisma, but that did not offer him any wisdom of comforting someone. Furthermore, Neji could relate to being deemed something lesser. Naruto's situation was different. Having a demon sealed inside of him made him different. In truth, Neji did not let his status as a Jinchuriki affect his vision of the blonde significantly. Honestly, the Hyuga had been somewhat impressed to see just how significant the burden was. He had finally discovered the source of pain in his eyes. Neji felt he could offer some level of insight into that. But the villagers' hatred, how was he to comfort the blonde towards that? Their hatred seemed to outshine even his own of the main house. Neji knew better than most just how much it took to shake such a thing. Neji had a feeling, though, that just being there for the blonde could help with that. But the final problem confounded him the most. He simply couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Ino had been quite foolish to voice what she did. Indeed, she realized letting such an idea go would affect Naruto in unique ways that may not affect others. Worse yet, Naruto somehow didn't recognize this as the ramblings of a shaken woman. No, he saw them as a painful truth finally being unleashed. Hinata often told him he had a habit of looking at the word in an incredibly logical way. In such a way, he often missed the nuances of emotion. Neji had felt insulted by such and assured her he could understand. But his lack of understanding shines here. Neji knew it was up to him to bring this to the forefront of the blonde. To reassure him as only a friend could. Despite his misgivings, he would attempt his best. Naruto deserved no less. He found the blonde, as Ino had predicted, seated upon the fourth head. Sadly, he gazed at his home as if it had rejected him. Neji supposed it almost had. Naruto, Neji said, standing a short distance behind him. Naruto gazed back at Neji, sighed, and offered a tired nod. How are you feeling? Like shit. One of my best friends is being shamed for associating with me. She has realized it's my fault. My own people seem to hate my guts. I have a psycho to fight in the exams. My own dad sealed the Kyuubi into me, and my own mother, and to top it all off I have two separate groups hunting for me. Doing just great, ya know. Naruto answered. This was an attempt to get Neji to leave. A bit of misdirected anger. Neji knew it better than most. That is quite the situation. Though surely you realize you're being pessimistic. Neji countered. Naruto laughed emptily, his face smiling, but his eyes only shined with pain. Hilarious coming from you. Neji frowned at this but silently counted to 5 to stop his more antagonistic nature. True, that is why our team has always worked well. You are our center. The hell does that? Neji suddenly, body flickered before him. Dramatic but worked in silencing the blonde. You care more than anyone I've ever met before. You cared about us instantly just because we were on the same team. You cared about me and my broken ideology. That version of I stood directly opposed to your ideals. I was stronger than you, anyone else likely would have given in. But you trained and surpassed me, forced me to see the light, and then treated me as if I was never your enemy. Ino, when the team formed, had incredibly unsure of us. You broke through to her and quickly made her change as well. Before you, she had been a half-decent kunoichi. Your spirit made her wish to become more. I haven't known Naruto Uzumaki for long, but I am grateful to have done so. So why would I, or anyone who truly knows you, fret over you holding a beast? It is merely another obstacle you will overcome. One day, you will become Hokage. I promise that until that day, I will stand by your side as not an ally but a friend. You shall be the greatest one yet, and I trust you will keep the word you gave me. Neji said with a slight smirk and a raised brow. An expression Naruto had often given him. Neji heard Naruto sniffle slightly. He paid no mind as Naruto seemed to release some of the tension he had been holding. Slowly, he crawled to his feet and stood to face Neji. Neji gazed back at him with a smile. Believe it, Naruto said with his own smile, almost with his usual warmth. Though, what am I gonna do about Ino? You heard her. She knows that as long as she associates with me, she'll be an outcast. Neji sighed a bit. As far as Naruto had come, he would always be a bit of a knucklehead. She didn't mean that, or at the very least, it wasn't all she meant. She will think about things and come back around. You've been here for a while, perhaps now she's ready to speak. Naruto considered this before nodding. Are you coming too? No, it is best for you two, to discuss things. What does that mean? Naruto asked. Just a theory, Blondie. Neji answered casually. He ignored as Naruto roared in disapproval. Best for you two to discuss things. Naruto raised a brow but prepared to launch himself off. Before he could, suddenly, Jiraiya appeared on the roof after his usual brand of foolishness. He informed them of the crowd of rioters being finally suppressed by the Konoha police and the secret Anbu. Scores of those who could be proven to be involved in the violence had even been apprehended. He told them of the decisions of the council. How Naruto would be limited to the ground of the Forest of Death. How Jiraiya would go with him and take his training to the next level. Neji had expected Naruto to rebel against this, but he instead nodded his head gravely. Can I do one thing before we go? Naruto asked. Sure thing, brat. I'll grab some supplies from Kushina and smooth things over. You have an hour. Jiraiya replied with ease. Naruto thanked them both before he body flickered away. Jiraiya nodded at Neji before his body flickered away. Neji sighed before sitting on top of the fourth's head himself. Being supportive was exhausting. Ino. Roof of Academy. Ino would like to say she had sat introspectively in her hiding spot. That she patiently filtered through the whirlwind of thoughts that made her mind come to a logical conclusion. But truthfully, she had only cried for what felt like an hour or so. The hateful words sent her way, the reminder of her old self, the foolish words she had said, and the pained expression of Naruto. Each grim thought hit her like a sledgehammer, sending her into the next batch of tears. Only once her eyes ached and her face felt ice cold from crying in the cold weather did she stop. Ino was sure most would have been too exhausted to dwell on things much further. But the only thing the exhaustion had achieved was making her mind partially more precise. Ino had always been one to express herself openly. Such was necessary to become who she was now. Yet, it has always been a troublesome thing. She and Sakura had clashed over harsh words multiple times. She had even upset the aloof and collected Shikamaru once. It had become a double-edged sword of sorts. It helped her become liked, yet had made her a gossiper. And finally, her terrible habit of saying whatever came to mind had backfired. Objectively, she knew it to be true. Her friendship with one Naruto Uzumaki, in fact, had been the singular reason for her new fall from grace. It upset her, but she didn't hold it against the blonde. Naruto didn't choose it, nor was he deserving of their scorn. It was an unfortunate situation, the stress of being publicly shamed, the humiliation of it happening in front of her team, and her annoyance with Naruto getting in her face. She had lashed out, a desperate attempt at exerting any form of control. Ino doubted she would ever forget the look on Naruto's face. His ordinarily warm and vibrant eyes had become expressionless even if for only a second. Wide open as if not completely understanding what was happening. His usual smile was nowhere to be seen, his lips thinned into a line as he contemplated her words. Betrayal slapped straight into his face, flashed briefly in his eyes, further expressed by the slight frown on his face. She had seen a sheen in his eyes, unshed tears, she was sure. It had hit her hard. It's more complicated than it ever should have been. Ino may have craved social approval before, but she never let his Naruto's opinion affect her. Once she had first met Naruto, she hadn't been overly impressed. He was stronger than she had thought, but not monstrously so. He could be a bit of a joker, yet he took his job seriously and could be funny and witty at the same time. He was a nice guy before, but she now knew he was simply kind and naturally caring. Naruto had faced Neji down when he had dismissed them as worthy teammates. Neji was quick to make them realize the gap between them. Ino deemed it completely impossible to close the gap between them. Despite their complete inability to work together, he was the one who brought them all together. From standing up for her in front of him to fixing his pessimistic personality. It had given her the courage to do so as well. Even defending the blonde in time of his need. That had begun the start of their friendship. Even worse, Naruto only seemed to get better and better. Ino had come to find his antics endearing. His rare, honest smile could send chills down her spine. His never-say-die demeanor was inspiring to her. Dear merciless Kami, she was into Naruto Uzumaki. The idea was alien to her. For years she had pined for one Sasuke Uchiha. A man that frankly seemed to be the opposite of Naruto Uzumaki in almost every way. Naruto was lighthearted and playful, he rarely was down or unfriendly, and took nearly anything in stride. Sasuke was serious and mysterious. He was always focused and he was never one to be playing around. He also was known for his attitude. Before those differences were the reason she was interested in Sasuke. Now those differences seemed to be the reason she was interested in Naruto. Being around Sasuke was certainly thrilling, but he never cared for their presence. Ino always felt like she was fighting just for acknowledgement. Naruto always responded, he always listened, he made her feel welcomed. While her pursuit of Sasuke had been a fun chase. But Naruto made her feel wanted, acknowledged, cared for. Maybe the bad boy thing in her magazines had been wrong. Ino usually loved romance. She had played matchmaker for friends, gossiped about it, and happily gave advice for it as a veteran, even though she was just as ignorant. She had been sure when she finally found someone, she would be giddy and she would strode confidently as she slowly made him fall for him. Slowly stalking her prey and capturing it just as her mother said she had done to Inoichi. Instead, she felt anxious and overwhelmed. Firstly, Naruto seemed to be relatively happy with their friendship. Hell, she had never heard the blonde even mention dating. Secondly, Naruto had more than enough on his shoulders. Ino couldn't even imagine how difficult it would be to navigate this with all that. It would be selfish of her to demand his attention during all this. Finally, Ino couldn't even imagine facing the blonde at the moment. She swallowed another sob as she made a grim conclusion. She would hide for now. Avoid Naruto for now. How could she face him with her new discovery and her miserable existence with how she had acted? Instead, she would focus on training. She could make it up to Naruto and earn some reputation back during the exams. Oh yeah, she was a pariah herself. Yeah, best to avoid him for now. She had her own problems now. Ino supposed. She was still a coward. Still just a little girl. Naruto. Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto had looked for Ino everywhere. As hurt as he was determined to fix things between them. He knew Ino was in pain, a pain he knew better than anyone. If he could just talk to her, he was confident he could fix things. Ino must have been better at hiding than he thought, though, because he could not find her anywhere. He had checked the swing near the academy. Hey, he had liked hanging out there when he had been young, their training ground, her house. Her mother told him she would talk to her when she did get home and thanked him for worrying for her. The shopping district, but she was nowhere. Nearly his entire hour was up, and he had not found her. Naruto growled, frustrated. Soon he would be forced into the forest of death, not allowed to leave until the exams. They wouldn't have a chance to talk things over until the exams. His stomach growled, only adding to his misery. He was feeling dejected and decided to eat finally, wanting to enjoy some of his comfort food before roughing it. On the house sun, Naruto looked up to see a familiar and friendly face. Tsuki was the owner of Naruto's favorite restaurant. Kushina struggled to find food Naruto would eat as a young child. His mother had never been one to sit idly. As such, she had taken her son out to eat at various places. Naruto had stubbornly turned down most food. Kushina, hungry herself at that point, had desperately brought him here. Naruto had been unsure, but it had been love at first bite. Even better, the father and daughter who worked here were kind. They loved how much Naruto loved his food and soon would chat with him whenever he came around. It was a small thing, but that had quickly made the two some of Naruto's favorite people. Are you sure, old man? Naruto said sullenly. I don't wanna. Shut it, brat. I'm younger than ever. Tsuki replied with a frown. Besides, you seem down. Can't have my number one getting depressed. Bad for business. And we care about you dearly, sweetie, Ayame said, annoyed at her father's answer, as she exited from the back. She gave Naruto a sisterly kiss on his cheek before she went back to work. We heard what happened. I'm so sorry. Naruto swallowed heavily to avoid tearing up. Thanks, he said softly. Yeah, my dear daughter is right. I'm sorry, kid, we know that you are not him. The other fools will come around eventually. Tsuki said with a simple nod as if deciding the matter then and there. Naruto. Jiraiya's voice rang out, cutting through the atmosphere. Sorry, brat, it's time. Naruto flinched before sullenly climbing to his feet and joining the sage. The rumor was true then. Tsuki asked. There was mutterings he was being imprisoned. He picked up a nearby label with a death grip. His eyes locked onto Jiraiya, there was fear in them. Clearly he knew who the man was. Yet with the subtle edging towards him it was clear he would attempt to defend the blonde if necessary. No, they're having him camp out in the forest of death. How the hell is that fair? Tsuki cried, outraged. His grip on the label caused the metal to groan as he slowly bent it. Naruto cannot be treated this way. Ayame added, now also wielding a label as her father was. Preaching to the choir, Jiraiya replied grimly. Not even I can do anything about it. You have my word. No danger will come to the blonde. Well, mostly anyway. It'll be fine. Thanks Tsuki-ji-san. Ayame, you guys helped a lot. Naruto said as he marched towards the forest. Jiraiya caught up with ease. You okay? Yeah. You ready? Naruto sighed as he garnered his will. Damn straight, let's get training. I got some people to prove wrong. His voice suddenly regained some of its luster, though it lacked the normal jovial tone. Sounds good, brat. Omake. Overprotective mother. Kushina was a good mother. Okay, when she had started, she tended to give Naruto a lot of sweets. Which, of course, led to his terrible pickiness. But he had been an adorable child. How was she to say no? Some said she hovered over him. But she didn't have Minato, who seemed to be ready for anything. She had to compensate. Some said it was overkill to always have 20 clones surrounding them, but it was a small price to pay to keep her baby safe. Kakashi had said he would need to test the blonde and asked her to get involved. Even making Kushina promise to not do so. She had lied, of course. Kakashi had found out the challenging way during Team 7's first meeting, the price for endangering her baby. Well, the small Hyuga had been first to insult Naruto. Ino had been excellent, though. Sure, she had reacted poorly to her declaring she would be the wife to her little man, but sealing her had been simple. With that in mind, she continued her chase of another blonde woman named Samui. Once she had captured Ino, something had occurred to her. Naruto would more than likely need more than one bride for the amount of grandbabies she wanted. Furthermore, Kushina knew how difficult romance could be. Minato had to fight off multiple Junin to win her heart. Too dangerous instead, she'd catch him some wives. She was sure Naruto would thank her. Samui had apparently hit it off with her son and was relaxed and collected from what Kakashi had told her. Cute blonde tsundere babies. Yes, please. Naruto would say he needed space. Ha, she had sealed him, too. Best way to keep him safe. Makoto, upon hearing of this, had told her she saw no flaw in her plan and endeavored to achieve the same with her baby. Apparently, he was going through an emo phase. Kushina may need to prepare for that. A mother could never be too careful. Ino's paw, forest surrounding Hidden Leaf, land of fire. Ino had always been a social creature. She enjoyed catching up with friends, discussing the newest gossip, and fawning over boys. She knew her father had never approved, even her mother had sometimes scorned her. But it worked well for her. Being charismatic was a trait of a leader, her parents would begrudgingly say. She had found less time for her more social hobbies as she continued her career. Upon forming Team 7, she was lucky to do so occasionally. Once she had befriended her teammates, it had become even more of an oddity. The group often hung out between missions and training, sometimes just her and Naruto whenever Neji was too busy, which may never happen again after she opened her big mouth. Ino had come to see socializing and gossip as a way to de-stress. A way she could relax in her element, as it were. Now that she was much too busy and arguably hated, she missed it. It made her days longer, and she questioned her reliance on those aspects of life. She had heard from Kakashi that Naruto had been limited to the Forest of Death, which killed her plans to talk to the blonde, which annoyed her because she was constantly thinking about him. Ino felt terrible about how she reacted. She certainly had her own reasons, but she should have handled it more tactfully. Certainly, it does not suggest it was his fault. Ino normally talked to her mother or father in times like these. Her father was a licensed psychologist, and her mother would talk her through the most difficult topics with ease. She knew the value of talking through one's grief. It was a healthy way to live. Anko seemed to disagree. Ino had almost looked forward to Anko's depraved training. At the very least, it would take her mind off Naruto. But the older woman had seemed to sense her inner turmoil, at least in her words. In truth, she had seen Ino cry a couple of times. Ino had expected compassion, maybe some kind words and encouragement. Instead, the woman had said in sadistic glee, "Don't worry, princess. I'll work you right out of that funk." She hadn't lied. Though as hard as the training was, Ino was more demanding on herself. She may have hurt Naruto purely because of her reliance on social status. It may be necessary to her, but was it more important than her loved ones? The fact she hesitated before saying no haunted her. Luckily, Ino could do nothing more than collapse at the end of the day. If she did so before she reached home, Anko would bring her to her home. Allow her to rest on the couch, feed her. All the better to work her to the bone the next day. It was a rough schedule, one the older would never attempt. All the better. She didn't want to be someone who would hesitate to be there for people because of the thoughts of others. Not anymore, not after the look of pain Naruto had given her. After the first week, Team 7 focused on training while Naruto was limited. Ino figured the rest of the training would fly by. Soon enough, she would excel in the exams and work things out with Naruto. But between Anko's training and her turmoil, somehow still churning during training, the training seemed to drag on endlessly. Anko started each day by running Ino through various stretches, insisting such was necessary for the training. She swore after seeing the poses they would attempt that she would never do so around others. They then continued with Anko throwing kunai at her from multiple angles at different speeds, dodge practice, as she had lovingly dubbed it. In reality, Ino desperately tries to survive as Anko slowly turns her into her practice dummy. Next was her practice for her new close-range fighting style. Ino had thought she and the other genin were masterful with kunai. But Anko had quickly shattered that little bubble she used to live in. They were helpful weapons with a lot of applications she never considered. Her unique kunai, a gift given to her recently from her father, became a deadly weapon. Its exceptional length lends itself well to her new style. With Anko's gift, Ino quickly turned herself into a mid-range fighter and a more well-rounded kunoichi. This was mildly less painful than dodge practice, but Anko was a perfectionist. Drilling her on each form, move, and counter precisely ensured she gained knowledge and mastery. If not working on her close game, Anko would drill her on ninjutsu. Upon hearing of Ino's success in using only a single hand for jutsu before insisting she must be able to do so with every jutsu in her arsenal. It was long, monotonous work, most spent with explosions and failed jutsu. Though Ino did not complain. Not after the technique Anko and her had made. Finally, Anko would have Ino strategize against potential opponents or specific scenarios. Anko told her she may very well be one of the weaker participants, which Ino had known. Truthfully, she doubted she could win it, certainly not defeat Naruto or Neji. But Anko had cheerfully replied that even the strongest could be killed once they lowered their guard. The smile on her face would have unnerved her before. Now, she merely nodded. She had her prepare game plans for each opponent, cheekily suggesting that Ino could try to seduce Naruto. Ino had attempted to punch the woman, but it seemed those extra weights on her chest didn't slow her down as much as she had hoped. Ino had thought Anko must surely be right. With this level of training, she would surely be too occupied to dwell on Naruto and her new status as a pariah. But every day, through training, her mind did just that. Thinking over how she would recover socially, how could she even consider such a thing when Naruto needed her? Would Naruto be welcomed as a soldier in his home? Would Naruto understand why Ino said what she said? Should she tell him why it affected her? How should she deal with her feelings for Naruto? While it had only been 3 weeks, it may as well have been months for Ino. But she could not deny she could tell her improvement. Her body was lovingly petite before, but she now had gained a small amount of weight. Now, she has limited muscle. She simply had no choice but to improve with Anko around. Oddly enough, she also managed to find some level of peace. She couldn't affect her new reputation in any meaningful way, nor could she afford to care for it. Ino had changed during this training. She would try to focus more. She wanted to become someone that even Naruto could count on. She would show her village and Naruto that she was different. Ino would fix things now. She was done playing games. Kushina's POV Uzumaki residence, Hidden Leaf Village. Kushina had never been patient. She was temperamental and unafraid to tell others what she thought. She preferred to act as if something was bothering her. Minato had always been the more considerate one, reining her in whenever she went off. It took a lot of mental discipline to be a single mother. Yet this was the first time she encountered a problem like this. Her own status as a Jinchuriki had never been revealed. Most people in the village were unaware that there was even one. Now, her son had been exposed as one. Kushina knew this may be a problem but had yet to learn how much it would be. Naruto had been shunned and attacked. Even his friends had been targeted. It took more discipline than Kushina knew. She had to not smash the hateful villagers. Even more to not show the council the wrath of a mother for banishing her baby to the forest of death. Kushina watched her pot of stew bubble. Naruto and Jiraiya had nixed her idea of her camping with them. Jiraiya insisted Naruto needed to be able to focus on training and didn't need her babying him. Naruto claimed it would be embarrassing. As such, she had brought them meals to eat and whatever supplies they requested. It allowed her some access to her son. But the blonde seemed to be laser focused on his training lately. Silently, her son worked, often until he could not even stand. It worried her, but Jiraiya would rebuff her each time she sought to console the blonde. Telling her simply to let the blonde figure it out. It hurt her to not aid him, but it did seem like the blonde preferred to mull on it himself. Kushina gasped as the stew bubbled over, hissing as it touched the rack of the stovetop. She quickly lowered the flame and stirred. She sighed and relaxed once it was clear she hadn't ruined the stew. It was times like this when she wished Minato was still around. His calm and logical personality had always centered her in situations like this. Worse yet, the village scorn was not her biggest concern. Ikum, apparently a relative of theirs who seemed hellbent on tormenting the remaining Uzumaki, lurked in the background. Kushina had only fought with him momentarily, but he had easily countered one of her most substantial moves. Orochimaru supposedly worked with the man and seemed to want the leaf to pay. If those two weren't enough of a threat to her baby, a whole group of S-rank missing shinobi also pursued him. Kushina had to support and protect her child, but she wasn't wise or strong enough. But she had to become better. Kushina was confident that with the aid of Naruto's friends and his natural strength, he could get through this latest problem. But it would be a moot point if he was killed by some criminal scum. But even more than that, she was afraid of change, the simple fact that those villagers would change her son and rid him of all his innocence and hopes towards this village. The childlike need to just need her mom or see her at times. It was not as simple as if you had friends and then you would be okay. This whole ordeal was changing how he viewed the world. He only desired to live an average life, yet all of them just mindlessly tortured him day by day in every way possible within the rules of the village. As much as she hated to admit it, she did not face those stares and whispers thrown at her baby. Minato made sure that it remained that way. It was taking a toll on Kakashi and herself. She could not know what was going on behind those reflectionary faces of his friends. His friend, Neji, was hard to read behind his stoic face. She could subtly interrogate Ino, but she was nowhere to be seen these days. Kushina needed strength, and she needed it quickly. She glanced at the clock in her stew. Seeing she had hours before she was due to bring the food and the stew was practically done, just needing to be kept warm, she decided upon her next move. There was only one way to garner the strength necessary to keep her son safe. Kushina sat on the floor in a meditative pose. Little did Naruto know she had struggled to meditate, but just like him, she had found it to be something she did often. She relaxed her muscles and slowed her breathing. Her mind cleared with practiced ease. Right as she fully relaxed, she whispered out loud, preparing herself to face an old foe of hers. Kyuubi. As soon as the word left her mouth, she felt her consciousness be pulled somewhere deep in her mind. She appeared standing on a large cloud. Somehow, the condensed water form held her weight. Her surroundings were a vast open sky full of clouds and a dark reddish sky. Kushina ignored this, instead gazing upon the being she came to visit. This one's eyes must deceive him. The Kyuubi stated amusedly. It contrasted his position, which was wrapped in a complex web of scarlet chains carved with inscriptions of fuinjutsu. Each limb of the beast was extended and bound. Further chains wrapped its tails in a bundle, and even the mouth of the beast was muzzled with chains. Last time this one saw of you, I was a decree from you. What were your words? Kyubi, Kushina stated firmly, glaring at the beast with contempt. We need to talk. Ah, this one does remember. You said you would never work with a beast like me. This one was nothing more than a battery for you to drain. You would ensure this one stays contained. You were a much smaller child then. Why is this one cursed to suffer in your presence once again? The Kyubi seemed to ignore the words and offered the best glare it could from its position. I need to access more of your power. Kushina said defiantly, I am here to take it. The Kyubi laughed cruelly. All these years, you can barely manage to wield even a fraction of my power. How do you intend to use more? The same way I did before. By force. Kushina said, roaring as she formed hand signs. The Kyubi merely laughed, recognizing her intent while being unfazed. Kushina did not let this stop her, though. She needed this. Adamantite chains. Draining bind. The chains glowed brightly and seemed to tighten slightly. The Kyubi continued laughing, though the pain could be heard in its voice. Kushina continued flowing chakra into the technique, determined to increase the limit of chakra she could take. She had done this before for her Junin exam, just barely managing to take the 3 taels worth she could currently wield. Her chains acted as a natural boost to her seal and allowed her to maintain complete control of the chakra taken. But even as she felt her impressive reserves dip towards the bottom, no chakra from the beast flowed into her besides the amount she could hold. Kushina growled as she released the technique. Her rage only grew at the continued laughter from the Kyubi. Your sealing chains are impressive, human, but they cannot truly hold one of this one's stature. Without the seal binding me here, they would never hold me long. Do you think you can force control of my full power? To wield the full power of one of my kind, you must have the consent of us. With my utter hatred of you and the darkness all humans hold, you will never achieve this. You will fail your child just as you've done before. The Kyubi taunted. Kushina growled as she willed herself to leave. You will never wield my strength while you live with darkness. The Kyubi said one last time as Kushina faded out. Kushina opened her eyes and threw the wooden spoon in her hand so hard it shattered against the wall. She rose to her feet and growled again before she sighed. She silently put the pot of stew in a container for travel, along with some dishes and water for the boys. Quickly, she left her home and rushed to her son's side. But Kushina could hear Kyubi's last words ringing throughout her mind. Neji's Pav Leaf Training Ground, Hidden Leaf Village. Eagle continued to be quite the teacher. Exposing his past ties to the Hyuga had somewhat made Neji respect the man. As someone who also had suffered from the Hyuga's constricting and ruthless laws, he could sympathize with wanting to leave. He found it incredible to have been banished from the Hyuga and still had reached as far as he did. Neji could see why Kakashi had set him up with him. In truth, Neji appreciated a new teacher who knew his style so well. He wanted to win the exams. Neji knew better than to envy Naruto, especially with his hard work. But he felt left behind. Naruto had defeated him fairly and convincingly, taking his best attacks and smashing through his defense. When an S-rank criminal came, Naruto had fought him head-on while he had been quickly taken out. Gaara had focused on Naruto with an unnerving aim. Neji had moved to aid him, but it had been straightforward to Neji in the brief exchange. Gaara was on another level than them all and fully intended to kill or take Naruto. Neji would not allow him to do so, but he doubted he could stop him. But Neji had never been one to give up. Even in his fate stage, what Naruto and Ino had annoyingly dubbed it, he had trained hard and defied the laws placed on him, mastering main house techniques and eclipsing even the heiresses in terms of skill. So he did what he often did when worried: train himself into the ground. Neji had never had a choice on how to fight. It had been drilled into him even as a child. Strict forms, precise strikes, and grace were his fighting style. Mastered over the generations by the Hyuga, Neji had taken to it well, but Eagle seemed to think something else would be needed. The gentle fist is certainly one of the best fighting styles in the world. But it does not cover the full capacity of combat. Such simple words not only annoy but free the genius. Eagle first taught him ninjutsu in depth. Eagle merely stared when Neji questioned this because the Hyuga clan shamed those who used non-Hyuga ninjutsu. Neji had attempted to stare back, activating his Byakugan once staring at the mask became too much. Though he had simply met the Byakugan of Eagle in turn. For the first time in Neji's life, he had been outstared. Neji dutifully listened from there on. Eagle was not someone who repeated himself. Next, he altered his forms and strikes. The changes were untraditional and felt odd initially, but Eagle had insisted such minor changes would have a noticeable effect in combat. And much to Neji's chagrin, he found Eagle was right when he did better in their spars upon enacting such tweaks. Finally, he taught him some variations of the Hyuga techniques he used. By the time 3 weeks were up, Neji felt his old confidence return. He felt powerful and now knew he could stand as he always had. It was soon time to show them just what a genius could do. Shisui's POV Uchiha Training Ground, Hidden Leaf Village. Shisui had never intended to become a Junin sensei. He had planned to retire after he had aided his village in stopping the Uchiha coup. The whole affair had soured his motivation to be a shinobi. While he would never regret the choice he made, it still weighed on him heavily for so much of his family to be imprisoned with his aid, no less. But Itachi, before disappearing, had asked him to look after Sasuke. Itachi had been Shisui's best friend, a brother in all but blood. He would ensure that his wishes of him would be followed. But often, Shisui found himself lamenting his task. Sasuke felt very strongly about his clan and seemed to hate that they were arrested, insisting that there must be some more profound truth about the event. Saying his father never would have betrayed their home. Shisui had spent much of Sasuke's life assuring him that was the case, but the Uchiha often seemed to doubt him. Sasuke worried him. He was seemingly focused on rising up in the ranks for his promotion. He had been distant from his teammates before, but they rarely met outside of training and missions after Kabuto's disappearance. He seemed to only get angrier over time as well, impatient to redeem his clan and bring them back to their former glory. Shisui personally never put the clan over the village. After all, the Leaf had always been the home of the Uchiha. But over the years, the Uchiha had slowly felt slighted. They had little political powers these days, the police force was often undermined by Anbu, who had seniority over them, and they had never had a Uchiha as Hokage. Never mind that most of the clans haven't or that they kept themselves distant from the other non-Uchiha. Instead, they tried to take over, got caught, and paid the price. Fair to Shisui, but he had a feeling Sasuke felt differently. Shisui, I'm done. Sasuke panted out, breaking his sensei from his thoughts. Shisui looked up to see the small forest of trees that littered the edge of the grounds, which had all been cut down with only charred stumps. Sasuke stood in the middle in burnt clothes, his Sharingan spinning wildly. He seemed to be a force of nature at times. Well done. Are you ready? As Shisui often did, he avoided addressing the subject. He didn't want to push Sasuke away, nor was he blind to how Sasuke would react. It's better to keep an eye on him for now. Of course, I merely hope there is a challenge, Sasuke stated simply as he marched forward. Exhausted but much too proud to collapse. You seem challenged enough by gravity. Shut it. Jiraiya's POV Forest of Death, Hidden Leaf Village. Jiraiya had never considered himself a great teacher. He had assisted Minato in becoming the man who had become infamous worldwide. But in truth, the man had only needed advice and some slight guidance. Jiraiya would never claim to be responsible for what Minato had done. Minato had been something of an enigma, quick to learn, dedicated to the craft, and with a gutsiness Jiraiya was fond of. Most of what Minato accomplished was by his own merit. Yet now that he had the chance, he seemed to just know Naruto was meant to be taught by him. There was something about the blonde. He held his mother's will and focused on his father's determination. He was impressive, undoubtedly, yet he was no prodigy. He was no genius but was crafty, often finding alternative solutions to problems. He was certainly interesting, but most would not find him remarkable. Jiraiya supposed Naruto reminded him of himself. He could help his godchild avoid the many mistakes he had made. Admittedly, the Toad Sage's prophecy influenced it somewhat, but he had never been entirely sold on destiny. However, Jiraiya pondered if the prophecy was one way to achieve peace. But truthfully, as much as he craved peace, he wasn't sure he could reach it in his lifetime. Part of him had been confident Minato would one day achieve it. After all, the man had shared his dream, but his death had convinced Jiraiya that he may never achieve his dream. His decision to train Naruto had been decided more as a reasonable way for Jiraiya to meet and spend time with Naruto. To honor his position as a godfather. With the needed secrecy, he could not be around. Unlike Kushina, whose relationship with Minato had been a secret, he was well known as Minato's sensei. The original idea was to keep his distance until Naruto did something worthwhile or had garnered a suitable level of experience. To justify one of the Sanins taking a keen interest in him. But Hiruzen had decided that with Naruto now known as a Jinchuriki, it would be merely a matter of time before his other secret was discovered. The risk of Jiraiya's presence was worth it to ensure Naruto would have the skills and strength to face the repercussions of such a situation. While he had been unable to be active in Naruto's life, he occasionally kept an eye on him whenever he arrived home. He had even delivered secretive gifts to Naruto. But despite those efforts, he couldn't say he truly knew his godson. Kushina had told him plenty, so he had an idea of the man Minato's son had become. Meeting him in this circumstance reinforced the image. At first, it had been hard to believe he was Minato's child. Indeed, he looked like Minato, he had his eyes and golden hair. But personality-wise, it had reminded him more of Kushina than anything else. Only once he had returned from his last-minute errand did he see such a prominent trait of Minato. They worked their way back up with laser focus whenever they fell down. Naruto had come back, obviously somewhat crestfallen. At first, Jiraiya feared he was going through a moody, emotional phase most young adults would have defaulted on. He had prepared a routine that would make Naruto focus on his woes instead of improving himself. Naruto had gone silent. Instead, his eyes held disappointment and frustration. Naruto had asked what his training was and immediately thrown himself into it. From the endless sprints he made the blonde do, he could never have too much stamina. Or the painful taijutsu spars, Jiraiya had never been the best at holding back. Luckily, Naruto could take a beating. Even hours of chakra control and mediation training were met with silent indifference. Jiraiya was surprised by Naruto's efficiency. Upon hearing Jiraiya's plan, he added his ideas and quickly engaged in them. All the while summoning clones throughout the days and ordering them to pursue something new, sometimes seemingly nonsensical, but would invariably manifest itself in odd ways. Jiraiya saw his impressive kenjutsu and worked with him to incorporate it into his taijutsu as opposed to him switching back and forth as he was now. Naruto had taken to this like water, quickly adapting poses and moving into his arsenal with frightening ease with the aid of his clones. Jiraiya had been disheartened once he learned that Naruto had become another clan summoner, but knew there must be more to it. Frustratingly, Naruto kept silent about it, saying the clan had sworn him to secrecy. Jiraiya had let it go. He knew better than most how complex being a summoner could be. Besides, he had some ninjutsu for Naruto to master. With the clones at his use, he learned them shockingly quickly during the 3 weeks. Finally, they worked on the technique Naruto insisted on creating. This was when Minato's influence shined the brightest. Naruto had a vision of a method that would be quite the doozy. The mechanics of what he intended to create were quite complex. The chakra control and shape manipulation alone would make most Junin balk. But Naruto Uzumaki seemed tireless in his pursuit. He tested his idea in unique and often risky ways. He would probe at the problem from various angles when encountering a hitch, trying out things at a speed others would need help to think at. He was no genius in the usual sense, but he was a natural in jutsu. Soon, Naruto performed the technique just as he first described. Indeed, it would work. Even Jiraiya needed to figure out what kind of genin Naruto had run into to develop something like this. But he feared for them. Jiraiya had been unsure. He should have pushed Naruto so hard. But Naruto held strong even at a pace he had seen Junin struggle to maintain. Even more shocking, Jiraiya discovered 2 weeks later that Naruto had disappeared. He was not just going off alone, his chakra signature would vanish. The first time had terrified him. It had been late into the night, and he had been sure somehow someone had taken him. Before fully panicking, he had heard the telltale poof of a summoning jutsu. Following the sound, he discovered Naruto lying on the floor, talking to a small raccoon. Their whispers had been much too quiet for him to hear, but it was clear from Naruto's exhausted prone form and the creature poofing away shortly after. Jiraiya figured Naruto was sneaking out to his summon's land for extra training, likely geared towards their collaboration. Jiraiya had debated confronting him about it but knew the blonde wouldn't let anything slip. At first, Naruto had seemed despondent. He trained hard and seemed determined but was silent. The playfulness he had heard of, the goofiness, and lightheartedness were missing. Instead, it was replaced by grim focus. Other times, Jiraiya convinced the blonde to talk about things several times. And while Jiraiya doubted his words always reached the blonde, he seemed to slowly perk up. More than likely thinking things other silently and perhaps had found some peace while doing so. It was undoubtedly a bit forced, but soon the two got along well. Jokes were told, pranks pulled Naruto more than him, but Jiraiya had always believed in returning the favor, and discussions were held, often about safe topics unrelated to his troubles. Towards the end of the training, Jiraiya felt closer to his godson. It had brought a peace within him he had not felt since Minato's death. However, time marched on regardless. Soon, their training was due to end, and Naruto had just discovered a way to perform his jutsu. Naruto stood among several boulders he dragged into the clearing they used for training. Each one had been huge, durable, and heavy. It took Naruto hours to move. Were now reduced to a pile of rubble, each with a pile of sand on top. Such was the power of the Uzumaki's newest weapon. Mixed in with debris and dirt were shards of clay cups. Naruto looked exhausted. His left hand was covered in minor cuts, as if he had been crushing glass with his bare hand. I've never seen such a wind technique, such concentrated power. It's a shame you haven't managed to do it without the cups. It's a clever workout for the exams, but it'd be better if you don't use it. Between your impressive power with Riptide and the technique I taught you, surely you have more than enough firepower. Jiraiya commented. Don't get me wrong, it is certainly badass, but raw power won't be enough for the exams. Naruto countered. This new jutsu was an idea I had for someone I'm sure I'll run into. You designed this for a genin. Do you realize they don't condone killing? I mean, you won't get in trouble, Jiraiya rambled. I don't intend to kill him, Naruto responded. Besides the small run-ins I've had with him, he seemed on a different level. He beat a full team of Genin solo and did it with no damage. Worse yet, I landed one of my strongest hits on him before the exam. I've seen it slice through trees, boulders, and people. But it barely breached his sand, and I feel he can do much more with it than he's shown. So the rumors regarding him are true, Jiraiya mused out loud. From what my informants say, he is powerful for a Genin, easily killing Chunin and being a threat to most Junin. I assumed it was propaganda, but if you are sure, it must be a genuine article. I stand corrected. Then, you can't afford to hold back. If it's not the finishing blow, then what is it? I won't go into full detail, but there's an aspect of this jutsu that should allow me to momentarily breach his defenses. Once I do, I'll use our technique to put him down, Naruto explained. So you intend to kill him? Jiraiya asked with an expressionless face. He didn't want to tip Naruto into his thoughts. If he did, Jiraiya wouldn't shame him. Such a thing could be unavoidable in this line of work. Significantly when Naruto clarifies that Gaara intends to kill or capture him. But it would sadden him to see Naruto dabble openly into the murderous side of shinobi. No, he won't die so easily for one. Besides, Naruto said with a troubled expression. After all this with the village, I can see how Gaara became the way he did, especially if he suffered for years. It must be painful. Instead, I'm gonna kick his ass badly and make him see that his view of strength is flawed. Maybe once I humble him, he'll understand, maybe we'll be friends. Maybe he'll kill you. Jiraiya reminded him. Fighting without intent to kill will weaken you slightly. Your thought process is admirable, but he may kill you. I won't die, and I won't allow him to suffer alone. He only respects power. I have to beat his ass into the light. Naruto replied evenly. Jiraiya was silent. The way Naruto thought often contained Minato's logic or certainty. Kushina showed in Naruto's emotional decision that it was seemingly justified with odd logic. You have guts, kid, I like that, Jiraiya concluded. Are you ready for the name then? Naruto sighed. It's not going to be something stupid, is it? I still feel like my name was fine. 1. Your name was terrible. It's a curse you inherited from Minato. 2. For helping you, I asked for naming privileges. Jiraiya countered, casually prepared for it. What's so wrong with the suction-crushing cup of explosion? Naruto replied with a frown. It's wrong that you even attempted to name it that. Even worse, you don't understand why it's bad. The sage replied, thinking back on Minato attempting to name the Rasengan. He supposed some things were bound to repeat themselves. Anyway, I was thinking something more like Wind style, implosive rejection. I guess. Naruto trailed off with a frown. Still feel like mine was pretty awesome. Boys, time to eat. Don't make me come get you. Kushina called out. Immediately forgetting the argument once the food had arrived, Naruto dashed forth. The recent stress he had gone through had undoubtedly changed him, but he still had a bit of that shine. Jiraiya smiled with bittersweet joy. He was proud of how far the man had come in the short time, overjoyed that they had the time, and regretful that it would end. It mattered little. He was sure Naruto Uzumaki would make a splash worthy of his blood. Tamari, Gaara's Pav, deserts of Land of Wind. Tamari walked through a sandstorm with veteran ease. Most residents of the village hidden in the sand could do the same, but they needed to have her level of mastery over the wind. The sand was parted around her like she was wrapped in an invisible force. Next to her walked Kankuro, who also benefited from this. Both marched more deeply into the storm with a grim determination. They needed to deliver a message to Gaara. While their younger sibling had always been dangerous and terrifying, Tamari always did what she could to maintain their relationship. But it had been straightforward to her. Gaara was pained by her hidden fear and Kankuro's apparent fear. Tamari could see, over the years, the resentment built up in Gaara. Rampages became more frequent and violent. He would disappear for days at a time. He only offered that he was training and often returned looking like he had fought a war. It became clear Gaara was changing. The truth was thrust in their face. Gaara had been killing an assassin with glee when Kankuro had asked him to kill him quickly. Kankuro had attempted to leverage the fact they were family to escape punishment. Gaara's cold response still sent chills down her spine. God damn it. Stop torturing him and kill him already. You need to listen to your older brother. Kankuro had screamed. Gaara merely shoved him back, sending the much larger sibling flying around with ease. You're not my brother. We're not even of the same species. Gaara had replied, eyes looking empty except for rage. I only spare you two since you know your place. Don't think that makes you safe. Just like that, he had said it, plain as day. Don't think that makes you safe. A subtle way of reminding them they were useless. She certainly felt it as of late. She held no illusion of winning the exams, not with the powerhouse of Gaara or his apparent rival. She would surely impress. She could do nothing less. But in time, it would indeed be tested. It could be Kankuro instead of her, but either was unacceptable. She did not wish to die or lose a brother. Moments like this often made her relax from her fear, knowing that, For now, this powerful young man was on her side. Gaara, indeed, was something else. He sat in a massive cavern in the ground on a floating platform of sand. The sand he controlled shot out of the ground and into the air, making it clear the sandstorm was man-made. The other genin had yet to learn what they were in for. They were lucky Gaara was still playing games and away from home during the exams. In the desert, he would be unbeatable. XX. Gaara's pav. A bead of sweat flowed down Gaara's face. Such chakra and control levels were incredibly draining, even for a being like him. With a mere errant thought, he sent a building-size wave crashing into a dune. As he did so, several spears of sand shot, covering the ground in a layer of hardened sand. Even with this all being juggled, he also had sand reaching deep into the underground, gathering and grinding down the most challenging minerals to increase his inventory of sand. He often trained like this. He needed to be stronger than these humans. He needed power that even a hidden village would shy away from. He required his brethren to stand with him. Jinchuriki was a cursed creation. Fusing a tailed beast with a human should be impossible. Yet somehow, humans had cheated that, creating an endless line of sacrifice throughout their world. 9 humans were transformed into something else, powerful if used but hated for their differences. He supposed he hated them, but he had figured something out the humans would never consider. Jinchuriki were genuinely superior to their human creators. They treated them as abominations, but they were short-sighted. They looked the same, but the differences were massive from there. They could take more punishment and could heal whenever it became too much. They lived longer lives by proxy of this healing as well. They had access to absurd chakra levels, often portrayed in unique traits limited to certain users. This allowed him to manipulate sand with his mind and limited movements. How it moved on its own was a mystery. Shukaku claimed he could do such but could not do so in these instances. Yet another advantage, the presence of the beast themselves. Shukaku had from the moment Gaara could understand speech whispered to him. It began with Shukaku attempting to have Gaara free him, but when Gaara made it clear he could not, Shukaku changed tactics. Threats at first, but as Gaara became more and more alone, Gaara lost his fear of Shukaku. Gaara attempted to befriend the beast but had been rejected for years. Eventually, Shukaku decided to at least speak to his jailer. It didn't take long for the two to bond from there. It became clear to both of them. Jinchuriki should stand united. While it was limiting in some ways, the tailed beast would always be pursued. Humans were much too weak and ignorant to stand. But together, they became more robust, they became wiser, they became something more. It had led to a troublesome question for Gaara. If he was superior and not the only one, why would he allow the humans to be cruel to him and his kind? Why would he let them discriminate against them and others as they always did? Why even let them rule over him? There wasn't a good reason. He supposed them vastly outnumbering and systematically trapping them was reason enough. His face showed no emotion, yet it was clear when 9 massive pillars of sand surged absurdly quickly into the air before they smashed into the ground at tremendous speeds, causing intense cracking sounds to fill the desert. A thin wall of sand dispersed through the air, intensifying the sandstorm surrounding the redhead. In the desert, few could match Gaara's power. But how to free themselves? Humans, as detestable as they were powerful and clever. Rasa, the man who forcibly posed as his father, was the perfect example. Despite his considerable power and inherent superiority, Gaara had yet to defeat the man. Rasa could match, if not surpass, his power and did so at a speed Gaara could only dream of. Worse yet, the man was clever. He kept Gaara on edge by hiring frequent assassins. His siblings were 2 of the few humans he had any liking to. Mostly due to their knowledge of his power and their attitudes. They may have been humans but were amusing in small doses. We were often told of Gaara's likelihood of snapping. His disregard for human life. His odd views on what he was. It ensured Gaara was distant from the 2. But Gaara minded little as much as he was fond of them. He had no want for a human family. The answer had occurred to him just last year. He needed to gather his brethren. If Jinchuriki from all nations united, they would be nearly unstoppable. With their raw power, unique physiology, and counsel from the wise-tailed beast, they would rebalance the scales of the world. They would be enough to cover the hidden villages. Force the world to change. A new order would undoubtedly be needed. A world fairer with the Jinchuriki treated as they should be. When he had formed this plan, he had realized a hitch of sorts. Through immense study and breaking into several vaults that held hidden knowledge, he discovered 9 Jinchuriki worldwide. Each is distributed evenly throughout the world. Hashirama clearly had seen just how valuable Jinchuriki could be. But one thing he had found sent chills down his spine. It was rumored that the number of tails directly correlated with the beast's power. Shukaku denied it, but even the proud beast admitted there was one beast they should be wary of. The Kyuubi, Shukaku, refused to tell him its proper name. It was the strongest, and likely, his Jinchuriki would be one to be concerned about. Excitement had overwhelmed him once he had felt its presence. Truthfully, He had felt two others while in the land of iron, but they weren't as interesting as a man who carried a beast even Shukaku was wary of. Naruto Uzumaki. He hadn't expected someone who would look him in the eye boldly and even attempt to harm him. Naruto knew Gaara was a predator and tried to fight him off. The clash had been short. Gaara didn't want to fight. He had just been interested in seeing what he could do. The slash Naruto had unleashed had been on a level he hadn't expected. Caught off guard, he could only react somewhat, raising a quick shield of sand. The attack shockingly cut through his sand with ease. It even cut through his sturdy armor. Sure, it would never truly harm him. His sand could usually easily repel such an attack. But it had been enough for him to be interested. If he could gain him as an ally, all the better for his goal. Naruto Uzumaki had not been amused. He had rejected him, seeming unable to see his point of view. Unlike him, he had been untarnished, so he had thought him foolish. He was sure now he understood what they were subjected to. In time, Gaara would show him just what a Jinchuriki could do, the difference between them and humans. He couldn't wait to fight a being on his level. Battle and killing were among his few pleasures, after all. Gaara would win, of course. Naruto stood no chance against him truly, no mere genin could. When he won, he hoped Naruto would see the light. Naruto would be a valuable ally. But he could not afford to have the nine tails against him. So, he would introduce him to a different one if he could not show him the light. As his mind settled, the sand slowly did as well. His platform slowly drifted to the ground as well. As suddenly as the sandstorm had appeared, it dispersed. Revealing a fully sand-coated Temari and Konkuro, both he could tell were annoyed, but he knew they would offer no complaint. They would fear his reaction. Soon, Naruto Uzumaki and he would clash. But what was needed was more.